I'm saying it. America deserved 9/11. 9/11. Only thing I know about this song that I think is really funny. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. What a fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley liar. Holy fucking, what the fuck?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Awesome broadcast coming to you live from gray and cloudy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is 65 degrees and mostly cloudy here in otherwise sunny Los Angeles, California. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Awesome broadcast. And we're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today is Monday. That's right, it's Monday News Day. Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. Monday, November 25th, 2025. Dr. Disrespect is going to Rumble. Who would have thought it? Who would have ever known such a thing would happen? And we are live, we're alive, and we got a lot going on. You should make us vote for you for the anti-Semite of the year and then make an acceptance speech that urges people to donate to Palestine. Maybe. Anyway, personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. Did I say 2025? It's 11/25/2024. Okay? But, folks, we're here. And it's 11:51 a.m. here in Los Angeles, California. And I'm late, and I'll tell you exactly why. Okay, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. And I'm late, and I apologize, okay? I'm sorry. I'm freaking late. Give me a goddamn break, okay? Give me a goddamn break. You know I normally wouldn't, but the reality is I had to do it to him. But this made me think of you and Kaya. What is this? This would be me if I ever had a bear. Oh, this is me. This would be me if I ever met a bear. We would be friends and he wouldn't eat me because I have good vibes. Okay, this is literally just a verbatim. Yeah. Hassan at every chance he gets. This is what I have said time and time again, okay? Anyway, folks, personal news wise, I ended the broadcast last night and I'll have you know, many of you probably thought after the 5 Hearts Under One Roof stream that I'd be gooning myself. I didn't have time to do that. Okay. I did not have any time to goon. You don't have to believe me. It don't matter. Okay. I didn't goon at all. I actually watched a little bit of Arcane and then I passed out. And then I did order some Korean food, but I didn't even end up getting like the Korean food that I wanted because I don't know what it was on the game that I was playing. I got like teriyaki chicken, which is not Korean. I got cheese corn with hot Cheetos dust on it, which was fucking goddamn. I know like a lot of people say hot Cheetos dust is like ass. It's like a TikTok thing, but like honestly, I love it. Okay. People love the Goon game, dude. Like the fucking clips have been going crazy on Twitter.
우리 날도 더운데 다 같이 벗죠?
Look at this.
오빠 오빠가 우리 바다 보러 갈까?
Huh?
날도 너무 덥고.
No,
어때?
shut up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Grant had a better idea. Grant had a better idea. You fucking asshole. You ruined it. Oh, let's go to the beach. Shut up. Shut your stupid fucking mouth.
우리 날도 더운.
Yeah, she said it's so hot. Let's just get naked, which is crazy. Best game of all time, honestly. Like best game, actual, absolute Kino, actual, legitimately best game. When is the gameplay being posted on the gaming channel? I don't know. The Czech massage guy has nothing on our boy Yuman. I unsubbed from their X video profile and subscribed to Hasanabi. That's what I'm talking about, dude. What is this jork in it? Care to explain? What? I'm coming back to piss. I'm coming back from pissing. I peed, chat. Calm down. I'm not jorking it. Jesus Christ. You guys are so funny. Yeah, I'm an animal, okay? I see one sexy Korean lady fucking take her stockings off and I immediately have to go and jerk off for 60 seconds. Yeah, y'all are crazy. Okay, stop. Yeah. It was amazing. Amazing. Anyway, best clip from last night. I mean, this was an insane way to end the fucking... What? Is the true ending. That's how the game ended. I cried. I shed a fucking straight tear, dude. I shed a bunch of tears from my penis. Anyway, I can't believe the mindset of like adults, including but not limited to like the local Boston broadcaster journalist that I talked to earlier. That's the reason why I'm late right now, being like, oh yeah, I'm going to tune into your broadcast more. And then they tune in and this is what they see. Like I do these mainstream media slots and they probably think I'm like some serious guy, even though I do try to explain to them I'm not a serious guy, right? That like this is the type of shit that I do sometimes for fun. But you know, it's got to be weird. It's got to be a weird it's got to be this weird juxtaposition where you're like, "Oh, I'm going to get this guy who's going to talk about I'm gonna go tune into this guy who's gonna talk about some serious shit, and then like I'm over here talking about jorking my peanuts." Anyway, but yeah, gaming is back in a big way. Goon Gaming is back in a big way. It was never here before, but the Korean noodles were jagang. How do you say it? Jajangmyeon. I don't know if I said it right, but like I basically ordered teriyaki chicken because I needed protein. I needed more prote. And I ordered like a couple skewers. The thing that sucks is that like I love fish cakes. I'm a massive fish cake fan. Okay, I go crazy for not fish cakes, sorry, rice cakes. Rice cakes. I love rice cakes. But the problem is the rice cakes are always paired up with fish cakes in Korean food. Okay? So like I don't know how to get, with the exception of galbijim, tteokbokki is always, they always put fucking fish cakes in there. And I hate that it's like I don't want that. I don't want fish cakes. You know what I mean? I want rice cakes. I want just rice cakes. That's what I want. I want it with like meat. But yeah, it's frustrating. But I ordered those, like there was a skewer with like rice cakes and then they like put some... Oh, this video. Yeah. They put some spicy stuff on it too. It was really good. We have Russian interference in the Romanian election. Fascism is on the rise. Yeah, I know. We're going to get to that too. Don't worry. Fish cakes are made from tofu, not fish. No, but it's still, they put a lot of fish oil in the Korean food. They put it in the Thai food too. And I just like, it gets too fishy for me. Anyway, yeah, fish sauce. One of the biggest, oldest industrial complex channels got their Drew Gooden React removed and got a strike for promoting gambling. This is so annoying, dude. Jesus Christ. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel. My video was wrongly removed for guidelines on promoting gambling. I'll reach out to my fucking manager. God damn. I literally reach out to my manager, my YouTube account manager, more for like random fan channels than I do for my own damn channel. Like, it's so annoying. Why are you so late lately? First of all, what are you, my mom? What the hell is this? Secondly, I'm going to get to it. So I went to sleep. I woke up early. As always, you already freaking know, okay? And I put the pedal to the metal. I put the pussy on the pavement. And I did my Monday workout. Some of you guys know this already, but my Monday workouts are crazy. Oh, I posted this about stopping anti-Semitism last night. The unemployed schizophrenic Long Island bigot that runs his account clearly doesn't take anti-Semitism very seriously, conflating anti-Semites with anti-Zionist. This at least features both, does a disservice to the truth. New video is up with Dr. Mike Israel, by the way. New collab is up. All right, and then this. Bro, the kid is moving fucking weight, dude. Give me like a Fiat 500 Abarth or whatever. I'll fucking put that shit on my back and just carry it just with my ass power alone, dude. Could have gone a little bit lower on that one, but it's okay. Second one, he'll clear it. There it is. God damn. You have pretty long legs. Why don't you do front squats more often? I don't like front squats. Anyway, new game, 2 cheeks under 1 roof. Yeah. Do you ever do Zercher squats? I hate Zercher movements, chat. I don't know why y'all are like that. Knees been feeling good with all that weight. Honestly, here's the thing. Okay. Here's the thing. I've been doing a lot of basketball, which is at my weight, at my size, is not great, right? For my knees, my legs are beat all the time. So the fact that even when my legs are beat, I can still put up like pretty decent weight like this, because I ripped the 285 before this. This is a 295, I think, maybe 300, not entirely sure. And I hit it for 5. Okay. I was going for 6, but after the 5th one, I was like, you know what? I'm done. But like 285 before, I hit for 8 easy. Okay. And aren't pro ball players big too? First of all, many of them are not my size, and the ones that are like my size or larger routinely injure themselves because of how large they are. Okay. Most pro ball players that are 6'4" are not 225 pounds with this level of muscle mass. They are bigger. No, you're looking at like, what are you talking about? At 6'4", they're usually smaller. They're not like basketball players, like some of the greatest basketball players are like, I have the average point guard height. Like Steph Curry is my height, Chad. Let's see how much he weighs. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't to say that they're not, they're not super fucking yoked, but Steph Curry is 6'3" and 185 pounds, dude. Kobe was 280 in his prime. Wait, what? How tall is Kobe? Kobe was never 280. You're out of your fucking mind. No shot. Joel Embiid is 280. Yeah. Like LeBron James is 250 and he is what, 6'8"? Kevin Durant lies about his height, but he's like what, 7 foot? KD is like, what's KD's like? He lies about his height. He says he's 7 foot, right? KD's like 7 foot, maybe even over, and he's 240 pounds. So he's got like 15 pounds on me, and he's got an insane amount of fucking length on me. That's why he's so goddamn skinny. When you look at people who are like very, very built, it's in a much larger package. Anyway, so the point I'm trying to make is like, I'm playing outdoors. I'm playing in the fucking concrete. I'm 33 years old, and I'm nowhere near as like well built as like obviously professional basketball players are. But having said that, despite my routine punishments of my knees, I think I'm doing a decent amount of weight here, and I'm very happy with it. Giannis is beefed up. Giannis is beefed up. He's a beefcake. So I'm happy with the results so far. And eventually I'll get to like a bulk. Like when I feel comfortable, I'll probably start like a clean bulk, main gaining, but like marginally increasing my my food intake process, at which like I'll be able to pack on more muscle mass. But I need to get like really comfortable at this body fat percentage that I'm at currently, and maybe even go further down, and then we'll see. But I think like, it's not bad. I'm happy with like being in this deficit for as long as I've been. You work out for muscle though, not for strength. And why even care about the weight? Wait, what? Of course I care about the strength. What are you talking about? I care about the aesthetics, but I also certainly care about I care about functionality. What are you talking about? That's why I play basketball. I definitely care about functional strength. Anyway, train badge took away my gift box badge, match my username. You just got to keep gifting harder and harder. You just got to keep gifting more and more, chatter. That's how you do it. Okay? Trust the process, and then the gift badge will come back to you. You know what I'm saying? What are some good ways to work on functional strength without a gym membership? Calisthenics. I mean, look, dude, once you get to like almost 300 pounds territory and you can be under that much weight for extended periods of time and also be able to fucking move that shit around, you're in a good space. This is a fit pick for the day. Do you do hip thrusts? No, I don't do hip thrusts. 99% of gifters give up before they hit a badge. Yeah. Got my squat for 405 for 3 just last week. That's insane. Son of a Bruin. Congratulations. That's an incredible achievement. That's tremendous. Like you're fucking, that's like my deadlift, dude. On conventional. On trap bar, I go above that, but that's a wild accomplishment. But there's a lot of fucking brolic ass Hasanabe heads out there, and I love that. Keep working out. Please advise on how to exercise while poor and socially stunted. How many calories do you eat at 6'4"? I'm 6'6", eating 4,000 calories daily, nowhere near as big as you. Yeah, you probably have like a way faster metabolism than me. My metabolism is incredibly slow. I try to stay on extreme deficit days. I just try to stay under 2,000 calories while still hitting 200 grams of protein, and 2,500 on free days, while still hitting 220 grams of protein. So my my caloric consumption is very, very, very low. But you have to make sure the protein is there. That is the key, I think. At least 1 gram, if not more, especially if you are at a deficit. I think maybe some people will get mad at me for this, but I think if you are, especially at a deficit, if you're trying to lose weight while still, putting on muscle mass, very difficult. If you want to avoid like injuring yourself, it does not hurt to eat more protein, even because like normal circumstances, people say 0.7 to 1 gram of protein per pound. But I usually go above that. I'm like around 225 at this point, and I eat more than 225 grams of protein. I usually have like 230, maybe 240, maybe 250 some days when I'm getting crazy with it. So anyway, that's it. That's neither here nor there. The comments on this thirst talk of yours are unhinged. What is this?
Your accessory after this.
That's neither here nor there. The comments on this thirst talk of yours are unhinged. What is this?
Your accessory after this. Rear delt blasted. Let's go. 5D shoulder.
I hate Meadows Rose. I need to be alone for a minute. This is going to get me through the week. Boom shakalaka. Yes, God. I'm blind. What's happening? I'm kicking my feet and giggling. He's sweaty, grunting, panting. The vein. I'm 125 AFAB with poor diet choices. I can't even comprehend how I'd eat 125 grams of protein a day. I mean, if you're not like constantly putting stress on your muscles and you don't have those goals overall, like you don't have to eat 125 grams of protein. I'm saying I do because I have those goals. I'm saying I do because I want to, improve. I want to continue gaining muscle mass. Saw this guy defend you on
There's
TikTok.
There's something really attractive about a woman just being like unapologetically horny. Like that video of like Hassan and Quen Blackwell cooking together was like coming up a lot on my For You page a while ago. Like a bunch of clips from it were coming up. And like most of them were like thirst traps of Hassan. But the fact that Quen Blackwell, I don't even really know who she is. Like I was introduced to her from this video. But the fact that she was just like openly eating the eye candy the whole like video, the fact that she just like spent that whole video being like honka honka around, let's go, was like really fucking hot. Like obviously she's also gorgeous, that doesn't hurt, but like the fact that she spent that whole video just being like
hell yeah, worst angle.
There's something really attractive.
I mean, I support Typical advice is 1.5 to 2 grams kilogram of body weight, but honestly, the science says you can still make tons of gains with 1 gram per / kilogram. It depends on your goals. But the more protein you eat, the more you risk systemic disease like kidney. What? I love protein. Here's another one. Click translate. I want him to tie my legs together, stuff me like his. What the okay, dude. Hey, yo! This is like the reverse of when you fucking click translate on Hebrew options. You know what I mean? It's like Mrs. Piker, certified BJ queen. Anyway, when you talk about your caloric intake, is that 2,500 after subtracting? No, just 2,500 straight. No, I don't touch the, no, regardless of my daily activity, regardless of my daily caloric burn, I still hit 2,500. That's what I max out at. Anyway, all right, let's move on from that. Let's talk about let's blast off and let's do it. But yeah, hold on. Excuse Drake, Dr. Disrespect, Dr. Kid Inspect for Rumble. Anyway, what else? How accurate is the Fitbit for calories burned? It's just like none of those things are going to be perfectly accurate, no matter what. Okay. None of those things are going to be perfectly accurate. It's just apparently some kid in Minnesota is going to be the new Dalai Lama. Yeah, this is one of the reincarnated llamas. We'll talk about that. Hold on. XG Drake, Dr. Kunisbeck for Rumble. Israel, Hezbollah, ceasefire, Russia, Ukraine. What was I going to say? What else? Next Dalai Lama's gonna be a Vikings fan. Yeah, I see that. Kid Inspect works for Drake as well. Yeah. Wallahi, the Dalai Lama can't come to Murderapolis without Abdullah's permission. The Dalai Lama's gonna be like, I'm sorry, Abdullahi. Somalis run Murderapolis. I should have never said that. Somalis run Murderapolis. Abdullahi. Romanian fascist presidential election. Yeah, we'll do that too. What else was I going to talk about? Where the frick? Will the farm reacts continue today? Yeah, we'll do some farm reacts too, of course. Obviously. Kendrick music video? Sure. Video and more. Goon Gaming. Later. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Okay. Can we do an okay buddy today? If we have some time, I forgot to do it yesterday. Where are you at in One Piece? What do you mean? I finished it. I'm caught up. I'm waiting for next April for the show to come back. All right, let's blast off. Are there enough Trump administration pricks yet to talk about the seats being left over for their home states? No. The Elon Musk video that you sending me, we already watched. Look at this delusion. What is this? Oh yeah, let's start with the stop anti-Semitism. Dumbassery. So this account is like run by a genuine fucking freak. Okay, some Long Island housewife that is just like the most insane person of all time. She's been doing this shit for a while. I mean, it's not one of the accounts that has like a lot of motion overall. I think nobody really takes it seriously. We've covered this already. I covered this extensively as far as like you know, how weirdly enough, out of the past 4 years, the one time where she actually chose like the anti-Semite of the year, it was Kanye West that was actually anti-Semitic. The rest were actually not anti-Semitic at all. They were simply anti-Israel. And you can kind of tell from this, from this lineup, the top 10 finalists, myself, Corey Bush, John Cusack, Greta Thunberg, and Bassem Youssef being on here is pretty silly. From what I understand, Jess Natalie also not anti-Semitic, simply anti-Israel. And then, you know, you have some people peppered in there that are definitely both anti-Israel and also, varying degrees of anti-Semitic. So I said this is a perfect demonstration of the unserious nature of these kinds of groups. There are progressives who are anti-Israel lumped in with anti-Semites who are anti-Israel. No one's buying this shit anymore. Bassem Youssef says, Hassan, you can't have great hair and win this too. Leave something for us. So I'm going to probably try to have Bassem Youssef on. He had some funny takes about it, but Felix says, I feel like I'm going to have a Scorsese type deal with the Anti-Semite of the Year award where they'll probably finally give it to me for a year where I was only kind of anti-Semitic in order to make up for all the times I wasn't even nominated. In a recent interview with Middle East Digest, Natalie claimed she was drawn to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict as a young teen through Tumblr posts about Rachel Corrie. While many view Corrie, a human rights activist, as a hero, the truth is she ignored warnings from the IDF and placed herself in the path of a bulldozer, resulting in a fatal injury. Jess Natalie has accused multiple members of Congress of being controlled by special interest groups, specifically targeting John Fetterman and calling him a genocidal maniac. Oh my God, Jess Natalie is incredible. She claimed that all it took was $222,000 from AIPAC to sway him to support Israel, insinuating Jews control the government, a popular anti-Semitic trope. Wow. I like that Israel will be like, hey, like, or people who are pro-Israel will be like, hey, that very common trope that is damaging and anti-Semitic? I am going to make you feel like that damaging trope is actually very valid by saying you're doing tropes when someone talks about a very real thing that is happening, okay? And then tie it back to Jews in general. It's crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. Anyway, Bassem Youssef had some jokes about it. He said, please vote for me. I cannot lose this. I don't know, dude. Hassan has a pretty big following. Maybe next year. He said Hassan is great, so that's pretty chill. But also, he said, guys, please don't let real Candace Owens or Dan Bilzerian beat me in this. An Arab should win this, people. Also, don't vote for Hassan the Hun. Too much of a good hair. He's too handsome. He can't win good hair and this vote. Too unfair. I'll be devastated if I lost to Greta Thunberg. Not her, no. I can't lose to Jake Shields. Well, he can kick my ass anyways. Why beat me here, too? I don't mind losing to John Cusack. I'm a big fan anyways, so vote. And if Candace and Dan win, I will not accept the results and storm X headquarters. But the thing is, he's memeing on this shit, but like, I don't think it's like, I'm not chummy with these, with the people, you know what I mean? I'm not chummy with some of these motherfuckers because like, I think that they are anti-Semitic. And that's like one aspect of this that I'm like kind of annoyed by, you know? And I won't like fuck around with it to that degree. The case to vote for you, according to Stop Anti-Semitism, meet contenders for Anti-Semite of the Year, the individuals who've gone above and beyond in spreading Jew hatred. First off, Hassan Piker, defended Hamas terrorists after the 10/7 massacre, denied documented atrocities, including mass rape and murder, profits while violating Twitch's own community guidelines, using his massive platform to amplify anti-Semitic propaganda. Yeah, definitely. Denies mass murder? No, you didn't. It doesn't matter, dude. You can just lie. And no, you can't. The fuck am I going to do? Sue her for libel? I don't want to be around this fucking freak. Shut up. Stop constantly demanding litigation. How do you subject this? How do you subject yourself to this every day and not rip your head off? Dude, I've been at this game for quite a long time. And I would much rather be in the position that I'm in now, where like there's so many people who are just like, these people are freaks and they're out of their minds. Normally, the progressive space that I occupy 5 years ago, if there was something like this coming out, they would be like, oh, I'm writing this fucking guy off. He is a Nazi. Also, I think the real reason why they say this is because of this. Okay? 1/3 of Jewish American teens say they sympathize with Hamas. Israeli government poll shows. Okay? What a fucking self-owned by the Israeli government for putting out this poll. Survey shows 66% of Jewish teens in the U.S. say they sympathize with the Palestinian people. That's right, baby. That's right, baby. Hey, where my Hassanabi heads at? Where my Hassanabi heads at, dude? Hey, what's that? 66% of Jewish teens in the U.S. say they sympathize with the Palestinian people. What happened? What happened? The survey by Israel's Ministry for Diaspora Affairs and Combating Anti-Semitism found that 36.7% of American Jewish teens either agreed or strongly agree with the sentiment. I sympathize with Hamas, Israeli media reported on Thursday. The number contrasted sharply with the 7% of Jewish teens living outside of the U.S. who agree with that statement. An even greater percentage of American Jewish teens, 41.3%, agree with the statement that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza. Only 10% of Jewish teens living outside the U.S. agree with that statement. Yo, what the fuck's going on with the non-American Jewish teens? Like, what's happening? Do they not have access to TikTok? What the fuck? We got to get those numbers up, man. We got to get those numbers up, baby. Hey, where my Hassanabi heads at? A majority, 66%, said they sympathize with the Palestinian people as a whole. Oh, the horror! The horror! Still, a significant majority of those polled said they had pro-Israel sentiment. 62% of American Jewish teens consider themselves to be Zionists, while 84% believe that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. We still got a long way to go. We still got a long way to go, folks. We got a long way to go. The survey comes more than a year after Israel began its war on Gaza, which started as a response to the Hamas-led attack on southern throughout the course of the war. Israeli forces. Anyway, we're getting there, though. It's a good start. For all my Jewish teenager Hasanabi heads out there, I love you all, okay? You know this. Your cause is just. Keep pushing, okay? Are there any vids about the Long Island lady who created the anti-Semite, Liz? I'm sure she's full-on crank. I don't know. Like when she revealed who she was. Anyway, did you see Israel is pulling its funding from Haaretz? I'm not surprised. They're just a not fascist state, I promise. In 2021, polling showed that a quarter of American Jews agreed that Israel is an apartheid state, and a majority of them did not find that statement to be anti-Semitic. Several polls in the U.S. have indicated that while a majority of American Jews hold pro-Israel sentiments, a significant minority is critical of Israel's treatment of Palestinians. The Israeli Ministry survey says that young Americans had weaker Jewish identities and called on First of all, shameless to be like, oh, they're anti-Israel. That means they don't have a strong Jewish identity. It's fucking gross, okay? And they called on pro-Israel Jewish organizations to target younger age groups to strengthen their Jewish identity and subsequently their connection to Israel. Furthermore, their connection to Israel is weaker. They have less desire to visit Israel. They tend to support the Palestinian side in the war in Gaza, and their support for Israel increased only marginally following the events of October 7. Middle East Eye reported earlier this year about the rise of anti-Zionism among young American Jews. You can't let the toothpaste out of the tube. You can't put it back in, okay? Once you let it out, you can't put it back in. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the ADL said. It's not a party problem. It's a generational problem. Also, Damm Falastini is a too much of a banger. I think the reason the poll is different, by the way, between the U.S. and outside of the U.S. is Islamophobia is crazy in Western Europe. Yeah. It's crazy. This past year has changed a lot of my fellow Jewish friends' opinions on Israel. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people either hardened their position and like went down a scary path, or many of them, especially in our age group, went in the opposite direction where they were like, oh my God, I'm horrified at at the contradictions that this nation state that was presented to me as like the singular savior of all Jews is actually doing horrifying atrocities in my name, and I don't like that. And that's understandable. Okay? Unc, you're 40. Okay, everyone under the age of 35, okay? That's it. So that's what's going on. And there's still obviously like some resilient undertones here about like Israel's necessity to maintain itself as a Jewish ethno-state, which many people don't think about beyond the fact that like, oh, it has to exist. You don't understand. Like, do you think that certain content creators who are ostensibly not far right will ever understand the sheer volume of Islamophobic fodder they provided to the far right? No, and also they don't give a shit. If you're Islamophobic and you present yourself as like a relatively progressive person with Islamophobic tendencies, you don't give a fuck if you are engaging in that sort of thing. You're already Islamophobic. It is very, very difficult to contend with that cognitive bias that you have for like one specific group. It's also heavily promoted and reinforced through different aspects of media. So, as a Jewish teen, all my other Jewish friends who are pro-Israel were already pro-Israel before October 7th. However, all my other Jewish friends who are pro-Palestine have mainly changed their opinions post-October 7. Yeah, I get it. Also, we got this. Kamala Harris wants to run again. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, no shot. The nomination is hers if she wants it. God, Democrats are such fucking losers, man. They're so stupid. They're never going to learn. Oh, by the way, speaking of the wonderful state of Israel, Israel sanctions Haaretz after its publisher excoriated the Netanyahu government and its cruel apartheid regime on the Palestinians. Israel's act is reminiscent of the apartheid South Africa's ban on Donald Woods in the lead up to the fall of that regime. Yeah. It's kind of wild that America is so fully, firmly invested and in the tank for a nation state that is doing a genocide, conducting an apartheid on a good day when it's not doing a genocide, okay, that is increasingly becoming more dangerous in the region, even though it has always been a destabilizing force in the region. It's gotten to a point where it's like literally out of control. It's tanked its own economy in the process of conducting this genocide. It is hyper reliant on America's endless support, both political support, political cover, and also direct material support to continue being this violent aberration. And yet, America's in the tank for the country as the country itself is fucking falling apart. The country itself is falling apart. Israeli branded products are being considered, a somewhat of a pariah. Okay, Israelis are being considered a pariah. Israel is being considered a pariah state directly as a consequence of these actions in a way that is not dissimilar to Russia. Okay, and worst of all, it's happening with public scrutiny, regardless of the fact that these governments in the Western world, with some exceptions, have tried to maintain their posture, their pro-Israel posture. So it's the people that are like, yeah, no, I don't give a fuck what my administration or my government is saying. Like, I can't stand what's going on. And the reality of the matter is just, this is completely untenable. You are doing a mind genocide on your young followers and so are the far right countries falling apart due to all the slop that you and others speak. Social media was the downfall of it all. Yeah, I'm doing a mind genocide on my young followers by being anti-genocide unconditionally, no matter who's doing it. You're right. Like when certain contradictions, like these liberal institutions or liberal democracies that seemingly maintain at least an aesthetic posture towards democracy, upholding socially progressive values, and being anti-genocide is the worst thing you can do, right? When that is at odds with their communication, especially when like the people can see what the fuck is going on, but then like all of these institutions that are supposed to be truthful and honest are just like, no, don't believe your lying eyes. Most people look at that and go, yeah, fuck that, dude. I am going to believe my eyes. I'm not going to believe you ever again. And that's precisely what's going on. It's like, it's obvious that that these inconsistencies have gotten so out of control. Okay, not every single person is well equipped, and not every single person is like completely aware of all the stuff that Israel has done, or all of the internal strife that is occurring in Israel, like the pro-rape January 6th that happened, if you remember. Or, the fact that they are banning any sort of like opposition newspapers in the fucking country, even if the newspapers themselves actually have a broad diversity of opinion that ranges from anti-Zionist perspectives all the way to pro-Zionist perspectives like Haaretz, right? Like all of this is just pure, unfettered, unconditional, unrestricted fascism. And as like international organs of justice like the International Criminal Court are taking action against Israel for the clear-cut definitional war crimes that Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant engaged in, everything is falling apart. And what these guys don't understand, what defenders of Israel in the Western world don't understand, is that like you are losing your own clout and your own capabilities of influencing people when you stand in opposition against certain values that you claim you care about. Donna Griff says, you should also start a Righteous Among Nations and honor amazing people like Douglas Murray. Ew. Spencer Gard, I don't know who the fuck this is. Aaron Milan, Elisa Stefanik, Richie Torres, John Fetterman, and scores of others who have had our back and our voice in these dark times. True friends of the Jewish people. Add Brianna Wu onto the list. Yuck. So basically, this is becoming a standard. Is becoming the new standard. It's like I try to keep people from completely writing off mainstream media. I rely on mainstream media. Okay, I rely on it heavily, and I think it's very important. And it's an important instrument for people understanding the truth. You should always be critical. You should always be critical of the narratives that you encounter, but it's still very important that there are real journalists out there that are doing What? Have you covered Hassan Minhaj getting canceled for absolutely no reason? No. I still trust mainstream media to deliver factually accurate reporting, and I will always call out the inconsistencies in their factually accurate reporting when they present themselves, okay, and their biases. But having said that, they are still important. They must exist, okay? While the democratization of media and the online space has been tremendous for voices such as myself that normally never would get any sort of coverage whatsoever. Like, I would not exist if not for the internet. There is no person like myself that would ever be able to speak on or have a prominent speaking position, a prominent role in a mainstream outlet. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be a person who has my opinions are not going to be on CNN, or they're not going to be on MSNBC. They're not going to like have their own show. You know what I mean? They're not going to be able to, it's just like completely outside of the neat little confines of what is permissible speech on mainstream platforms. So yeah, Democracy Now! Is a great example. You think Democracy Now! Is the same as MSNBC? That's what I'm saying. Exactly. But having said that, of course, this democratization of the media has also created a shit ton of little weirdos who are grifters, who, you know, run on false narratives on a regular basis, don't have that same level of interest in focusing on factual reporting. And there's also a lot of that too. There's, you know, that is very frustrating. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a reason why people seemingly live in entirely different planes of existence now. There's also a lot of that too. There's, you know, that is very frustrating. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a reason why people seemingly live in entirely different planes of existence nowadays. There is a healthy amount of falsehood that you can be fed. There's a healthy amount of right-wing propaganda that you can eat up, okay, in the process. Where is the wisecrack video that I guess talks about this in particular? What is this? I spent like 20 minutes trying to find this, so please consider watching. In terms of younger Jews in America, this is something that AIPAC has been aware of for the better part of a decade. Chuck Schumer spoke about it openly at a speech at AIPAC conference in 2017. You don't have to watch the full vid, like 2 minutes, and you get the point. I think more people should see this.
The rest of my address to you. One of the great problems that Israel faces in the future, not immediately, but in the future, but we have to worry about it. I'll be having lunch with the Prime Minister tomorrow.
You're an American. You're an American senator. You're an American Democratic Party senator. Why the fuck do you worry yourself about the future of Israel? Like, I don't. It's so stupid. This is a Chuck Schumer, Senator Chuck Schumer's remarks from the AIPAC policy conference from 2017.
Tomorrow, and I intend to talk to him about this and what we can do about it. The fact of the matter is that too many of our young...
I mean, jokingly, I talk about this, but like, can you imagine any other country? Can you imagine them being like, guys, we need to worry about the way that Americans view Estonia. You don't understand. Americans have a very negative perception of Estonia, and we need to make sure that like they no longer have this negative perception of Estonia. We have to make sure that Americans love Estonia. It's like, what are you saying? I'd be like, what the fuck do you mean, dude? What do you mean? And this is not me being like, I'm not anti-Estonia by any metric, okay? But it would be weird if a senator came out and was saying that. Does that make sense? Like, I use Estonia as an example because it's like a silly one, okay? Disingenuous to compare the two. What? Why? Because, brother, Israel's a U.S. satellite. Of course the senators worry about it. Yeah, I know that. I know that, you silly goose. I'm talking to people who aren't considering it like that, okay? That's my point. You're making my point for me.
Younger generations don't share the devotion to Israel that our generations have.
Like, what do you mean? Like, that's an insane statement, brother. Look at this. Younger generations don't have the same... Dude, let's run it back.
Too many of our younger generations don't share the devotion to Israel that our generations have.
Yeah. This is devastating, guys. Younger generations don't want to ride for Israel as hard, and this is really fucked up.
That's a problem. We have to face it and deal with it. Now, it's certainly not true in AIPAC. We have thousands of students here who go home and spread the word of Israel. Students, stand up. We want to applaud you.
Glaze, meat riding, okay, flag on the play. God damn. I think post October 7th has made a lot of younger Jews realize the cruelty of the Israeli state, and they don't have the pre-embedded reverence for Israel itself that the older generations have, so they are able to separate itself from Judaism. Yeah, that's it. That's at the heart of the matter, okay? That's at the heart of the matter. Do you believe Israel is an apartheid state currently conducting a genocide or not? Do you disagree with every human rights group? Do you disagree with every instrument of international justice? Do you disagree with the damn near entirety of the public at this point in even Western nations? Because, like, the global South doesn't get a lot of play here, but, like, they've always had this position. They understand it. They recognize it. They know what colonialism is because their near history is riddled with, the violence of colonialism and also the current violence of imperialism. But even in the Western world, people who sit in the core of empire, the heart of empire, people are starting to recognize, like, this kind of shit is completely unsustainable. It's untenable, okay? Like, why the fuck are we doing this? And when you lose entire generations in the Western world, despite the, unlimited faucet of propaganda in this direction, you're fucked. Israel has nothing to do with Judaism, okay? It doesn't. It doesn't have anything to do with Judaism. And we will look back at all these people that have presented it as such, as people who tied ISIS to Islam, okay? It is akin to tying ISIS to Islam, saying this is true Islam. This is what Islam is all about. Saying it has nothing to do with Judaism isn't fair. It is completely fair that what do you mean? What are you talking about? It 100% has nothing to do with Judaism. The fuck? Judaism, out of the Abrahamic religions, is the OG one. It's like thousands of years old. What the fuck do you mean? Zionism hasn't even been around and fully fleshed out for like 100+ years. What are you talking about? Israel itself has existed for 76. It was originally concocted by secular Jews that didn't give a fuck about the religion. The religious justifications were simply to bring on board religious Jews who didn't actually care about it at all and actually hated it originally. Ridiculous. It is historically inappropriate. And I'm no Zionist, but isn't true. What? Yeah. There isn't a good enough theological justification. There's actually theological justifications against the existence of Israel currently as it stands. But the idea that, like, the most conservative religious reading specifically says Israel is to be given by the Messiah, not taken by force. That's why Hasidic Jews are largely anti-Zionist. Yeah. Like, I mean, there's plenty who are also very pro-Israel, but I'm just saying, like, even on the theological interpretation, this is this is primarily concocted by Christian Zionists. Christian Zionists have outflanked Jewish Zionists for centuries, okay? It's ridiculous. And not only that, but also, once again, it is primarily pushed for in the United States of America by Christians, okay? That is the one group that has the most motion when it comes to Israel, that funds the most, that offers the most money when it comes to Israel, when it comes to settlements specifically. CUFI, Christians United for Israel, is literally way more fucking powerful as an institution, as a group, as an organization than like any number of different Jewish-led pro-Israeli 501c3s and 501c4s. Okay, does it not shock people at all that, like, the woke version and the anti-Semitic version of, like, Israel is for the Jews and must exist as a Jewish demographic majority ethno state is, and all Jews care about is Israel, is literally the same thing that Nazis and also Jake Tapper say? Like, does that not strike anybody as odd? It just doesn't make any sense. To me, at least. I don't understand. Why are they handshaking? These guys are supposed to hate one another. It's right there. Jake Tapper will go on television and on CNN and be woke about dual loyalty tropes at the behest of, like, defending Israel. And then will, in the same breath, turn around and get mad when Nazis say the dual loyalty shit. Israel's #1 evangelical pastor supporters, like John Hagee, who have been invited to speak at the pro-Israel rally, alongside people like Van Jones and numerous other, Democratic Party congresspersons and shit, have openly stated, televangelist John Hagee has openly stated that, the Holocaust was a good thing because then it led to the creation of Israel. Like, they're straight up, he's a fucking psycho. So how does this actual rabid Nazi sociopath get so much play in the pro-Israeli circles despite his openly anti-Semitic statements? Judaism does have something to do with Israel. Judaism absolutely does not justify Israel's actions and is in fact directly against Judaism's teachings. These statements are both true, I believe. I think it's a really solid propaganda, okay? Especially post-Holocaust. It was like very clearly a super successful mythology to build around some of the aspects of the religion. It's demonstrably successful. It worked very well. There's a real fear that people have. Anyway, holy fuck, I spend all of my days talking about this. I feel like, Jesus Christ, babies are being melted alive, and I'm over here fucking constantly talking about this shit over and over again 1,000 times a day. Sometimes I feel like I'm just, I'm losing my mind a little bit over it. Isn't it like saying America's all about Jesus? Exactly. Israeli Ambassador Erdogan, Christian allies of Israel are Iron Dome of truth for the Jewish state. Yeah. Also, former Israeli Ambassador Gilad Erdan literally went in the midst of in the initial aftermath of October 7th, he went to John Hagee's church and specifically talked about, the Armageddon and shit. You're Jewish. You don't believe in any of that shit. Why the fuck are you talking about that? Because you know that this is a really solid base of support. Okay? It's like when you hear Ben Shapiro talk about abortion. It's like, dog, you're Jewish. What the fuck? What the fuck do you care about abortion? What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Or I mean, Felix makes this joke all the time, but it's about it's like in the same vein as what's his face? Josh Shapiro talking about his faith. Like, this is not this way of communicating is not even remotely similar to the historic ways in which Jewish people have interpreted their faith or communicated their faith at all. It's just like it's completely muddied. The waters have been completely muddied by Christian culture. Anyway, we also got let's do the fucking cases being dropped real quick. We'll do some lib watch here, but all the Trump cases are getting thrown out because he's the God King now. But before we do that, here's Dan Bongino with a self-own.
Why does everybody want to fight me all the time? Do I have a punchable face or something?
On the air with breaking news about President-elect Donald Trump, the Justice Department Special Counsel Jack Smith just filed a motion to dismiss the federal criminal case against the president-elect over his efforts to overturn the 2020 election results. The news comes after NBC News learned the Justice Department had been planning to wind down its federal cases against Mr. Trump. It also comes as NBC News learned that
Lamont Drake apparently donated to the ACP. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. No, he didn't. But Drake is also not a good time to recognize or admit this, but he has been one of the most prominent artists out there that has actually openly been pro-Palestine early on.
Smith and his team plan to resign.
Ultra rare Drake W.
Before Mr. Trump returns to the White House. We want to go straight to our justice and intelligence correspondent, Ken Delaney. And Ken, fill us in here.
Lester, Special Counsel Jack Smith and his team have filed a sparse but historic document here asking Judge Tanya Chutkan to dismiss this case. And the grounds they gave is essentially that the Justice Department has always held historically that a sitting president can't be prosecuted or indicted, and that principle applies here. Let me just read a little bit from what.
Now they won't even let Trump fire them. They're surrendering, and Trump takes a victory lap without suffering a bad news cycle. Yeah. And also, it literally confirms everything Trump has been saying. Like, there has never been a better moment to be a Trump supporter than this moment. Every single thing that he said about, like, these loser, cowardly Dems are coming after me, doing lawfare, you're basically admitting You don't have any interest in preserving the institutions or the rule of law if you're going to be like, well, I guess we can't do anything because you're the president now. That's it. Complete, utter, humiliating defeat for all of these institution defenders, these lovers of institutions. Once again, the damage that this will do, the damage that this will personally do, if the Democrats actually did care about preserving the integrity of these institutions, the damage that this act does to the validity and the legitimacy of those institutions are insurmountable. It's completely, just throw it away. It's like Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski going down the Mar-a-Lago to kiss Trump's ring after 8 years of calling him a fucking fascist. Then you didn't believe it at all. You didn't believe that he was a fascist at all. You were just lying. It's like when Democrats turn around and say, like, yeah, you know what? Immigrants are actually bad. We got to do the border ourselves. After calling Republicans racist for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. Okay, I guess you admit it then. You're just a liar. You don't give a shit. You know? In light of this, what are your opinions on leftists voting third party this year and letting this guy do this damage? I understand why some leftists, but this is a bad precedent for Trump to set. If you think this is the fault of like random people who voted third party, who Kamala Harris lost by such wide margins that like their votes were inconsequential regardless, you are stupid, okay? There is no better way to put it. You are watching Democrats in key positions right now taking a knee and genuflecting to this fucking fascist piece of shit. And you're still like, you know who's at fault here? Random third-party voters, actually, who, if they all voted for the Democrats, would have still not allowed the Democratic Party to fucking win. Okay? What the fuck? You cannot outflank the Democratic Party. You cannot make the assertion that these people are automatically in the tank for the Democratic Party, but are silly and selfish, and that's why they're not voting for the Democrats. This is an idiotic way to campaign, okay? That's not how this works. And what's happening right now is far, far, far more consequential. People need to cut this shit out, okay? Stop. Do you work for the DNC? Do you have pay stubs to show for it? Why are you defending their inadequacy for free on an independent outlet such as myself? Okay, you're coming to a community of leftists to be like, I am going to defend the $700,000 salary winning idiotic analysts and campaign staffers that literally fucking openly consulted the Democratic Party to lose. I'm going to defend them and their integrity. It's like these guys are getting paid six figures. They melted $1 billion. They were $30 million in debt by the end of this fucking campaign, and they lost. It's so dumb. Stop playing. Stop being a mark. Okay, please, I beg of you. Stop being a sucker. Stop being a sucker for those who are in positions of power within the Democratic Party. You are literally doing their bidding. You are refusing to recognize the truth, and you are allowing the Democrats to continue building this narrative that it was actually some random leftist that caused the Democrats to lose again. These people are defending the DNC when Trump has not even gotten into power because they are worried of any transformation of the Democratic Party or growing efforts to leave the party as a whole. I really want to see what Bernie and his organizations are going to do soon. They're planning something. We'll see.
What they wrote. They said that the department and the country have never faced the circumstance here where a federal indictment against a private citizen has been returned by a grand jury and a criminal prosecution is already underway when the defendant is elected president. Confronted with this unprecedented situation, the special counsel's office consulted with the department's Office of Legal Counsel. That's the group inside the DOJ that decides constitutional legal positions. And then they said that after careful consideration, the Justice Department has determined that the OLC's prior opinions concerning the Constitution's prohibition on federal indictment and prosecution of a sitting president apply to this situation, Lester. So, look, this indictment, this involves the three conspiracies Donald Trump is accused of in an effort to cling to power after the 2020 election. And it marked an extraordinary moment in American history. This is the first ever accusation that a sitting president committed crimes in an effort to cling to power. The dismissal also marks an extraordinary moment. 50 years after Richard Nixon was forced by lawmakers from both parties to resign the presidency amid allegations of criminal conduct, half of American voters discounted equally serious charges of criminal misconduct in office against Donald Trump. They returned Mr. Trump to the presidency. And if the lesson of Watergate was that no one was above the law, the lesson of the Trump era is that a majority of Americans have decided that this principle no longer applies. And what I can tell you, Lester, is that we also expect a filing in the other case, which has been dismissed by the judge, that classified documents case against Mr. Trump, which is on appeal. We expect a filing there, although it's not clear exactly what that filing will say, because there are two other defendants in that case. And Jack Smith, the special counsel, is required to file a report to the Attorney General before he leaves office explaining his prosecution decisions.
Wouldn't it be wrong to try and jail and pull to court an upcoming president, though, because it internally weakens the country? Some things are more important than partisan fighting. Brother, you either think Trump is a fucking threat to American democracy and is a fucking die-in-the-wool fascist, or you just lied about it for years. I personally think he is, okay? I think he does spell great trouble for American democracy and the future of America in general, and he is a fucking straightforward ultra-nationalist fascist at this point, okay? Doesn't matter if he's like personally invested in some ideological variant of Nazi ideology. What matters is his output. What matters is what he's doing, okay? He violated the rules regardless. Why the fuck would you cast that aside? Excuse me, we need to make sure that Germany is united. And that's precisely the reason why we should offer Hitler the chancellor position, because ultimately, you know, it's better to have a united Germany. Yeah, see how well that worked. He might be, but he's still the leader. Weakening him weakens the country. Yes, dude, you're a fucking dumbass, okay? Weakening him weakens the country. We need to Sig Heil alongside Donald Trump. Liberals and their endless defense of the status quo is precisely the reason why they will always show their bellies, okay? They will always allow fascism to thrive, okay? That's it. It's the same principle. Never question power. And also, it's the same like vague gesture towards like bipartisanship. You know what I mean? You don't understand. We must obey. We must obey. No matter how fucking far he goes, we have to obey. Okay? Because God forbid America gets weakened. I mean, what are you talking about? Yeah. Good luck. Good luck to you, charitable chinchilla, as Donald Trump sets up utilizing the military to mass deport 20 million people. This is part of the reason why I'm telling you, I have said time and time again that things are different this time around. Things are different.
Nobody.
What is this? Oh, things are different this time around because liberals are not even doing the fucking 2016 hashtag resistance shit. Yeah, no, it's the clip that, what's his face? Hassan Productions posted. The one where he spliced Ethan talking about how much of a radical terrorism supporter I am. It spliced up with me playing the Korean goon dating sim.
With his fucking straight up radical, anti-American, anti-Semitic, fucking pro-China.
Unaware, narcissistic fascist, he probably doesn't understand why he can't dictate everything. Inner GOP faithfuls will try to treat him like a useful idiot to tear down the normal institutions, keep the party entrenched in power.
And Merrick Garland has a policy of making those reports public. So we can expect to see a public report, Lester. But in this case, we don't expect it to go much beyond the volume of material that is already in the public record about both of these criminal cases.
All right, Ken Delaney, and thank you. Let me bring in our senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Laura, what is the chance, putting politics aside, what's the chance of resuming the case 4 years from now?
Very little. You and I both noted as the filing was coming in that it said without prejudice, which means theoretically they could bring it again, but it seems highly unlikely, Lester, even notwithstanding statute of limitations issues, all of the effort and resources that were put into this. They never really got off the ground. They didn't get anywhere close to a jury trial, much less the conclusion and sentencing. They just never got there. But between the delays with the Supreme Court decision on immunity and Trump's own efforts to try to get get the case blocked. I think the real question now is just whether we even see a final report from Smith's office laying out sort of what evidence he would have adduced at trial. He was also required to explain in that report why he didn't bring any charges, if there were anything that he held back. He's supposed to explain.
He had
that.
already developed a roadmap to get around the Supreme Court ruling on immunity.
He had tried, and they did a superseding indictment, so essentially rewriting the indictment to be more in line with that, kept out some of the evidence that the Supreme Court said was off limits. But even still, he was at the beginning stages of that. Trump was likely to appeal even that new indictment. And so it just really never got off the ground. So the facts didn't change. The evidence didn't change. The only thing that changes is his status.
Thanks for watching. Stay up.
To politics now, in the new Trump cabinet, ready for confirmation. The president-elect announced a series of top administration picks just over the weekend, including hedge fund manager Scott Bessent to be Treasury Secretary and Congresswoman Lori Chavez DeRemer as Labor Secretary. Trump needed less than 3 weeks to pick his cabinet, but some of his more controversial picks may have trouble getting approved by the Senate. Nicole Killion is in West Palm Beach for us, covering the transition as she has been for days. Weeks to pick his cabinet, but some of his more controversial picks may have trouble getting approved by the Senate. Nicole Killion is in West Palm Beach for us, covering the transition as she has been for days now. Nicole, good morning.
Hey, good morning to you, Tony. Now that President-elect Trump has made most of his key picks, there are new calls for them to get FBI background checks. But overall, the public is giving him positive marks.
As President-elect Donald Trump put the finishing touches on his cabinet choices this weekend, a new CBS News poll finds 59% of Americans approve of how he's handling the transition.
We're going to have hearings early so we can get his team in place when he takes the oath of office on January 20th.
The poll also shows many of Trump's designees have more support than opposition. That includes some of his more controversial picks, like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. for Health and Human Services, Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence.
There's a major disconnect with reality in this country. I can't. Everything is bad and only slated to get worse. Do you understand? Like, everything is bad and it's only going to get worse. And there is... I feel like there are not enough people that are actively speaking out against how insane things are getting. And only until people are staring down the actual ever-present danger of Trump's fascist, white nativist, anti-immigrant policies and how devastating that is for the lives of millions of Americans, will they turn around and go, oh, man, we fucked up. And at that point, it'll be far too late, okay?
Pete Hegseth for defense, although some voters say they still haven't heard enough.
I'm a yes on Pete Hegseth. I'm a yes on Tulsi Gabbard.
While some GOP senators say they'll vote for the picks, Democrats like Illinois' Tammy Duckworth raise concerns about a sexual assault allegation against Hegseth, which he has denied, and his comments that women shouldn't serve in combat.
He's just flat out wrong. Our military could not go to war without the women who wear this uniform.
She also called Gabbard, who at times has been seen as sympathetic to Russia and Syria, compromised.
She is a true patriot of the United States, and there's no reason why the Democrats are going after her other than the fact they're upset that she left their woke party.
Some lawmakers insist nominees must go through FBI background checks, but the Trump transition has not signed an agreement with the agency to start the vetting process.
If they keep delaying on these background checks, we will have a delay in getting these cabinet officials in.
I don't think the American public cares who does the background checks. What the American public cares about is to see the mandate that they voted in delivered upon.
The Trump transition also hasn't signed an agreement with the White House to get access to office space or help with expenses. A transition spokesperson tells CBS News they continue to constructively engage with the Biden administration.
Okay, Nicole, thank you very much.
We turn now to the latest on President-elect Trump. His team is taking shape as he announces more of his choices for top posts in his new administration. Our senior national correspondent, Terry Moran, is tracking it all. Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, Rebecca. President-elect Trump continues to move at speed to fill out his cabinet for a second term, and this could be the most ideologically diverse cabinet in recent history. A team of Trump loyalists from across the political spectrum. Over the weekend, Trump making some more big nominations. For Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. He is a hedge fund manager and former Democratic Party donor who now advocates for big cuts to the federal budget and much more oil production in the U.S. And for the powerful position of director of the OMB, the Office of Management and Budget. Russell Vought, he held that post in the first Trump administration, and he is also the lead author, one of the lead authors of Project 2025. That's that controversial blueprint for a second Trump administration that Trump distanced himself from during the campaign, but has now put one of the top architects at the very center of power. And for Labor Secretary, Republican Congresswoman from Oregon, Lori Chavez DeRaymer, she is, surprisingly for Republican, very pro-union. Rebecca?
Yeah, you said it, Terry. Very ideologically diverse. And there are also more controversial nominees in the public health posts.
No question about it, Rebecca. There's a real theme here. Trump has named former Florida Congressman Dave Weldon, who is a real vaccine skeptic, to run the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Marty Makary, a surgeon who is a harsh critic of the vaccine mandates during the COVID pandemic. He has been named to run the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, and Dr. Jeanette Neshwat. She's a family doctor and frequent Fox News commentator, to be the next Surgeon General of the United States. Rebecca?
All right, Terry, thank you.
We're in the midst of talking to the senator about his new policy proposals for the incoming Senate. But for now, we're going to move on. I think we've still got Senator Fetterman with us now. I think we're going to move on to him until we get Senator Barrasso's feedback. Democrats are hoping to find new footing in the wake of crushing electoral losses earlier this month. Here's Wall Street Journal columnist Peggy.
I don't think Americans understand the importance of background checks. Yeah, I don't. People don't understand that the fucking background checks are to, make sure that the cabinet appointments are not easy to blackmail or control. That's the real reason why these background checks happen. It's not to tar and feather random people. It's to ensure that these guys are not going to get any sort of foreign interference or anything like that, and they won't be blackmailed. You have to do this kind of due diligence if you do care about, I guess, at least having a competent cabinet. But Trump doesn't care about that at all. But then again, the reality of the matter is, I feel like we're in a new era. We're in a new era where I think it doesn't really matter. I mean, look at Pete Hegseth. Dude's a fucking rapist. And people still are like, nah, that's my rapist, dog. I love him. He should be in charge of the Department of Defense. So I feel like maybe blackmail doesn't work if you're shameless. When there is no, when I guess when the way that society views these people as when they see them as fine individuals, regardless of what they've done, I think maybe blackmail is inconsequential when there's no shame and no accountability whatsoever.
Democrats, very real struggle right now.
They ought to be thinking about the meaning of their party right now. That party had stood, I think, on 3 pillars. One, it was the party of the little guy. The other is that it was the party of anti-war. The other is it was the party of very generous spending. But the Trump...
Old Peggy drunk by Noonan. That's funny.
The Republican Party has taken those issues, at least for now.
So let's bring in Democratic Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. Sir, very excited to talk to you. Thank you for jumping in when Senator Barrasso's feed has gone down on short notice. Noonan there offers the perspective that the Trump GOP has sort of usurped some of the founding cornerstone pillars of the Democratic Party. Do you think she has a point?
Yeah, well, one area where we kind of lost ourselves was the border. And I've been on this network, months ago saying, hey, it can't be controversial for our party to be pro-immigration, but we need a secure border. And when we ask or demand people to not believe what they see and see those kind of numbers, that's not.
It's pretty funny that this is the guy spearheading the right-wing shift of the party. The person that is the most effective communicator of the right-wing shift of the party is a guy who can't communicate at all. Just dumb as fucking bricks. Just a straightforward ogre.
Not a problem. It's like, well,
the party is so cooked.
Then you lose about that 100%. I've tried to describe. You have up to 300,000 people encounters per month. And I put that in perspective with Pennsylvania. I'm like, that's the size of Pittsburgh showing up in 1 month. It's like, what's going to happen for those folks? If we want them, the American dream for those people, how can we possibly deliver that? Where do they go? And we can't pretend that that's not a significant issue, and we got to address that. So another issue.
It's not the new Joe Manchin. I think the party itself is reshaping itself in this attitude. That's what I'm trying to explain.
Issue like that, I don't.
Joe Manchin played the role of a spoiler, but at least the party back then would try to present itself as like somewhat progressive, someone on the side of working class people that cared about the truth with respect to like immigration. Now the party is saying like, no, we're becoming the Joe Manchin party. We're becoming the John Fetterman party. It's really insane to watch happen in real time.
I don't think that's about endless wars. I think there are two very just wars. I think Israel, for example, that's a very just one. And now I've never supported a ceasefire, and that was the right thing. I said I was going to follow Israel. And since they've refused to have that ceasefire, they have eliminated and broken Hamas and Hezbollah. Hezbollah was supposed to be like the ultimate badass in the Middle East, and now they were just a bunch of Keystone cops.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, John Fetterman, not exactly known for having a good functioning brain. Really cool that the brain damage guy is the guy that is communicating the right-wing shift of the Democratic Party. It is pretty funny that he's saying this when, objectively untrue. Israel is at a hard time even bringing Hamas to heel inside of Gaza, which is supposed to be Israel's playground to begin with, an area that I have full sovereignty over, and they still have not been able to take out a militant resistance group. And they certainly have not had such a good time with Hezbollah in Lebanon.
And Iran.
But it's wild to say this in the eve of the like in the immediate aftermath of the ICC coming out and being like, yeah, Benjamin Netanyahu's a war criminal for mass starvation, utilizing starvation as a weapon. And the defense minister, former defense minister Yoav Gallant, is also a war criminal as well. Like, he's just like, yeah, I don't care. Israel good. All of Israel enemies bad. I'm glad they never did a ceasefire. Would Fetterman hit that rare title of left grifter? Brother, what are you talking about? No, of course. Do you feel like he's grifting to the left when he says this? No, it's the exact opposite. It's people that fucking claim that they're leftists that then turn right wing immediately when they get power. Bro's one of the most right wing fucking senators out there in the Democratic Party. He got brain damage and immediately became a omega reactionary.
Has been exposed as just, they really can't fight about anything. So that's been a significant development here. And now also I'd like to point out Israel had blown up their nuclear weapons lab as part of that too. So and with respects for Ukraine was invaded. And for me, it's about standing on the side of democracy. And I was very supportive about that aid. And I don't understand if the other side would now stop delivering that kind of aid. That's a disagreement, but I've been very, very clear supporting Israel.
He ran a pretty progressive Democratic campaign. He ran a progressive campaign and immediately, it's like Richie Torres. He ran a progressive campaign and immediately swapped it. Like, so did Kyrsten Sinema. Didn't run a progressive campaign, but like became increasingly more centrist in the process, increasingly more right wing in the process. It's the endless grift of constantly fucking grifting to the right. If he was a left-wing grifter, he would have, become more left-wing, I guess, despite not believing in it. Like, it's not a real thing. There is no real grifting to the left because there's no money on the left. There are people on the left, so you might present yourself as more progressive if you want to win an election, okay? Having said that, however, there is no money there, so there is no reason to just like actually go further and further to the left once you actually win power. I think his brain damage because he was a progressive Democrat in 2016 when Bernie endorsed him for LT. He was shitting on moderate Dems, very unusual. Yeah, no, I think his situation is genuine. I don't even think he's a grifter. I think he just actively got brain damaged into becoming more conservative. Like that flip, especially for Israel, John Fetterman was always bad on Israel, okay? But not this bad, never this bad. And not only that, but also his wife is an undocumented immigrant, was an undocumented immigrant. He was always pro-immigrant, pro-gay, pro-weed, all this shit. He was definitely, there were times when he actually fucking was in support of banning fracking, even though he's like the fucking Western Pennsylvania ogre that looks like this. He went back and forth on fracking as well. Pro-gay weed, yeah.
Israel and Ukraine.
You have, sir. And while you're on the topic of Israel, your colleagues voted down this Bernie Sanders bill this week to stop supplying weapons to Israel. The new incoming administration is touting their foreign policy national security team as the most pro-Israel in modern history. Wondering if you agree with that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was a pleasure to vote a big no on all those threes with my colleague from Vermont. I don't understand why anybody would bring that to the floor, but hey, if they want to go down, 80, 18, 19, that's up to you. But in terms of the incoming administration, I actually like what I see in terms of being a very, very strong pro-Israel through that, and I fully support that through that too. And when the administration will change, my vote and voice won't change either, and that's going to follow Israel through that. And they have made a magnificent kinds of progress on the process of generating longer-term peace by destroying Hamas, Hezbollah, and just demonstrating that Iran really, doesn't have the kind of capability to deliver any kinds of damage.
You indicated, Senator, this week, at least it seemed to me, correct me if I'm wrong, that you're open to supporting two of Trump's cabinet nominees so far, Marco Rubio for Secretary of State and Dr. Mehmet Oz for the CDC.
Dude, he's so visibly brain damaged. It's so funny. Fetterman literally endorsed a right-wing Z group threatening PA students. No, I'm telling you, dude, I think it is legitimately brain damage. It's not an accident that so many UFC fighters basically become incredibly fucking pro-Trump, incredibly reactionary. I think CTE has a capacity of making you more right-wing, making you more reactionary. And I think his stroke basically fucking bricked what remained of his brain, turned him into a full tilt right-wing guy.
Is there anybody else on his cabinet list that you think you might get behind? And then on the other side, is there anyone on your sort of over my dead body list?
Yeah, well, and again, of course, I'm a fan of my colleague from Florida, and I'm going to enthusiastically vote yes for Senator Rubio. And then, with Dr. Oz, I mean, everybody understands that we ran in the same cycle, and it got kind of ugly. And I don't have any kind of bitterness. And I just expressed I'm open to a dialogue to hear what he has to say about these things. I'm not sure why that's controversial to say, hey, I think I saw a great from Bill Maher. He just said, I'm not going to pre-hate. I'm not going to pre-hate a lot of these things. And I'm not going to pre-hate this. I'm going to have an open conversation.
He said in an interview with Bill Maher that the stroke made him more conservative. Wait, I don't remember that. That's funny. He actually did. Save us. We'll talk about Jon Stewart hitting the Dems a little bit.
For anyone that I'm open to having part of that conversation. And there's some people that I just couldn't be able to vote for that. And there's some that might be able to enthusiastically vote yes. And
can you retract their condemnation of mass deportations? I don't want to keep this guy either. Bro, he's not going to get deported. They're not going to deport ogres. John Fetterman brags that brain damage made him abandon progressives. The Pennsylvania senator sat down with Bill Maher, of all people, to chat about leaving progressives behind. During an appearance on Real Time with Bill Maher, Senator John Fetterman credited his near-fatal stroke with making him a conservative darling, describing it as freeing. There's a line from the first Batman, Joker. He's like, I've already been dead once. It's very liberating, Fetterman told Maher on Friday. That's not reckless. That's just freeing. It's just freeing in a way. And I just think after beating all of that, I just really want to be able to say the things that I have to really believe in and not be afraid of it if there's any kind of blowback. Fall on the October 7th. Progressive got him elected to saber rattle for Israel's brutal attacks in Gaza. His stance has largely been antagonistic, trolling protesters, rallying for a ceasefire by waving an Israeli flag over them, laughing at military veterans getting arrested, protesting for a ceasefire, and castigating the United States for abstaining from ceasefire resolution instead of voting against it. He has described student encampment protests as pup tents for Hamas and spread debunked propaganda denigrating pro-Palestine demonstrations in Philadelphia. Since adopting an aggressively pro-Israel stance, Fetterman has also backed harsher border policies, a curious stance given that he used to point to his wife's undocumented status as a child to tout his progressive bona fides. Bona fides. What? Some ranchers shot them? I just had 2 Mexican family members get shot on a hunting trip in Arizona. This is literally just the beginning. Cops are investigating, but they aren't going to do shit. Wait, what? The fuck? That's insane, dude. Speech therapist here. I work with TBI patients all the time, and their critical reasoning skills significantly decline, and it leads to reactionary sentiment. I mean, not every single person. This doesn't happen to every single stroke victim, okay? But I think that this is definitely one of the instances where it's very clear that, like, this person is, as a direct consequence of the fucking stroke, you know, become more right-wing. Need a counterstroke to turn him back? Nah, it's over. Do we not think it was all the AIPAC money? I think the AIPAC money was the AIPAC money, or the fears that he might have been cast aside before the primary if he was to have such a strong stance against Israel, was maybe some of the reasons why he was primed to be positioned for Israel. Having said that, however, I think that he went full tilt, like, insane, because that doesn't account for, like, why he's right wing on the border. You know what I mean?
My Senator Rubio or Stefanik, or actually there's that fantastic a labor nominee as well too. In fact, a Democratic colleague from the House just texted me and saying, "Hey, I think she's really strong, and I think that's a great candidate." So I think there's good things there, and there's some things that I can't vote for. But
oh, shut the fuck up. New rule: don't ruin Christmas. Oh man, I'm skipping all this shit. Okay. Wait, what is this?
It's painful to
Neil
watch,
deGrasse
but remember,
Tyson is a big pussy. Dude, does Crowder even have?
It would be
like,
unprecedented.
Any motion whatsoever? Weird New Sexuality just dropped 2 days ago. 49,000 views. Oh my god, his channel is fucking destroyed, dude. Look at these numbers. Justin Trudeau finally admits immigration is destroying Canada. 56,000 views. Oh my lord, he's not even reaching 100K. There's one. Jaguar's marketing director needs to be put in prison. 154,000 ads. I mean, 154,000 views. God damn, dude. He's doing worse than Hasanabi fan channels. That's crazy. I can't think of another person that has had such a dramatic fall off after turning down $50 million. Like, what an incredible moment. That's his other channel. No, I know this is his other channel. But his main channel has no motion either. It's a generational fumble, dude. It is so devastating. Here, let's see. Steven Crowder, main channel, 5 million subscriptions. Look at this. 3 weeks ago is the last time he fucking posted on there. 100,000 views. We are the news now. The video is banned on YouTube. The science sketch comedy election docuseries, 30K views. Making the Daily Show, 69,000 views. Let's talk about it. Miranda Device, 31,000 views 4 weeks ago. That's even worse. He is so unimaginably cooked. If you look at his like views back in the day, 6 years ago, there are only two genders. Changed my mind. 46 million views. 9 years ago, Social Justice Warrior Feminist Festival, Crash by Crowder, 31 million views. Undercover SJW Fat Pride Feminist Panel, Crash by Crowder, 25 million views 7 years ago. I'm Pro-Gun, second edition, Changed My Mind, 24 million views 6 years ago. Male Privilege is a Myth, second edition, Changed My Mind, 21 million views. Why Democratic Socialism Doesn't Work, 11 million views 8 years ago. Women's March, Crash by Crowder in Drag, 13 million views. I don't know how to like expand on the metrics. I want to see like what his overall views look like versus now. I think political content in general is falling off. Yes and no. What do you do? Detailed statistics. Total subscribers for Steven Crowder have been falling. I want to expand on it. Pocket watching. I mean, it's not even pocket watching. It's like shocking. I think it's shocking to see someone who was such a massive content creator on the right fall off of a cliff. Ben Shapiro's experienced similar things as well. I think that there is more. I think, honestly, here's the thing. You want to know what I think is going on? I think there's so much right-wing content out there that it's cannibalizing, because a lot of people, I think, would rather view like Manosphere guys and shit. A lot of people would rather view Manosphere guys talk about like all the dumb culture war stuff that these guys also used to talk about than watch like Ben Shapiro's nerdy ass. It's oversaturated. The market is oversaturated. And that's the reason why people, I think, would rather see, they would rather watch Asmongold talk about the finer points of conservative cultural critique, right? That's what it is. The dumbing down of modern games. Ellen tried to make a comeback. It's not going well. Elon Musk wants to buy MSNBC. Jaguar just made a huge mistake. Like, look at that. His Jaguar made a huge mistake, has 753,000 views in one day. Steven Crowder's Jaguar video had 153,000 views. I think Asmongold is Steven Crowder's Jaguar video had 153,000 views. I think Asmongold is infinitely more successful as a right-wing content creator than Steven Crowder. What is this? Interest over time. He peaked. Yeah, when he was doing the fucking, that's the 50 mil moment. But like, you got to look at the past 5 years, let's say, or the past year, maybe like past 2 years is better. Or past 4 years. Let's do. What is this? The old right-wing griftosphere is dying and oversaturated. The slop manosphere is here. Yeah. I think for a lot of people, they would much rather watch someone who's always been doing like right adjacent commentary on specifically cultural issues, and doesn't have like an immediate political focus and doesn't care about like the annoying politics of it all. Like Asmongold does not know the names of like right-wing senators, Republican senators. You know what I mean? He doesn't know. And for him, it's like, this is a much better, him in comparison to like a Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro's too nerdy, cares too much about the ideological project of the Republican Party and not enough about like the silly content slop of like, what media is liberal and therefore gay and bad. You know what I mean? The person I think that bridges that gap of like at least having some knowledge of right-wing policies and doing that, but still doing mostly cultural commentary is like Patrick Bet-David. Yeah, people can now instead just watch their favorite gamers play while spitting Sigma male and raw milk type talking points and sprinkling some right-wing talking points on top. Much better graph. I mean, yeah, of course I'm fucking dominating Steven Crowder. He has no motion. He has no motion whatsoever. Let's put Ben Shapiro on there too. Let's see how that. Ben Shapiro still cooks me. Holy shit. His view counts have diminished as well, though. Asman has some rough takes lately, but I don't think of him as agenda driven like I do Ben and Steve. No, his agenda is not, defending the Republican Party. His agenda is like defending right-wing sentiment more than anything else. But yeah, it doesn't translate to Google Trends. Like his peak, this comes from when he got banned. Okay. This is all stuff like, this is all people Google searching him when they get, when they get like some level of prominence. Like a lot of my peaks also come from the news articles that have been written about me at the same time frame. You know what I mean? Here, like that's why I have these peaks as well. But overall, if you look at, I think Asmongold only defends Asmongold takes. He has the right of center lean, but doesn't seem malicious. No, dude, I don't think these are firmly held convictions that he has. Okay. I think this gives Asmongold a tremendous amount of relevance, and he likes that. He likes that more than anything else. And that's why he fucking, look, when he has 40,000 viewers talking about fucking right-wing shit, and his YouTube channels are popping with like 1 million views a day, he's gonna keep doing it. It's not because he legitimately is like, I am, he's not legitimately invested in the success of the Republican Party or anything like that. It's more simple than that. He gets a lot of views and he likes that. That's it. It's a meta. Okay. That's it. He's meta chasing. And the meta is, being kind of right wing. And it's easy to farm right-wingers. That's it. Reminder, Hassan is the son of a Turkish billionaire. 20,000 likes. This is not true. That's amazing. Just an incredibly factually inaccurate statement, but everyone believes it. That's amazing. The amount of times I've heard that is insane, by the way. Yes, brother or sister, it just doesn't matter. People, we've already established that narrative is more important than the truth. And it's a great narrative to just be like, nah, this is a fucking rich Nepo baby. Asmol doesn't even use the money he makes. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't care about the money as much. He cares about being popular, I think. And that's where it comes from. I don't think he's like personally as invested in the right-wing project or right-wing ideology. He's not like, ooh, let me talk about DEI and woke in games, ruining video games. Like that might actually be one aspect of his commentary that's like kind of real, like genuine. He might be misattributing the enshittification of every industry, including gaming, misattributing what is like classic rich Nepo, second to Sharpio. What? Why does it matter who your dad is anyway? The stuff you talk about doesn't even help you, Lamau. I know, but it's just a falsehood. Anyway, the left is totally off the rails on this, as Representative Nancy Mace, who is a fucking raging transphobe. Did Dennis Prager die? What is this? Nepo Babies Unite? He's in the hospital with pneumonia. Rich person advocating for socialism, clearly lying to enrich themselves somehow. Yeah. It's just weird because, like, there's so much more money to be made grifting to the right, and yet I'm just the one dumbass who's grifting to the left, I guess. These people have no fucking firmly held convictions. They have no knowledge. They have no interest in the truth. It doesn't fucking matter. Who gives a shit? Let's move on. Anyway, there is I'm going to skip some of this reactionary slop, I think. Shocking footage shows unaccompanied toddler saying she came to the U.S. alone. The left is totally off the rails. Squad member furious over anti-DEI push. This kind of commentary is just dominating the airwaves too. Well, now the ACP people have proof that Drake donated to them. Wait, did Drake donate to like a cake streamer? Did you see Philion made a video on you? I remember that you were friends. Wait, he did? What is the video he made on me? Wait, did he also make like a Hassan is anti-Semitic video? That would be crazy. Nah, he didn't. What are you talking about? That would be shocking to me. On his live channel? Wait, what? He made a video called Marxism is a Joke? Really? What? This is 11,000. This has 11,000 views. Beta male Hassan versus Alpha Chat Philion. I like Philion. I don't know why he's like doing this. I'm kind of shocked that he did this. I still like him, but I mean, who cares? I'm not going to go through this, but he made a socialism bad video. Not much commentary in it other than disagreeing with you here and there. Yeah, shocking. But it is what it is, you know? Maybe maybe we are in disagreement. Why is he watching like a 3-year-old vid? I don't know. Let me guess, you're going to text him like everyone else? Yeah, totally. I like that. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. And then he's going to apologize for it because I'm going to secretly text him because I have compromat over the minds of every single YouTuber. Hassan Anam, baby. Yeah, I'm making the boss call. Dude, when will you recognize that you are literally the same as like QAnon supporters if you genuinely think I have this like grip over the entirety of YouTube, the entirety of Twitch, all of these fucking social media platforms, especially when like socialism is bad with Hassan thumbnails, very past meta too, like it's giving 2021. I know. Yeah, Hassan controls the media. Anyway, let's see. Meanwhile, what's happening actually at universities, how universities crack down on pro-Palestinian activism, stricter rules and punishments over campus protests seem to be working. Universities have seen just under 950 protest events this semester compared to 3,000 in the spring. But we love free speech, man. We love it. Just kidding. We don't love it, actually. We'll fucking kill you.
Orthodox priest, Father Maximos, teaches a class on chaos and civilization, and a tech entrepreneur.
You're trying to play the Steve Jobs role here, right?
There are no on-campus science labs, but founders chose Austin for its booming startup culture, linking students with companies like Elon Musk's Neuralink.
How do you take this cutting-edge research.
and helping the kids sharpen their tech skills and even fund their own ideas.
We have both a nonprofit and a startup side.
To stem the scandalously high cost of higher education, the UATX campus is bare bones.
How many potatoes do we eat? All of them, Pat, or just some?
No dorms, the students live in apartments next to UT undergrads, and no meal plan. Cook for yourselves, kids. The closest thing we found to a college rager, students learning the Texas two-step.
When the guys next door are playing beer pong and you're reading Aristotle and working with lasers.
Playing chess.
Any envy?
Now, that's not to say that we're all prudes and we just spend our all day reading Aristotle. We have fun.
Yeah.
As for admissions, UATX swaps DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, for what some call MEI, merit, excellence, and intelligence.
Gender, race, ethnicity, what is the factor of that in your admissions decisions?
We don't take any of that into consideration in admissions. The primary...
There's something so funny about being like, we don't care about DEI. And then I am noticing how diverse the group of individuals you presented at the 60 Minutes interview that you're conducting with the students. I am noticing that a big part of what they're talking about is the diversity of opinion represented at this unaccredited institution that you are presenting as a real college. Interesting.
The thing that we're interested in is the mind.
Meaning what?
The kind of capacity to think deeply, to answer questions, to challenge norms.
I got to tell you, we did not see a particularly diverse student body.
We are putting resources into finding talent of an intellectual variety. And if you're interested in diversity, I recommend you look at the social backgrounds of our students, at the family circumstances of our students.
High-profile UATX donors include Trump-backing billionaire Bill Ackman, a Harvard grad who vocally criticized his school.
Once again, the student body might not be diverse, but the people that they chose for the piece did look much more diverse than, I guess, the actual student body.
After October 7th, and Harlan Crow, close friend of conservative Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Critics attack UATX as a right-wing university simply wearing the cloak of free speech.
UATX has been called the anti-woke university. Harvard is a liberal university. UATX is going to be a conservative university.
Politics should be studied at a university. It shouldn't be the operating system of university. Any university that is identifiably political is not fulfilling its highest mission.
Pushback might be, are you going to be too dependent to donors? We've seen on other campuses what happens when the donor class gets dissatisfied. Are you worried about that?
If donors are ever pushing us in a way that is not aligned with our mission in that, somebody's going to call us out on it.
And the backers aren't solely from the right. A liberal, legal scholar Nadine Strawson was president of the ACLU for nearly 20 years. She is now a UATX advisor.
The most important topics of public policy debate are not being candidly and frankly discussed on campus, including...
Let me guess. There's at least one, if not multiple, key conservative opinions that she has, and that's why she's doing the why I left the left-ass attitude here. This is how it always works.
Abortion, immigration, police practices, anything to do with race and gender.
Provided it comes with no serious harm, Strawson argues all speech should be allowed.
You think censorship leads to worse outcomes than allowing even the most objectively hateful speech?
My concern is to try to eliminate the underlying discriminatory attitudes. You don't do that by punishing expression. You do that through education, through more speech, not less.
Free-range free speech resonated. When UATX announced its founding, thousands sent in job inquiries. Some of UATX's academics were disciplined, canceled, they may say, at their previous schools.
Some of the advisors and faculty came here under some clouds of controversy.
I mean, that's not what we're seeking. I mean, we're not, shelter for...
Haven for the canceled.
Haven for people who've canceled. But many of the people who are pushing boundaries in academic culture, let's say in the public sphere, have paid a price for that and still should be heard.
UATX's national accreditation won't be decided until the first class has graduated, a standard for new universities. Meanwhile, applications are open for the second class. Tuition still free, so is the speech.
Pat Levin is 95 years young, fit and feisty.
Trying to keep up with you, Pat.
She's off to the races.
A lifelong Democrat, scared and stunned, Donald Trump will be president in her twilight.
I want to fight, I think. I don't want to fight, but I think I have to, because I think there's no such thing as staying neutral. I think once you stay neutral, it's the oppressor who wins, and the oppressed who suffer.
You used the term oppressor. I assume when Richard Nixon won or Ronald Reagan won or either the George Bushes won, even though you're a Democrat, I'm guessing you didn't use that term.
Never, never.
What does that tell you about how you feel and what you see?
Well, I see a man who is not, or a regime now, who is not paying much attention to our history and to our norms, the democratic.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that she's inconsistent. It seems like grandma's base, but for the wrong reasons, you know what I mean? I mean, she's 100 years old. I'm not going to dunk on grandma over here, who has at least demonstrated more moral backbone than like 90% of liberal media.
Norms that we have always lived by.
Pull the bar back in.
Republican friends tell Levin to relax, that Trump will fix the border and juice the economy, that all will be fine. FDR was president when Levin got her first taste of politics. She's seen a lot. Trust her instincts.
His willingness to go around the intent of our Constitution and the democracy that we live in scares me. His people that he's nominating now, they scare me. Is Elon Musk the shadow president, or is Vance really the vice president? Isn't that scary to have to ask that question? Have we ever had to ask that before?
Levin sees mass deportations as mean and harmful to the economy. Sees
That's kind of crazy that she like literally saw the Bracero program. She saw internment camps for Japanese people. Like, I mean, look, it's cool. Like, it's cool that she has this opinion, but it's low key like she kind of has seen it, you know, personally. She has a real personal experience. That's the last New Deal Democrat right there, dude.
Trump rewarding men accused of sexual misconduct. Sees women's rights in retreat. Sees her American dream, the idea you leave things better than you found them, at severe risk.
That's why I'm afraid. I'm not so afraid for me. I'm not going to be around probably to experience it. But I'm afraid for those I love, for those I don't love, those I know, those I don't know. It's all those people coming after me who might have to live under this.
This is Northampton County, Pennsylvania, a place that picks presidents.
Respect to her, by the way. I mean, respect to her. Actually, old people oftentimes demonstrate some of the worst selfish behavior, selfish tendencies I've ever seen when talking about the future prospects of this country. They vote without a care or consideration for the generation that comes after them. This grandma, on the other hand, very clearly does care, and she's right. And I respect her for not being like a regular old boomer.
The county is now back the winner in 5 straight presidential elections, and in all but 3 over the past 100 years. Northampton's rural stretches are ruby red Trump country. Democratic hopes rest on the county's 2 urban anchors, Bethlehem and Easton.
Good deal of it goes to our food pantry.
Lifelong Easton resident Marvin Boyer is still shocked at the size of Trump's win, but not shocked he won.
There's any number of reasons why it went the way it did. The economy being one. I believe racism played a role in it, misogyny.
Plus, more black men voted for Trump this time.
Why would you vote for an individual who I think is a racist, who is a misogynist, who is with the January 6th situation? Why would you vote for a guy like that? Because he tells it like it is, and that resonates with me. It's one of the things that I hear from black men who support Trump, you know? Can't have Thanksgiving without the turkey.
Boyer is a lifelong civil rights and community activist. These Thanksgiving meal bags filled in a room dedicated to his mother.
There's a hero, that's the one.
The Easton Community Garden, another way to lend a hand. Helping others helps Boyer channel his disappointment, and he urges angry Democrats to do the same.
Because I often run into people who complain a lot, you know, and I'm a doer. And I say, be the change that you want to see in the community. Get involved in a local organization. Be more of an activist.
You're not going to believe this, ladies. Look at the jokers.
Darrell Ann Murphy is already doing.
My freaking goats, dude. These guys are amazing. Shit. They're right.
Just that.
Friends of mine have started groups. We're calling it the Quiet
Every time, without fail, that I open the stream, this dude is eating, brother or sister or MB. I eat at the same time every day. You are telling on yourself that you follow a strict schedule, just like myself.
Resistance. I feel like I'm standing on the edge of a cliff and like everything's kind of falling down around me. It's falling down. What happened to the foundation? What happened? Will America fall down? I never had thought this. I never thought this. This is just a huge shock to seniors, John. Huge. Okay, now we're going to rack them and see what we got.
Murphy teaches the Chinese tile game Mahjong, our third time at the table over the past year. Third time Murphy and Catherine Long have sparred with Pam Aida.
I don't have to have dinner with Donald Trump. I don't care what he does. Just keep me safe, keep my grandkids safe, and have money in our pockets. That's all.
I'm scared to death of what he's going to do. And some of that comes from what's happening with his cabinet choices.
I think we have to just knock it off. He's president for 4 years. We'll have another election.
We hope.
And then,
I have fears that he won't leave.
Oh, come on. That's
I'm
ridiculous.
not kidding. I have fears that he won't leave.
A debate for the next 4 years.
If we're still here on this earth.
Yes, we might not even be here, John. Do you ever think of that?
I'm not going to allow myself to think about that. Back to the game. Won on this day
Mahjong.
by the Trump supporter. John King, CNN, Palmer Township.
Why did they invite her? Brother, they probably fucking have known each other for like 60 years. Who gives a fuck at that point? Do you guys not have any friends that you have been friends with for like more than 10 years? I mean, maybe some of you are too young for that, but like I have people that I've known that I love that I've been very close friends with for, more than a decade. Sometimes their opinion evolves over time. Yeah. I cut them out of my life because they turn out to be assholes of the political shift. It's not good to abandon people that have different opinions than you in general, no matter how fucking wrong, egregious, or even violent those opinions may be. Hold on. Doors open. Especially because, like, your goal should always be to take on emotional labor and try to fucking change their minds anyway. Bad take, to be honest. Yeah, I know. Well, I'll do it. Everybody says, law, fuck that. But, law, then why did you cut off Ethan? That's so good. You think I cut off Ethan? Are you out of your fucking mind? No, I didn't cut off Ethan. And I even said, as far as like last week, that I'd be down to have a moderated conversation as long as it was like a normal person moderating it, like Sam Cedar or some shit, who is obviously has his own personal perspective, but he's a person that both Ethan and myself respect. This doesn't mean that you should always be you should have endless amounts of charity, including to fucking Nazis and shit. But the goal is to try and prevent people from getting to that point. And also, a lot of people are thinking about like a moment in their past where like someone has actually gone beyond, like above and beyond. Okay, and obviously it's situational, is different. I'm not saying if you have like a pro pedophilia person in your life and they're like constantly trying to fucking defend that position or some shit, that you should still be friends with that person. Like, that's not what I'm saying at all. Do you agree that some people can't be changed? I think everyone can be changed, but it takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. And I understand that not everyone has the bandwidth to be able to do that. So I have endless amounts of grace for people that can do that. But if they can't do that, if they end up being unable to do that, that makes sense too. But you should try. You should always give a wholehearted effort, earnest effort.
Heading to the Middle East, where Israel and Hezbollah are trading heavy rocket and missile fire. Israel says hundreds of Hezbollah rockets targeted northern Israel yesterday, causing some injuries there. This morning, the Israeli military launched new air attacks on Lebanon's capital, Beirut. Deborah Patta has more on the violence.
An exchange of fire that is escalating. This residential building, one of many taken down over the weekend. as Israel launched one of its deadliest strikes on central Beirut, killing more than 80 people, said the Lebanese Health Ministry. Israel's Defense Force said it was targeting Hezbollah strongholds embedded in the civilian population. But this is not targeting, said Lebanese resident Abir Dawich. They attacked peaceful people in their homes. Israel also felt Hezbollah's wrath yesterday. This is the moment a rocket smashed into the roof of a building in northern Israel. The Iran-backed group fired a heavy barrage of rockets from Lebanon. Israel says around 250, most of which were intercepted. The renewed intensity of the war between Israel and Hezbollah comes despite American officials saying a ceasefire between the two sides could be imminent. For CBS Mornings, I'm Deborah Patter in East Jerusalem.
Funny how nobody questions why all the buildings being brought down and this footage is being done in Lebanon. Yeah. Ethan is about to have interview Loner Box on his podcast saying, I want to offer alternatives to Hassan. He's a super smart guy who's very knowledgeable. I mean, good. Great. Yeah. My man said, I hate Hassan. It's time for Temu Hassan. Let's have a guy who at least is like somewhat critical of Israel, but still ultimately believes in many of the things that Israel is doing as like kind of righteous. But hey, he's like he's critical of the Benjamin Netanyahu administration, you know? So this is the right kind of opinion to have in terms of being pro-Palestine. And the wrong kind of people are the people like Hassan who are just too radical and irrational. They're actually harming the cause. Yeah, this is just a way for Ethan to channel Destiny without actually openly platforming him because he's so scared. Just put Destiny on, little bro. Just put him on. You know, that's it. He's just so terrified because of one, the metric ton of horseshit that Destiny has said about him, and two, he's worried that like the remainder of his audience is going to be like, oh man, yeah, what the fuck? This is a bridge too far for me. Don't worry, you've already massaged the narrative enough that your subreddit is like completely fucking captive, completely captured by the Brigaders. It's turned into a fucking snark subreddit for me, just like r/Destiny is, you know? Yeah, Mr. The IDF doesn't target children. It's cool, man. It is what it is. We'll talk about how devastating it is that I am a terrorist supporter and how I've turned a blind eye to anti-Semitism, blah, blah, blah. If you think the anti-Semite of the year is so wrong, why do you share about it so much that you even give it to the title? Don't you think it's giving them recognition they look for attacking you? What? I think it's a title that has no real motion, but I'm still going to maintain my principles and ensure that people understand where I'm coming from and talk about the damaging impact that organizations like Stop Anti-Semitism, this is not even a real organization, it's just like one lady, are doing to the discourse surrounding anti-Semitism, like consistently packaging actual anti-Semites with people who actually are actively combating anti-Semitism like myself. What am I supposed to do? Let them call me a fucking anti-Semite? What, are you stupid?
After a conflict that escalated dramatically over the past 2 months, there are now fresh hopes for a ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. A source says that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has approved the emerging deal in principle and that the Israeli cabinet is going to be voting on the agreement on Tuesday. This happening as the death toll climbs in Lebanon. Lebanese officials say that dozens were killed in Israeli strikes in Beirut and beyond over the weekend. Lebanon's health ministry says that Israeli strikes have killed more than 3,000 people since mid-September. The IDF says it struck a dozen Hezbollah command centers in Beirut Sunday night. Hezbollah fired some 250 projectiles from Lebanon on Sunday. Some were intercepted by Israel's air defenses. Let's bring in Nick Robertson joining us live now from Jerusalem. So Nick, just talk us through what more we know about this potential ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah, including the 60-day transition period and also the fact that the Israeli military would be required to withdraw from southern Lebanon. Take us through that.
Yeah, and I think the indications are not just coming from here in Israel, that this cabinet meeting that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu held last night with his members of cabinet and his senior security officials gave rise to this decision to have another cabinet meeting and to move in the direction with some reservations but about the ceasefire. But also we've been hearing that from in the region as well, from outside of Israel, that they feel that a deal is getting close. There's been a significant uptick in the military escalation on both sides. On Sunday, for example, 250 Hezbollah rockets and missiles fired into Israel. That's a huge number. And again, on the Israeli side, a huge number of IDF strikes going into Lebanon at Hezbollah targets. That's symptomatic if we compare it to back in 2006 when there was a similar ceasefire deal was struck back then between Hezbollah and the Israeli government. There was an uptick in violence and exchanges of fire just before the ceasefire. So, you know, some of the atmospherics around this look right. The Prime Minister is indicating the country is moving in that direction.
Do you think the ceasefire deal is happening because they're suffering heavy loss on the ground in southern Lebanon? Yes. It's the most consistent experience with Israeli incursion. They only stand down when they're forced to stand down.
Reservations. I think one of the principal reservations we've heard about is the fact that the Israelis want to be able to strike Hezbollah immediately if they violate the ceasefire during that 60-day period. The foreign minister today laid out equal terms. Hezbollah pulling back 30 miles north of the border, north of the Litani River. That's back to an old UN-agreed position that Hezbollah hadn't stuck to. They want as well, the foreign minister was saying, for Hezbollah not to be allowed to rebuild and rearm itself going forward. That seems to be a big ask in a sovereign country. But that's one of the things they're saying. But I think that perhaps the sharpest thorn in the side of the Israeli Prime Minister at the moment is his hard-right members of his cabinet. Itamar Ben-Gvir, the National Security Minister, today said he told the Prime Minister that absolutely not, that he should not stop fighting Hezbollah, that they were weakened and that this was the moment to crush them. And he said, you know, continue, continue, continue. Those were his words, he said to the Prime Minister. So it seems to be where the direction he may vote in tomorrow. Obviously, the Prime Minister has time to discuss this with all the different parties in his coalition before then. But it does appear that what we're hearing from the Prime Minister's office is that they feel reasonably confident that this will go through.
Yeah, because of course, as we touched on, any ceasefire agreement would have to be approved by the Israeli cabinet. As you point out, they are set to convene tomorrow, Tuesday. So, Nick, I also understand that you've been speaking to Palestinians in the West Bank and talking to them really about what a Trump presidency would mean for the potential rise of Israeli settlers in the area. Just take us through that.
Yeah, one of the big concerns is that President Trump's pick for ambassador is Mike Huckabee, a former Arkansas governor, an evangelical Christian who takes the same view as settlers here, that he's also said it, that he doesn't believe there are Palestinians, that he thinks that Israel has the right to the West Bank. It's the occupied West Bank. International law says this is land that Israel is occupying. But the settlers in this country believe the same thing as Huckabee.
Illegally. Occupying illegally, in direct violation of international law. Yeah, he almost said Palestinian land and he stopped himself. Kind of crazy at this point. The only difference between Netanyahu and his political opposition is just which civilians they'd like to target, Palestinians and the Lebanese. Yeah, like Benjamin Netanyahu's opposition is demanding that he hit Lebanon harder. That's the American-backed guy in the corner there, the general. Is it wrong if I think that occupying is enough for me? I understand your point. Is it because who's saying it? No, it's deliberate. You have to mention that it's an illegal occupation. It's cool that the supposedly more tolerant, more moderate voice, as we've talked about before, like the moderate generals are sometimes even more bloodthirsty than the actual Likudniks. Okay? Obviously, the worst of the worst are always going to be people to the right of the Likudniks, the Itamar Ben-Gvirs.
Zionism.
Oh, here's Matt Lieb, Daniel Monte, Elik and Alon talking about liberal Zionism. You know, let's hear what liberal Zionism, what they have to say about. These are anti-Zionist Jews. Let's see what they have to say about liberal Zionism.
Is basically, you get to have a little bit of genocidal right-wing Zionism, but as a treat. You know, only when you're like feeling bad. You know, it's like mostly you consider yourself like on a diet from fascism, but then occasionally you have a cheat day.
By the way, the same principle we saw in America. This is not like a Jewish thing at all, okay? This is a fascist thing. This is a liberal attitude. It's universal almost. Every single person that was angry at like black and brown people or Muslims for not voting for Kamala Harris, that immediately turned around after the election results and said, like, I'm going to call ICE on my Latino neighbors, like undocumented family members. Like, they are exhibiting the exact same tendency that they are identifying here in Israeli society and amongst liberal Zionism. It is when you don't have any issues whatsoever with the actual fascist policies, but you simply want your side to win, and you also want to maintain a moral superiority over the dumb reactionaries. It is straight up the same exact principle that we saw with Democrats that said that they were going to call ICE on their fucking Latino neighbors that voted for Trump and on their immediate family members. That is the same principle behind like liberal Zionism. It's like, oh, Benjamin Netanyahu's in the wrong. We don't like him, but also simultaneously, you know, we don't really mind what he's doing right now in Gaza all that much.
Just one ethnic cleansing.
Yeah. Just one. Just a little bit of genocide before.
If you don't eat your meir, you can't have any kahana.
Liberal Zionism is basically.
I can't tell how many times I've said the things you're saying for years to family, and it's only now hitting. There's so much work to do. It's nasty. It's all good. I mean, as long as it's hitting, then that's a good thing. It's people who present some semblance of opposition to the genocidal party without coming to the recognition that it is a genocide, without openly admitting that it is an apartheid. Or even if they do sometimes recognize that it is an apartheid, they'll still hold back from what must be done, or rather turn around and say, but everyone opposing this apartheid, this genocide, are actually also in the wrong as well for a minutia or for all these different reasons. Just something to consider, a plethora, not minutia, but for marginal differences. What is this? Israel not holding back on the Nazi messaging? Yeah. Smotrich, it's possible to conquer Gaza and reduce the population by half within 2 years. Nice. Israeli Minister of Finance and de facto governor of West Bank. I think it's good to understand this and compare it to the Democratic Party, by the way, in the United States of America, because, like, a lot of you experienced this. A lot of you saw this. Apparently, the phrasing is a bit different. Thanks, Israel Hayom, for doing a shitty job like always. It is possible to create a situation where Gaza's population in 2 years will be less than half its current size through voluntary emigration. The moderates that care more about the aesthetics of civility will always cave and capitulate to the fascists. Fascists do not care about that. They will use it to their advantage, and they'll break the systems. Okay? Apartheid is bad, and if the roles were reversed, it would still be wrong, and those in power would cynically say you're being Islamophobic or anti-Christian, has no basis on who's doing the bad things, and only based on the bad things being done, and against those who wish to do it. Yeah. Did you hear the unhinged take for canceling Ana de Armas for dating the president of Cuba's son? Yes, I did. Do you dislike the Democrats and liberals more than Republicans and conservatives? No, of course not. Are you hoping to educate liberals to your side? Yes. I'm hoping to educate anyone that is willing to listen, to understand my position.
And there is a strong right-wing group within the Israeli cabinet that also believe that and want to annex the whole of the West Bank. And this is what the new potential ambassador is going to walk into here.
There is no such thing as a West Bank. It's Judea and Samaria.
Mike Huckabee, an at times controversial visitor to Israel, looks set to return as President-elect Donald Trump's pick to be ambassador. If he does, he'll have plenty of friends. Yeshai Fleischer, an activist and settler, has met with Huckabee many times.
He happens to be a great friend of Israel, and of the kind of Israel that I represent, that lives in its ancestral heartland, which is Judea and Samaria, what on CNN may be called the West Bank.
Even the occupied West Bank.
Right, even occupied West Bank, but we don't see it that way.
But the history of the West Bank is complex and deeply disputed. Under international law, Israel is deemed to be occupying the land. Huckabee will be arriving when settler violence against Palestinians is significantly up over Trump's last administration. And the Israeli government's claim to the land is at its most politically charged in years. Powerful right-wing nationalists in the government want to annex the entire occupation.
Yeah, notice how the CNN anchor is not saying that it is an illegal occupation and like will avoid using that language specifically. What he says, the international community says it's
occupying the land.
Says Israel's occupying the land.
Right, but we don't see it that way.
But the history of the West Bank is complex and deeply disputed.
It's not. It's not complex at all. Saying this is complex is just basically lying. There's nothing complex about it.
International law, Israel is deemed to be occupying the land. Huckabee will be arriving when settler violence against Palestinians is significantly up over Trump's.
Do you understand? Do you see what I'm saying? When I say words have meaning and the passive language that is being utilized here is not even being utilized, it's being weaponized here and is a great disservice to the truth.
Last administration. And the Israeli government's claim to the land is at its most politically charged in years. Powerful right-wing nationalists in the government want to annex the entire occupied West Bank. So too does Fleischer.
We're still fighting a war of liberation for that piece of land.
And is Huckabee going to be helpful in that liberation?
I think he will be.
50 miles north, on the fringes of the West Bank Palestinian village Badala, Israeli diggers are gouging out a new barrier through the middle of Palestinian farms on land they say is a security risk. The Israeli government is in the...
Like, that's insane, dude. You are framing it as though you're framing it with like their justifications without talking about the entirety of the international community's perspective on this, without actually factoring in, you know, real laws surrounding this sort of thing and how unjustifiable, how immoral, or how illegal it is. It's like one of those perfect triple Monty style situations where it's an act that is both immoral and also unjustifiable and illegal. Okay? You rarely ever get the trifecta. And yet, when you fucking hear from the mainstream media on an act such as this one, like so openly cruel and such a clear-cut demonstration of international rules, they literally are just like, well, Israel says it's at the behest of their security operations.
Process of taking more land, the head of the council tells me, claiming no security threats here. What the media is talking about with Huckabee is already happening, he says. These actions are part of Israel's systematic policies to occupy and annex all of this land. Their goal is to drive us out of this area. He shows me documents he says prove Palestinian families have owned this land for more than a century.
This is the other side of the equation, which is holy moly, I'm getting botted into oblivion right now. Look. Oh, it stopped. This just happened. I just got mass botted, dude. Look. Anyway, what's the point of botting? I don't know. I don't understand why this piece appears to be critical of Israel on the surface, but is simultaneously sanitizing it. I'm going to tell you another thing that like defenders of America's foreign allies engage in, that is yet another way that you can do propaganda without like openly admitting that you're doing propaganda, openly showing that you're doing propaganda without showing your hand. Americans, just like everybody else, trust institutions, right? They trust nation states. So even if a nation state is ultimately lying all the fucking time, like Israel, there is still going to be a lot of unearned trust that the average person places upon a foreign ally and state statements rather than a non-state actor. Even though the non-state actor in this story, the random Palestinian like village leader or whatever, is absolutely correct. So if you match up what he's saying with what the Israeli government is claiming in terms of security interests, most people's takeaway from that is going to be, well, I kind of trust the state. Like, I would rather trust the state than this like scary brown guy whose language I don't understand, who I've been primed into thinking is a terrorist anyway. That's just how this works. So under the auspices of impartiality, you end up providing cover for the party that is engaging in a metric ton of oppression and the party that is actively harming others, actively violating international human rights.
As we talk, Israeli troops show up to serve an eviction notice on the farmer below. He's been told his buildings are unlicensed. What he's saying is
they're providing cover for this.
Is the official document informing him that he has to be off this land by 9 a.m. on the 4th of December. Otherwise, all of this, he loses it. Khalid is 60 years old, heartbroken. I don't know how to describe my feelings to you, he says. This is my livelihood. My children rely on it. Then someone comes along and takes it away. You can't argue with them. We have no power. They have the power. In the villages around here, they call this silent annexation. Little by little, the Palestinians losing their land to Israeli settlement expansion.
If Israel unilaterally annexes large parts, large swaths of the West Bank, this is not going to fly well in the Arab world.
Pincus is a former Israeli diplomat, believes Huckabee's settler friends could harm Trump's bigger objectives, Saudi-Israel normalization.
He's going to be pressured by the Saudis, the Qataris, and the Emiratis to strike a bigger deal. He's going to want to build on the Abraham Accords.
Saudi Arabia very...
I think that one of the unintentional consequences of like permanent annexation of the West Bank and the Bantustan structure that will be implemented in both the West Bank and Gaza is that there's not a single person at that point that will ever claim that there's a two-state solution, basically. And battle lines will harden on this front. And more people will start seeing it the way I've been seeing it for quite some time, which is that Israel already runs a singular sovereign state in the region. It just happens to be an apartheid state. They are Bantustans right now, but there's some semblance of like personal governance there. Permanent annexation of West Bank being codified and being made permanent by the Trump administration would basically be the final step in this process, the final solution. But there's just no way out of this other than permanent ethnic cleansing, like ethnic displacement or permanent ethnic cleansing in general of the Palestinian population, the entirety of the indigenous population. Dude, please stop sending me the indigenous economics. Like Rachel, again, please. I know you literally constantly ask me about this indigenous Harvard economist over and over again. I'm not going to sit here and watch a 32-minute video with 400 views from a lecture about the meaning and relevance of indigenous economic theory. Oh my God, Rachel, please stop. Jesus Christ, you've been at this for weeks now. Stop. Not again, Rachel. Okay? No. It's all good. Just don't apologize. But the last time I said no to this, you just kept repeating it. Okay? If you spam something over and over again and I see it and I don't respond to it, just know that, like, you know, I'm probably not gonna watch it. It's probably not. It's all good. It's all good. You don't have to apologize that much. Now I feel bad. I'm sorry.
Soon. The price of which Trump's biggest regional friend, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, says is a Palestinian state.
Maybe there is an opportunity with Saudi Arabia for us, and that is why we're closely coordinating with Saudi Arabia.
The Palestinian Authority's former prime minister believes it's Trump's friends who'll triumph in influencing the Israeli government, not Huckabee's.
This man is not the one who will be dictating the shots. He's a player. He's an important player, but he is not the player.
Influencing the Israeli government, not Huckabee's.
This man is not the one who will be dictating the shots. He's a player. He's an important player. But he is not the player. He's not the president.
By the time Huckabee arrives, more land, like Farmer Halled's, will have been seized.
You haven't spoken much on Huckabee yet? No, when the first initial pick came out, I did, but there's no reason to cover him any further than I have already. He's a fucking rabid evangelical Zionist. He is an ultra, okay?
What will the future hold, he says. It's a question everyone here is asking.
It's kind of fucked up how the people who pay you money could just be ignored, but instead of doing that, you single them out to be a dick for no reason. It's because I'm constantly looking at chat, and I'm constantly looking at chat for feedback, constantly offering feedback to chat. It is a very important part of this broadcast that, you know, people have the capacity to chat. So when someone is like, dude, this person themselves like apologized for spamming, and you're still defending it, and I apologize for being aggressive, okay? When someone is like, when someone is spamming the same link over and over again, like, I think it's more valid for me to say, look, I'm going to treat you like a human being. Please stop sending this link. I'm not going to look at it, okay? And even then, I still feel as though I was a little overboard, especially with Rachel's reaction, that I immediately apologized for my reaction. Now you are trying to fucking derail the broadcast to talk about your own personal grievances. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get it. Anyway, calm down, Spider Teats. Subscribing to me does not make me treat you any differently, okay? I treat every chatter equally. That's it. What is this expectation that you're going to be above those who don't have the financial circumstances to be able to fucking subscribe just because you're giving me $5 a month? I'm new. It's on me. It's not Hasanabi's fault. I'm super new. No, it's all good. Rachel is fine. Not gonna lie, you made us sit through 2 hours of Asmongold's Hitlerite ramblings, and then suddenly 30 minutes of an economics video is too much. Yes, because once again, I'm the streamer and you are the chatter. You don't know what content is. If you did, you wouldn't be in the chat chatting. You would be streaming and having your own community yell at you for directing the stream in whichever ways you wish you want to direct it. Okay? And now we're doing one of the stupidest things of all time, which is arguing with chatters on something that is so fucking stupid and so goddamn irrelevant. Okay? Yes, I say this all the time. Sometimes chatters get in their own way and they demand, and this person is not even doing that, by the way. So it's crazy that the person that I talked to, both parties have moved on from this, but now chatters are not moving on because they want to have a conversation about the mistreatment of chatters. Okay? All right, I'm going to start banning people. Here, take a week off. Anyway, how stupid. We're moving on to Ukraine's drone war with Russia steps up as they wait for Trump.
Sweeping the skies as the cold and dark close in. All along the Black Sea coast, every night, small units.
I think one of the funniest parts about this, the last point I'm going to make is this. This is a leftist community, and one of the things that we shit on all the time is the fact that, like, people in the service industry do not have the same opportunity that I have where I could just, like, ban someone. You know what I mean? Like, people in the service sector would have an infinitely better time if they could just, like, with one click, say bye-bye to a rude customer. Okay? Could you imagine you're working at Forever 21 and then some guy comes in and starts chirping at you and is like, I don't like the way that you are folding the clothes. Fold the clothes better. And you just go click and you cause them to perish immediately from your site for a week at least, if you want to. It would make the situation infinitely better. And some consumers of this content don't understand that they're kind of doing that in a similar way. And I am, of course, not comparing myself to the tumultuous nature of like the service sector or the shitty not paying jobs that people have to take on in order to pay off their student loan debt relief. I'm a very well-paid babysitter, okay? Endlessly privileged. But if you come in here and you chirp at me like a bad customer, I do have and will always exercise the right to ban you, you know?
Units of Ukrainian soldiers are searching for Russian drones. Drones that drop explosives and reconnaissance drones that map Ukrainian radar and pave the way for missiles. Most they shoot down, but not all.
Так, на мою думку, змінилось, їх стало більше. Вони почали запускати їх частіше із різних напрямків. Але все одно ми робимо все, щоб їх збити. І все, що ми можемо.
This morning, drones wrecked this housing complex in Odessa before the Russians launched a missile. An old-age pensioners' community centre took a direct hit. It's the 4th time the area has been struck. But can you ever get used to this?
Иди полежи, я тут лапу цвету. Ну да полежи, когда во всей квартире стекла. Ну я буду сейчас собирать стекла тебе. Сейчас муж приедет. Вот тоже убирать. 4-й раз, ну сколько можно. Сейчас на тебе, сейчас все раскурочилось. Мало того, тут стенки повредились. Вылетело вон весь. Ой. На балконе полстенки отвалилось. Там в большой комнате тоже под подоконником отвалило.
Nearly 3 years into the war, everyone knows the drill. The experts who find missile fragments to work out which kind of rocket it was. The psychologists helping people like Eva Pohodina, whose late father used to live here, and for whom these aren't just concrete apartment blocks, but a cradle of memory.
І коли прилітаю сюди, для мене це взагалі дуже емоційне, ну, таке, дуже боюся, аби якась пам'ятка про нього лишилась, вибачте. От, тому я побігла побачити, чи ніхто не помер і чи стоїть батьківський дім. Бо в нього вже декілька разів то там поряд прилітало.
So this was another seemingly random missile attack on a civilian part of Odessa. It came in just before 10 o'clock this morning. We heard it from where we were in another part of the city. The aim? To terrify Ukrainians into wanting an end to this war, whatever the cost, even surrender. Hannah Shelest's Odessa apartment was destroyed by a drone last week.
We are in the historical downtown, which is under the UNESCO protection, so not just historical downtown, but UNESCO protection. And still Iranian Russian drones are here just in the downtown shooting plenty of residential areas.
As a military analyst, she's thinking about whether Ukraine might exchange land for peace in negotiations expected after President Trump takes office in January.
People ready for negotiations, but not for surrender. And that is the very thin line in this, which is very important.
But you say they're ready for negotiations. That means a territorial compromise, doesn't it?
No. Because, negotiations can be from the different positions. And why we should, if we compromise the territories, it means we would reward Putin.
Beyond Odessa's famous Potemkin steps, a ship comes into port, ready to load up with grain. Freedom of navigation.
Oh, yeah, it is interesting. This is the same woman that was covering Lebanon. Oh my God. I just realized, holy shit, the market tonal shift in this. Like, this is accurate reporting that centers the humanity of the victims. Her coverage on Lebanon was literally, oh my God, her coverage on Lebanon was just like basically saying that they're, Hezbollah's presence is the reason why these innocents are asking for it. Is kind of crazy. Like, can you imagine her being like, well, the Ukrainian forces have routinely fought against the Russians that have a valid security interest in the region. And that is precisely why they're attacking certain points filled to the brim with civilians. The Russian claim for why they must bomb the orphanage is because they're interested in the underlying Azov battalion groupings amongst the Ukrainian insurgency. Like, that's how you would cover it if you were covering it like you're covering Lebanon. And it's really interesting because this is the correct way to cover this story. This is the correct way to cover this atrocity, by centering the human civilian victims in the process. And yet her analysis on Lebanon was quite different.
Navigation is one of Ukraine's military achievements. They've forced back the Russian Black Sea Fleet. But on land, day by day, Russia is advancing. 3D printing to make components for drones and grenades at one of 34 centres founded by Odessa's most prominent MP. Drones are the big thing. Are any of this?
Drones are very big story and very big part of the war right now, so they need such things which they should be light, but at the same they put inside explosives so they can drop from the drones.
Honcharenko has organised shifts of volunteers making camouflage netting for the soldiers. He's a professional optimist, even in the face of battlefield losses and the prospect of Donald Trump forcing negotiations.
Many people here in Ukraine, including me, we have hopes. Because for the first source of hope is the fact that he said that he will drop the oil prices. He said, I will drill. And he will do this not for Ukraine, but for United States. But we will benefit from this because of Russia. Because the main source of Russian war chest is price on oil. So if he will really do this, and if the oil price will drop significantly, this will have devastating effect on Russia. It will be more than nukes and any experimental ballistic missiles.
Well, maybe.
My biggest problem with the President Trump that he's unpredictable. And he can change his mind during one day. That's the problem during the war, because during the war you need planning. You need to understand on whom you can rely.
If Donald Trump was here today, what would you say to him?
I would say to Donald Trump that Ukraine can be a very strong ally. You can't lose a ally like this. This is a very good deal for the United States to do.
Ukraine has survived despite...
Also, I mean, here, for the record, if you guys legitimately think that Donald Trump is going to change the trajectory too dramatically, here's his pick. New counterterrorism advisor Sebastian Gorka.
I'll give one tip away that the president has mentioned. He will say to that murderous former KGB colonel, that thug who runs the Russian Federation, you will negotiate now, or the aid that we have given to Ukraine thus far will look like peanuts. That's how he will force those gentlemen to come to an arrangement that stops the bloodshed.
The alpha males are back. The Vitesse Rend is back.
Ukraine is still standing. This war is about money. People don't talk much about it. But you know the richest country in all of Europe for rare earth minerals is Ukraine. $2 to $7 trillion worth of minerals that are rare earth minerals, very relevant to the 21st century. Ukraine's ready to do a deal with us, not the Russians. So it's in our interest to make sure that Russia...
Lindsey Graham is so funny because he just always openly reveals he is so, I don't know why, it's crazy that he just spills every time.
Take over the place. It's the breadbasket of really the developing world. 50% of all the food going to Africa comes out of Ukraine. We can make money and have an economic relationship with Ukraine that'd be very beneficial to us with peace. So Donald Trump's going to do a deal to get our money back, to enrich ourselves with rare earth minerals, a good deal for Ukraine and us, and he's going to bring peace. And Biden's been a disaster when it comes to containing bad guys.
Chuck Dies, thank you for the 25 good to subs. Interesting. Lindsey G has 2 speeds. I am Israel High, or is lava Ukraine. He also said it cost us 3% of our budget to greatly weaken our adversary. Yes, he did. He openly stated, and alongside many other congresspersons, even on the Democratic Party side as well, that have said similar things, that Ukraine was a fantastic return on investment. For 5% of the military budget, we get to weaken our foreign adversaries' military by 50%. Some of those numbers are disputed. Without losing a single American soldier in the process. Everything's getting worse over and over. And it's always normal people that suffer. It's never going to be Lindsey Graham that suffers for this. Okay?
Despite the Russian invasion, its people keep going through...
Vladimir Putin doesn't suffer from this. Lindsey Graham doesn't suffer from this. It's just regular ass Ukrainians that fucking want to live their day-to-day existence without fear of bombing campaigns that will suffer from this and will continue to suffer from this.
Military setbacks and persistent attacks. But they've yet to see whether Donald Trump's idea of a deal will be an acceptable compromise or surrender.
And let's go to Lindsay live now. Lindsay.
But this is why I also said that, like, I don't think Donald Trump is going to change trajectory on what would have happened if the Democrats assumed office in 2025 as well. Like, they are not, like, this doesn't, if Ukraine is forced to the table, it is a direct consequence of what happened on the battlefield, because of, most likely because of the fact that Daddy DeFranco, after this vid, please, I beg. Wait, what? Why? What is happening? What? Hey, Ed Hasanabi, are you going to ever address the relentless harassment you and your community unleashed on me for the last 6 months? What? Who are you? Hey, Hassan, you forgot to Zelle the money you owe me? What? On today, man. Ay, ay, ay. Everybody stop adding this person. I just want to know what they're trying to say. But I have no idea what. Hey, Hassan, are you going to ever address the relentless harassment towards your starving gaming chatters? I've been gaming nonstop for the past couple of days. Hassan, please don't pretend like you have no idea. This could have all been handled a long time ago. What? I can't tell if this person is memeing or if they're genuinely exhibiting, like, chatter. I do not know you. I have no idea who you are. You might have forgotten to take your medication. I mean this sincerely. I think you should. I can't tell if you're trolling or if you're just, like, having a hard time with what the truth is. I don't know what's going on, but I hope you get better. All right? I'm not trolling at all. Okay, then say what you think happened. But what would the truth be? I don't know. I have no idea who you are. You're a random chatter. I don't know what you think. I don't know what's going on in your head. Ban and move on. What are we doing here? I do want to understand where they're coming from so I can maybe be helpful. But I don't know if I'll be able to. Because, like, it seems like they've been chatting in the community infrequently. But I think that this is probably someone who thinks they're being gang stalked by me or something. I don't know. If you ever open my chat logs, I'm going to sue your ass. I don't think that they understand what is going on either. I think they're just prodding.
Krishnan, in the last couple of hours, the Ukrainian armed forces have said that not one but 2 Iskander ballistic missiles were fired at Odessa today. As we saw, one got through, injuring 11 people. The other one was shot down. At the same time, we're seeing diplomatic moves. The British have announced sanctions on a further 30 ships of what they call the Russian Shadow Fleet. That's taking Russian oil around the world in a way that can't be tracked or is very difficult to track. Mark Rutte, he's the new NATO Secretary General. He was meeting President Erdogan of Turkey today to discuss how to end the war. Erdogan is very important. And tomorrow,
She said it. Erdogan is very important.
Meeting of NATO and Ukraine. Everybody trying to maneuver before President Trump gets into power and does, we don't know what.
The world we're
Oh, here's Joe Rogan's controversy. He found himself in hot water. Let's see.
living in now, and that's L.A., and that's New York, and that's a lot of places that got fucked up by incompetent people.
I don't know. I just feel safer knowing, like...
Pull this microphone with your face.
I feel safer knowing that Trump is in office.
I do, too.
Dude, who is this guy? Who is this guy?
I feel great about it. Like, I just like...
What I
thank
don't
God.
feel safer is right now they're launching missiles into
That's
Russia.
fucked up, yeah.
How are you allowed to do that when you're on the way out? Like, the people don't want you to be there anymore. There should be like some sort of a pause for like significant actions that could potentially start World War III.
Someone in the chat saying he's the producer of Lean Back. His name is Scott Storch. He's a famous legendary music producer. Okay. Glad that, we got the top intellectual minds on this case. They're gonna fix the Russia situation.
Maybe that would be a good thing that we would like to avoid from a dying former president. It's the whole thing is nuts.
I mean, look, I don't know shit about politics. I'm not
Zelensky
gonna
says
pretend
Putin
to.
is terrified. Fuck you, man. Fuck you people. You fucking people are about to start World War III.
Like, people say I'm pro-Russia for my criticisms of some of the actions that Ukraine has taken on in this process, but Fuck you mean? Like, what are they supposed to do, brother? What the fuck? Like, it's not, he's not wrong. No, I think once again, this is entirely in the hands of the United States. But of course, never, Americans who are jingoistic and Western chauvinists always discount America's influence in this process. Okay? They'll only do it when they're doing it on like partisan lines to turn around and say like, oh, Biden is such a fucking old dumbass for doing this. Like, fuck you people. When they're talking about like Ukrainians. Listen, Ukrainians understandably have a right not only to defend themselves, but to rid their borders of a Russian invasion. Okay? But if the situation on the ground is untenable, the way I analyze everything is how like America's actions in this process, allowing Ukraine to strike into Russian territory, for example, will this actually de-escalate? Will this actually be able to give Ukraine, allowing Ukraine to strike into Russian territory, for example, will this actually de-escalate? Will this actually be able to give Ukraine more of an opportunity to push back the Russian annexation, or will it not? I don't think it's I don't think it's the Ukrainian people's fault, man. I feel like there's a more responsible party here, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Russia fired a missile today.
They fired an intercontinental ballistic missile for the first time ever. It's the first time one of those has ever been used.
That's insanity.
It's fucking insanity, because those intercontinental ballistic missiles can have nukes on them. This one didn't, but if it does, the whole world changes. And it changes because of the military-industrial complex, and it changes because of the money that's going to Ukraine, and it changes because the outgoing president or whoever the fuck is actually running the country has decided to do something fucking insane.
Yeah,
fucking insane. And we're all sitting there watching it, and people are cheering it on. CNN was saying...
Is it possible that you can talk about Romania's heading candidate, which is pro-Russia and anti-Semite, plus supports legionary movement? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on in Romania, but we'll dive into it in a little bit.
And like, finally, see what their headline was about Zelensky about Biden giving Zelensky the ability to use long-range missiles. U.S. made long-range. It's not like nobody knows where they came from. It's not like nobody knows we've been funding this. It's a proxy war. The whole thing is fucking insane. It's insane. Come to the negotiation table. Sit down. Work this out. Stop killing everybody.
Yeah, I think the real responsible party that is Zelensky internally has obviously internal pressure from people to the right of him that want him to never entertain any sort of ceasefire prospect. Okay? But if America was like, hey, we got to pack this shit up because Donald Trump is going to be significantly more devastating, then Zelensky, alongside China and Russia, would come to the ceasefire negotiation, would come to the table to broker some kind of agreement. The issue still, I think, the problem still here is America's involvement. That they don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about Ukrainian emancipation. They don't give a shit about like Ukrainians not dying. And I'm willing to bet that they don't even care if Ukraine gets fucking nuked. That's a dangerous prospect. It's something that I noticed early on when, like I said, John Kirby very clearly was like, yeah, if they use a nuke, it's going to be a baby nuke. Wait, what? You're a horrible person. Fuck you. That's all they said? I unbanned them. I don't think this person is going to actually respond with what, took place in their minds, at least. That's crazy. Why'd you ban? I unbanned them because I want to see what the fuck they have to say so that I can be helpful. But I think the mods did the right thing by banning them, specifically because they're not helping themselves. I think they're just mentally ill. They banned them because they don't want that person that person that's probably going through a mental health episode to say stuff that puts them in the crosshairs unfairly.
U.S. allows Ukraine to use long-range missiles. So what did they say? Someone had said that, like, CNN was saying that it was a good thing, which I think is how has the left gone so far crazy that they think it's a good thing to launch missiles? That's what's scary about life, is like you don't want to pay attention to that shit. You just want to live your life. You want to just be carefree.
Several officials even suggested that Mr. Biden could return nuclear weapons to Ukraine. So U.S. and European officials are discussing deterrence as a possible security guarantee for Ukraine, such as stockpiling a conventional arsenal sufficient to strike a punishing blow if Russia violates a ceasefire. Several officials even suggested that Mr. Biden could return nuclear weapons to Ukraine that were taken from it after the fall of the Soviet Union. That would be an instant and enormous deterrent, but such a step would be complicated and have serious implications. Good Lord. I mean, it's the Hasanabi doctrine. Holy moly. What a terrifying prospect for the future. Ukraine's going to be like, yeah, we're going to give nuclear weapons to Cuba after this. I feel like this might not be the best time to offer Ukraine nuclear weapons, but I don't know. You know, when you got a third of the country under permanent annexation by Russian forces.
Free and have fun and do the thing that you're passionate about. And meanwhile, the world is burning. And
you
you're
can't
just
do
hoping
anything
it doesn't
about it.
get
It's
you.
at that high level, it's like there's nothing.
Well, we can. We voted Trump in, and
Yeah,
his idea is to stop all this shit, and hopefully he can do that.
Yeah.
But, you know, man, fuck.
I get
We got 60 more days until Trump gets in, or whatever it is. How many days is it, Jamie? But who knows? Maybe once he gets in, they'll ramp it up. Who knows? Maybe they'll sabotage his administration. That's what's even more scary.
Yeah. They'll sabotage his administration. Yeah. Like Trump is Mr. Peace. He's Mr. Peace, and they're just gonna sabotage his best interest here.
People don't want him in power. And the people that are in power don't want to leave power, and they'll try every way they can to keep it. 60 days from today. All right.
On the news.
60 days.
Keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah, just hope Putin understands what's going on as well, and Zelensky doesn't do anything stupid. But saying that Putin's terrified, God damn it.
It's like you're trying to like tug the tail of a fucking sleeping
dragon.
Dragons.
Yeah. Also, Zelensky, can I get a drug test?
Wait, what? I think Klitschko, didn't he? Oh, here it is. Vladimir
Joe
Klitschko calls Joe a Putin apologist over Ukraine comments.
I listened to your latest podcast. I'm sending you this video to let you know that I disagree.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. It's so funny that everyone is right wing. Like, virtually every side of this is just like right wing guys yelling at one another. Every corner of the planet is just like filled to the brim with reactionary people. And now they've gotten so much power and they're fighting amongst themselves that they're like eating each other as well. It's so funny.
Talk about these American weapons.
Like, dude's rocking a 9-line shirt and everything. Like, he's just, oh my God.
Being sent to Ukraine, which you believe will lead to the Third World War. So, let me tell you that you're repeating Russian propaganda. Putin's Russia is in trouble, so they want to scare you and people like you. His war was supposed to last 3 days. It has lasted 3 years, thanks to the heroism and sacrifice of us Ukrainians. So you're using the only weapon that Putin really intends to use, propaganda. And this weapon really weakens our democracies. Putin's Russia wants to destroy Ukraine quietly. They want America to stay quiet, not great, but quiet. A great America is not an America that abandons countries that defend freedom with their lives. In short, you see, I have quite a few points of difference.
I mean, Russia probably pays Joe. No, dude, he's just a fucking run-of-the-mill dumbass. Like, I think Joe, when he talks about, the way he's talking about it is like definitely more spicy than the average person. But I think the average American is just like, why the fuck are we giving Ukraine money? Why are we just giving them weapons and now Russia's going to use a nuke? This sucks. Fix the fucking potholes. Americans will vote for a fascist if they believe that the fascist is going to fucking literally reduce the price of eggs, okay? A guy that says that they're going to deport 20 million people. They don't give a shit. So for them, for most Americans, I think, Agent Hassan Pikersky, congratulations on heroic mission to corrupt mind of American. Great success. Yeah, I don't think that, like, also the war is not popular, especially in Europe. The far right are going on an anti-NATO in their campaign. Yeah, but they're not going to be anti-NATO. Like, look at Meloni. Italian fascism and European fascism in the aftermath of World War II was directly propped up by NATO. They might engage in somewhat pro-Russian sentiment or say, we got to stop this war. But ultimately, they're not going to say no to NATO. And the NATO interest in this is Ukraine keeps pushing back on Russian forces, no matter how many Ukrainians die in the process.
If you invite me on your podcast, we could discuss them like free men.
He's doing the millennial pause. The far right are great to package themselves with left-leaning messaging only to do the complete opposite of socialism because they only believe that people deep down prefer socialism at the end of the day. Yeah, I mean, if there was there was another guy who was, there were two guys that presented themselves as leftists early on, or at least like invoked the left-wing populist economic sentiment, while they just had an underlying nationalism that they wanted to actually push for, really. Adolf Hitler and old Benito, okay? He said Benito Mussolini, yeah.
Ministers from the UK and key EU countries are meeting in Berlin days after Vladimir Putin said Russia had the right to target the military facilities of countries supplying weapons to...
Why shouldn't Ukraine strike Russia? My position on this has been the same from the jump, which is that anything that stops the pain, anything that stops the bleeding is good. Okay? That's it. Anything that actually worsens the situation or hardens the conflict is bad. This is, of course, Russia further pushing into Ukrainian territory. That should stop. That is bad. It's also a matter of like how you can influence the parties that are either being invaded or doing the invasion. This is why I was a big fan of the early ceasefire negotiation that many of the pro-Ukrainian accounts actually yelled at me over and said that I was pro-Putin over. Famous 15-point ceasefire plan that was negotiated on and then immediately cast aside after, Boris Johnson was like, no, we have full commitment to the Ukraine. We will defend you unconditionally. What? Your take before the Ukraine-Russia war was good for peace? What do you mean? Yes, but don't you think stopping the bleeding will encourage Russia to continue this down the line? Putin doesn't seem very willing to make peace without taking more land. I don't even know how they're going to handle the currently annexed territories. But it's a matter of, is there even enough people to engage in this kind of defense? That's the problem. Does Ukraine have enough manpower to be able to continue this war of attrition, which seemingly Russia has more manpower to throw at the problem? And it doesn't seem like that is the case, which is part of the reason why I think even more and more Ukrainians nowadays are in favor of a ceasefire negotiation. It's actually reached the majority of the Ukrainian population now. The responsible parties here are China, Russia, Ukraine, and the United States of America in the most reductive terms possible. Obviously, like Western powers like the UK are simply operating at the behest of American State Department interests. I think personally, the way I see it, there were many different exit ramps. I think Ukraine, along with funding, can keep defending themselves. I mean, I don't think you're right. I think you're wrong. I think all evidence points to the contrary. Ukraine's incursion into Kursk was not a resounding success. In that time frame, Russia took more territory. And ultimately, all the weapons that you send, you're wrong. Okay. My point has always been the same. You implement a ceasefire. A lot of people say appeasement. Okay. The opposite of appeasement is more war. If you do a ceasefire and Russia doesn't abide by the standards set by the ceasefire, you've given Ukraine more time and opportunity to recoup and recover and launch a counterattack against Russian invasion. And the situation on the ground doesn't really change all that much. You say Russia hardens their positions, but they already have. They've mined the shit out of eastern Ukraine. Not only that, but also, you're back to square one if the ceasefire negotiations fall apart, or if Russia does not abide by the standards set in this ceasefire process. Helicopters right now circling above WeHo announcing that they're in pursuit of a terror suspect and report sightings. They talking about you? Yeah, they're talking about me. Can you explain what China has to do with this? China is a global superpower that is on the side of Russia in this process. They have time and time again talked about putting forth a ceasefire proposal. And I think at times they've even pushed Russia not to go overboard, like when the nuclear brinksmanship was occurring early on. But if all you do is appease over and over again, will there any be Ukraine left to defend after a certain point? I understand and agree with you wanting to stop the suffering, but what good will foreign and unjust peace do if it means the bully Russia wins? I mean, I want a ceasefire in I want a ceasefire in Gaza as well. I would never be like, oh no, the Palestinians should fight until the last man. It's the same shit. I'm never going to be like, the Palestinians have to fight till the last man. I don't care. I don't care what happens. They have to fucking fight because I care about the human beings. Okay? That's it. I think that ultimately, even in this process, if there's appeasement and Russia violates the ceasefire, then you're back to square one.
To Ukraine. Poland has always insisted Ukraine has every right to use Western-sent missiles against Russia in self-defense. But the country hosts several US military facilities, including one that Russian officials have identified as a possible target if the war escalates. Our Eastern Europe correspondent Sarah Rainsford reports from Warsaw.
When Vladimir Putin threatens to escalate his war, it's people in places like Redzikowo that might worry. Because just beyond the wire in this tiny Polish town,
Your position that foreign policy is independent of the president is brain dead. By that logic, the Iraq wars was inevitable and not a specific goal of a neocon insurgency. Mearsheimer, Marxism undefeated. I like that you say Mearsheimer is a Marxist. Yeah, famous Marxist, dude. Incredible. Incredible cook. Thank you. I also think that the Iraq war was inevitable is such a funny take to say with the Kamala Harris campaign. And not only just the Kamala Harris campaign, but the Joe Biden administration basically following through on the neocon agenda of escalating tensions and allowing Israel to fucking do whatever it wants. Yeah, you're right. It's not independent. You're so right. You're so right. Every administration has had dramatic differences. No, American foreign policy only goes in one direction, far right or just right. Okay? You always say, do you think Al Gore would have invaded Iraq if 9/11 happened under Al Gore? Probably. Yes. Yes. The question I have for you is, why didn't Obama end the Iraq war after running against it? Why didn't Obama end Afghanistan after running against it? Why didn't Joe Biden reinstate the Iran denuclearization agreement if they were against it? Gitmo's still open. American foreign policy is the same no matter who's in charge. It is uniparty. Why didn't Joe Biden change Trump's direction on the Abraham Accords and instead just reaffirmed his commitment to Donald Trump's severe escalations? You say it massively escalated under Trump. These are inflection points. Look at cruise ship. I just think that American foreign policy is independent of the personal ideology of American leadership and entirely dependent on the material interests of the defense contractors. That's what I think. And I think that because of that, it only goes in one direction, and that is death or more death. Right-wingers will always make matters worse. That much is true. But then when Democrats come back into power, they rarely ever take on the right-wing direction or the more military escalation direction. They just normalize that as though it's the standard. All of this is coming from the fact that you also personally think Donald Trump is going to change trajectory on Ukraine. And I say, if that happens, it would have happened under the Democratic leadership as well, because I believe that it is entirely determined. It is entirely determined on the battlefield. I don't think that Trump individually has a different perspective. He did change trajectory on North Korea. No, he didn't. No, he didn't do he allowed the South Korean and North Korean government to deal with it on their own. It was not all that significant for American foreign policy interests. So he just let them cook. And it didn't matter at the end of the day, because look at the situation now.
Is an American military base, one that Russia has openly called a potential target. The site was opened officially this month, part of a US missile defense shield to protect the skies over Europe. Then, when Russia fired a hypersonic weapon at Ukraine, Vladimir Putin warned those who arm Kyiv with missiles they could be next. So some here are nervous. It's all Regina's family talk about. She says they feel the threat from Russia is growing. Joachim, though, says Vladimir Putin would never take on the US because then he and Russia would be wiped off the earth.
So you feel the history here in Poland quite acutely?
Correct. Poland has suffered a lot from the Soviet times and from Russian imperialism. And Putin is our neighbor.
Back in the capital, this MP tells me her country understands the threat from Russia better than others further west. And she believes standing up to Putin is the only choice.
What he's currently saying, is not credible. I think that if we were to appease him in any way, shape or form, that would only...
No way. This channel is cooking. Should we return Crimea to Turkey? Shut the fuck up. This is like, dude, this is actually crazy. This is actually crazy. Oh my God. Everything that I joke about inevitably becomes real truth, okay?
Strengthen
I gotta pee.
The Russian aggression. It's either Ukraine that we support or we have Russia behind our eastern borders.
But Poland believes Moscow is already attacking here. When fire tore through this giant mall in Warsaw, the Prime Minister said Russia was likely to blame, linked to this and other incidents meant to destabilise as well as destroy.
It's strange to think that this fire could be anything to do with Russia, but that's what the authorities were investigating. And not just here, but acts of arson and sabotage right across Poland that could be part of a hybrid war.
When I ask people here about the risk of rocket strikes,
Nie tylko on ma rakiety.
this lady laughs that Putin isn't the only one who has missiles. But Russia's murkier hybrid attacks on Poland have already escalated. Sarah Rainsford, BBC News.
Austria! Can Ukraine win? That's the question on the minds of many analysts as the war in Ukraine grinds on.
With regards to Ukrainian forces, a friend described it as they are bleeding out.
Today, after over 2.5 years of fighting, Russia controls about 18% of Ukrainian territory. What's more, Ukrainian troops are outnumbered and outgunned, with little prospect of significant relief. Donald Trump's victory in the presidential election also brings a fresh jolt of uncertainty to continued U.S. support for Ukraine.
Do you want Ukraine to win this war?
I want the war to stop. I want to save lives.
Now, with Russia continuing to make slow gains on the battlefield and Kyiv facing a tough winter, some believe Ukraine may need to come up with a more realistic plan. To better understand the state of play in the battlefield and what may come next, the Wall Street Journal sat down with retired Brigadier General.
Someone's going to clip this and say Hassan was advocating to his audience that Ukraine will lose the war. This video, yeah. Also, by the way, this while we're having this conversation, live reporting from CNN says that Russia is doing a mass swarm of drone attacks. Drones attacking the Ukrainian capital from all directions.
What was said concerning the desire to restore relations with Russia to help end the Ukrainian crisis, in my opinion, seems to me to be at least worthy of attention.
And tonight, Aaron, more threats coming from the Russians. A senior Russian lawmaker coming out and saying that that big missile that the Russians launched at Ukraine shows what he calls the inevitability of retaliation should things escalate further here in this region. Russian Deputy Foreign Minister also coming out and saying that Russia has security interests.
We're going to talk about the situation in Romania. It's just like we haven't even been able to get to that because I think this is important.
General Mark Kimmett.
Before we talk about the battlefield, it might be helpful to put the battlefield in perspective. Ukraine is much, much larger. It goes along this entire borderline. 4/5 of the country is not involved in the war directly. There's no direct combat action going on. 4/5 of the country is not involved in the war directly. There's no direct combat action going on. The Russians right now are focused, as a main effort, is up in the Donetsk and Luhansk. They're trying to, of course, continue to push to the east, but there are also two other areas of interest. This area around Sumy is the area that people now know as the Kursk salient, where the Ukrainians made a attack into Russia proper, trying to pull off significant amount of forces from the front lines.
According to General Kimmett, the Kursk salient attack wasn't just the most effective move Ukraine made within the past year. It was also a significant propaganda victory for the Ukrainians.
I think it was
like, I don't understand, especially because in the process, they literally lost more Ukrainian territory. You know what I mean? Like, Russians made further incursions into Ukrainian territory.
It was masterful in terms of the element of surprise that they could attack into Russia, make gains, and point a dagger towards Moscow a couple of hundred miles away. It was in many ways wrong in terms of its other intent, which was to draw key Russian forces off the Eastern Front. And I think it was wrong because it was inevitable that the Russians would do what the Russians always do, which is they're now trying to envelop that force.
It's a bargaining chip, or do you want the ceasefire to be pure loss for Ukraine? No, dog, I don't think you understand. Dude, just listen to the fucking general, okay? Listen to what he's saying. Don't listen to me. You think I'm a fucking biased operative that has, a cynical purpose for analyzing the situation the way I'm analyzing it. Like, no, I don't think Russia's invasion is in any way, shape, or form moral or justifiable, okay? I don't know how many fucking times I have to bring this up. Jesus Christ, dude.
Over here in Luhansk and Donetsk, the battle for the last 6 months has, for the most part, been focused on one side defending and the other side attacking key road installations. Primarily, these two roads going into Kharkiv are being blocked at these key intersections where a number of roads come through. But these are very, very small areas, very small distances measured in the kilometers, in many times the hundreds of meters. Down here in Zaporizhia and Kherson, it's clear that the Russians are holding the line there. I don't think there's an opportunity for this winter for the Ukrainian forces to make any headway down here. They might, in fact, push out a little bit from Kherson, but I think they're going to go into the wintertime holding the line. So overall, stalemate along this line. This is where the main effort of the Russian forces are focused upon, trying to break through along this route and along this route to either threaten Kharkiv or to come down here and surround the forces that are the Ukrainian forces that are attacking along this route, and of course trying to get Donetsk back if you're the Ukrainians and attack west if you're the Russians. So watch this area for the main action, supporting action up here around Kharkiv and Kursk, and holding the line down here in Zaporizhia and Kherson.
In recent months, the Ukrainians have had success deploying drone swarms into Russia. These long-range strikes, which have reached all the way to Russia's Arctic shores in the north and areas bordering Kazakhstan in the east, have slammed into missile storage facilities, strategic fuel reserves, military airfields, and defense plants. Despite the many sacrifices made thus far by the Ukrainians, General Kimmett sees the conflict as an ongoing stalemate.
I think it'd be accurate to say that neither side is winning, nor is either side losing. But if you talk about the ability to replace those forces, it is clear that the Ukrainians are losing capability at a faster rate than the Russians are losing capability.
The West still backs Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's long-term stated aim of taking back control of Ukrainian territory. But recently, the Biden administration said it was concerned that the Ukrainian leader's plan for winning the war against Russia lacks a comprehensive strategy.
His war aims, which is pushing the Russians out, restoring sovereignty.
Will people actually still say cope after this? I suspect they still will, or will tell me that I'm like wrong or have some kind of like cynical opinion here. But I see no way out of this. Like, maybe I'm wrong, but when you got people who were originally committed to Ukraine is doing a fantastic job over and over again, saying that Ukraine is actually destroying Russia and is like purging all the Russians from its territory, like Like, there were a lot of these people, and now their positions have changed. One must take note of why their positions have changed. Like, when you got Western media also being like, yeah, maybe the situation is untenable, unmanageable. There's a reason for why they're saying that. And it would have been infinitely smarter for Biden and his supposed adults in the room, foreign policy experts, to actually try to come to a meaningful resolution than to allow Donald Trump and his madman antics to deal with the process in perhaps an incredibly violent way. I do not know how Donald Trump is going to deal with it. But the reality of the matter is, all the annexed territory that Russia has permanently annexed at this point are going to launch insurgency battles. Russia, and I said this last time, will not be able to maintain this territory militarily, okay, without incurring severe penalties. So it's not even in the long-term interest of Russia to be able to control this area regardless. I don't think they can. And for the record, before people say, what about Crimea? That's why I always talk about the difference between Crimea, how Crimea was annexed, and the historical relevance of Crimea for Russia, and the strategic importance of the military base of Sevastopol in Crimea, and how it was already loaned out to the Russian military regardless. Okay? Russia maintaining Crimea as a part of Russian soil and officially and permanently annexing it is entirely different than Russia trying to do so in even LPR and DPR.
Both on eastern Ukraine and on Crimea. My view is that's impossible, unrealistic.
The lack of progress on the battlefield has led some European diplomats to question the feasibility of Zelensky's war aims.
The expense to the European economies to provide weapons and equipment is starting to bite. They don't have that excess capacity, for one. They don't have the industrial capability to produce replacements, two. And three, as we, the United States, continue to press for them to meet their NATO obligations, to do all of that is a pretty tough call on the Europeans.
Another concern is population decline. A confidential Ukrainian estimate from earlier this year put the number of dead Ukrainian troops at 80,000 and the wounded at 400,000, according to people familiar with the matter. Western intelligence estimates of Russian casualties vary, with some putting the number of dead as high as nearly 200,000 and the wounded at around 400,000. To shore up its manpower on the battlefield, Russia is also looking to North Korean troops. The Pentagon recently said North Korea sent about 10,000 troops to Russia.
If you think about war, 90%, 95% of soldiers on the battlefield aren't on the front lines. They're cooking, they're in command posts, they're repairing trucks. That's why Ukraine conscripts from the top. Troubling, it is now the case that they're sending some of those older men into the trench lines. It's clear that Zelensky wants to protect the 18 to 25-year-old cohort because that's the future of Ukraine, both in available military if necessary, but really to rebuild the post-war economy that will come. Unfortunately, many of those are defecting or deserting. So in my mind, Zelensky's got a personnel issue, not only in terms of sheer numbers, but also in terms of support for the war among the military.
Another important factor is the new U.S. president-elect, Donald Trump. Trump has vowed to end the war quickly.
I think Zelensky is maybe the greatest salesman of any politician that's ever lived. Every time he comes to our country, he walks away with $60 billion.
Like, I think that's just Donald Trump leaning into the audience, being a room reader. I don't think that is effectively him saying he's going to fucking leave Ukraine entirely defenseless. Like, I don't think that that's what that means at all. A lot of people hear that and they go, oh my God, he's going to give no more weapons to Ukraine. If that was the case, and if he was so fucking personally invested in Vladimir Putin and his success and his influence over Ukraine, he quite literally would have, when he was president, refused to send weapons. The only time he tried to go against Congress was when he got impeached for a perfect phone call, when he called up the Ukrainian officials and said, give me some dirt on Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, or else I will stop the weapons transfers. Outside of that, the Trump administration still very much continued to arm Ukrainian militias, to arm the Ukrainian groups and train them as well. If Donald Trump was if Donald Trump was having sex with Vladimir Putin in the way that a lot of people presented, he would not have done that. He would have stopped it. He would have tried to interfere in the affairs of the State Department and their interest in Ukraine.
Looking ahead, General Kimmett sees a hard road for the Ukrainians.
There is little doubt in my mind that the Ukrainian armed forces could continue to stay.
Trump will abandon Ukraine. I do think Trump is in Putin's pocket. His cabinet says it all. What are you talking about? I just showed you Sebastian Gorka, his counterterrorism expert, literally say Donald Trump is going to send so many weapons to Ukraine if Russia doesn't come to the ceasefire negotiation table that it will make Biden look like peanuts. Donald Trump's cabinet picks say the exact opposite. He has a bunch of hawks, including Marco Rubio and many others that are tasked with, that have very openly talked about continuing the proxy war that America is interested in Ukraine. I think a lot of people are arguing from the same side without realizing, both liberals and Republicans alike. Republicans and liberals both think, for different reasons, Donald Trump is going to end the war in Ukraine. And I think that is not the case because I think ultimately, I'm a huge fan, but Trump can't be trusted. No, I don't think Trump can be trusted either. I've never said that Trump can be trusted. My position on this is that the war in Ukraine has absolutely nothing to do with Ukrainian emancipation and everything to do with military Keynesianism. The idea that we are propping up American manufacturing and giving fat defense contracts to our contractors to offload a lot of their older weapons, a lot of their older targeting systems into Ukraine. All right, Donald Trump is not gonna. I don't think Donald Trump is gonna look at that and be like, all right, we're gonna change the trajectory.
Intact and on the battlefield through 2025, through a year from now. But I think the political and diplomatic issues are going to overwhelm the battlefield issues.
This is from Financial Times. At several flashpoints across the 1,000-kilometer-long front line, Ukraine's troops are enduring relentless Russian air and ground assaults. A commander of an artillery unit near Kurakhove, where the fighting is most intense, told the Financial Times on Monday that Russian troops were attacking from three sides. He and his troops are ready to pull back, he said, but we do not have the order from the top yet. Kurakhove and the city of Pokrovsk, 40 kilometers north, are both critical logistical hubs for Ukraine's army and are largely destroyed. The coking plant on the outskirts of Pokrovsk that has also come under attack is the largest in Ukraine and is crucial to its steel manufacturing industry. CDS, the military think tank, estimated by December the front line will probably shift 30 to 35 kilometers west of its current position. Major General Dmytro Marchenko last month said that the Eastern Front was crumbling owing to shortages of ammunition and manpower. People are very exhausted. They simply cannot hold the fronts. They are on. Ukraine's problems, meanwhile, are worsening. This is from The Economist. Mainly because of manpower issues. The army is long out of willing recruits, and its mobilization campaign is falling short, recruiting barely two-thirds of its target. A senior Ukrainian official says he is worried the situation may become irretrievable by the spring. An even bigger problem is the quality of the new recruits. Forrest, the battalion commander with the 65th Brigade, says the men being sent from Army headquarters are now mostly too old or unmotivated to be useful. All but a handful are over the age of 45. I'm being sent guys 50 plus with doctor's notes telling me they are too ill to serve, he says. Grigory admits he was as surprised as anyone when he was enlisted. He did not expect the officers to mobilize someone who was half blind. Unsurprisingly, he is still struggling with the physical demands. The average age of the Ukrainian military is 45. Sally Hemings says Rob Lee is a Russophobic propagandist. Okay, so when a senior fellow of the Foreign Policy Research Institute, who is not exactly pro-Russia, is openly recognizing the many material problems that the Ukrainian defense is facing that makes the situation untenable, that's when you got to fucking figure out that there has to be another alternative. No, that chatter is saying this person is anti-Russia, okay? When anti-Russia think tank guys that are tasked with American foreign policy are recognizing the situation on the ground, I don't know why people who are far removed from the consequences of the front lines are just in here being like, no, this has to continue. The war must continue no matter what. Full tilt, full scale. And it's also getting to the point where like the majority population wants a ceasefire agreement to be put forth. So if someone is anti-Russia and still saying Ukraine can't win, then you should probably stop and think about that, is my point. Exactly. Yeah. At this stage, 52% of Ukrainians want a ceasefire, is now the majority. Russia's invasion continuing at a time when support for Ukraine is waning is also making all of these like austerity crippled European populations more and more angry. Not angry in the direction of, moving the battle against Russia, okay? But in the opposite direction. Now let's talk about the Romanian elections, because something crazy happened here. Right-wing Călin Georgescu.
To Romania next, and a political earthquake in the making. The first round of the presidential election saw a pro-Russia candidate claim the most votes, knocking the...
Ukrainians are not pro-Putin. The fuck? I didn't say that. I said Ukrainians, 52% of Ukrainians now, at least according to the latest estimates, want a ceasefire negotiation. I never said the Ukrainians are fucking pro-Putin. What the fuck? Why would they be pro-Putin? Putin is killing their fucking family members.
The pro-European Prime Minister out of the race in the process. Now, with nearly all of the votes counted, the far-right independent Călin Georgescu found himself with about 23% of the votes, with the centre-right candidate Elena Lasconi just behind. A runoff election will be held in 2 weeks to decide the winner. And joining me now from the Romanian capital, Bucharest, is political scientist Oana Valentina Suciu. Welcome to DW, Oana Valentina. Călin Georgescu came seemingly out of nowhere and knocked the pro-Western...
It's so crazy that just everyone is a right-winger, by the way. Like, what the fuck is going on? It's just like, it seems like in Europe and in America and most places on the planet, it's now a heated battle between the far right and center right, including in America, the political battle that just took place.
An incumbent out of this presidential race. Can you tell us a little bit more about what he stands for and why he's suddenly become so popular?
Well, first of all, he didn't really come out of nowhere because he's been quite active in the public space since the previous elections. His name has been associated with the one of the extremist far-right party, the Alliance for the Union of Romanians. What he stands for is what...
Uruguay just elected a social democrat versus a center-right candidate. Uruguay's leftist party, the Broad Front, has won presidential elections and defeated the ruling neoliberal government of President Lacalle Pou. The president-elect, Yamandu Orsi, is seen as the protege of Pepe Mujica, former president and leftist guerrilla fighter.
We call...
Yeah, South America is experiencing, with the exception of Argentina, but we don't really talk about Argentina anyway. But South America is experiencing like a social democratic resurgence for the most part, while seemingly many of the other countries firmly within the sphere of influence of America is experiencing central right to far right parties winning elections, and it's usually the far right that are gaining momentum.
Populist. He's very pro-Russian. He is anti-NATO, anti the European EU values, anti-democracy, in favor of.
I want to bring this back to American politics for a second, but I suspect that. Look, I don't know the exact situation in Romania, but I assume it's probably not that different than America, where people are angry and frustrated at the institutions after multiple decades of austerity. At least that is the case in a lot of Western European countries, where you're seeing a massive momentum and mobilization in the fascist and far-right groups. So I suspect that they're angry at neoliberal management of democracy. And they're experiencing like economic shocks from global inflation, like we're living in the post-COVID world, basically, where a lot of the all the powder kegs that were waiting to explode is now finally exploding. Post-Cold War, post-neoliberal victory, neoliberalism becoming the global hegemonic attitude, with center-right leadership desperately trying to maintain its status, and usually, as liberalism is failing, fascists are coming in to point to all of the failures and saying, look, we're gonna blow this shit up. It's not doing right by you. We're gonna blow this shit up, and focusing on, immigration, focusing on marginalized populations and how they are causing these problems, and making the population even more reactionary, even more right wing, by beefing up isolationist, nationalist sentiment.
Strong-handed leader. Some of his messages refer to Romania not respecting the rules and the regulations that is supposed to respect within the European Union and NATO. And last but not least, he is very much against Romania being a NATO member and paying its share of duties towards this organization.
More on that in a moment. But just, unlike many countries, people will be looking at Romania and saying this is a country that has so far resisted some of these nationalist appeals that you describe Mr. Georgescu as having. What's changed?
Yes and no. Romania has been resisting extreme populism, like the one represented by Mr. Georgescu. However, we have to bear in mind the results of the previous two rounds of elections, the parliamentarian elections and the European elections, where the Alliance for the Union of Romanians that I have been mentioning before won quite a sizable number of seats, both in the national parliament and in the European Parliament. So extreme far-right movements are not something new in the Romanian political milieu. They might have changed their names, but they have been existing ever since the fall of communism in December 1989. Călin Georgescu, in spite of the shock that many of the Western democratic inclined Romanian citizens think, Călin Georgescu is not something new in our political public space.
And you've described his sort of pro-Russia views, how he is anti-NATO, anti the European Union. If he is elected in 2 weeks, then what would that mean for Romania in partnerships, international partnerships like the European Union and NATO?
Well, let's remember that in the meantime we have parliamentarian elections. Because we have 3 rounds of consecutive elections, that would be something extremely bad and dangerous for the position that Romania is holding right now, especially since we are one of the countries that has the longest borders with Ukraine. So first of all, that would mean the unconditional support that the Romanian state and Romanian government have been providing to Ukraine. This is the first thing that we thought of. In the long term, a potential Georgescu's election as the president of Romania would probably mean a complete resetting of the whole political system. We don't know exactly what to expect if we are to take seriously the kind of messages that he has been. We don't know exactly what to expect if we are to take seriously the kind of messages that he has been spreading in the last
People are saying he was like in favor of Nazis in World War II, and he's like a fucking serial anti-vaxxer. Seems like Romania is getting a healthy dose of Americanism, baby. Oh, he praised the Holocaust orchestrators. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. He literally called Ion Antonescu, the prime minister of Romania during the Holocaust, a national hero. Jesus Christ.
2 months on certain social networks, that would probably mean getting much closer to Kremlin that many of the Romanian citizens would like or even believe in.
I feel like Holocaust denial is a prerequisite for right-wing guys. No, it's not even Holocaust denial. It's Holocaust support. Oh my God. Robert F. Kennedy will go to Romania. I don't know if this is real or not. Don't you think people are inherently racist? All these far-right figures popping up and winning by landslides? No, man. I don't think anybody is. Do you think a baby is born with like racist opinions? Like, what are you, fucking crazy? No. We are all susceptible to our material conditions. Okay? Social conditioning is born out of the material realities. In times of economic instability, people that try to maintain the current order of business will always lose out to people that say, no, we're going to shake it up. And because the entire movement of movers and shakers on the leftist side have been wiped clean by, in many instances, NATO. I can't speak for Romania specifically, but that's usually how it worked in Western Europe. And with centrist, center-right parties constantly caving and capitulating to right-wing framing on issues in a desperate attempt to maintain neoliberalism, you end up having this resurgence of fascist movements because at least one party is recognizing the anger that people have. The other party is saying, no, you need to shut the fuck up about this anger. Neo-legionnarism is a neo-fascist movement in Romania that emerged in the 1990s following the fall of communism in the country. It is endorsed by a series of organizations that claim to be the successors of the Iron Guard, whose followers were known as legionnaires. Founded by Cornelia Zelensky-Codronau in 1927, its main characteristics include anti-Semitism, Eastern Orthodoxy, ethnic nationalism, and mysticism. This is a unique situation. Literally nobody knew who he is. He appeared overnight. Russian interference, likely. Isn't this what happened in Moldova too? Moldova, Mama Liga, where the fuck you at? Georgia has moved in the direction of having pro-Russian or Russian sympathetic leadership. Moldova has had a similar movement, and now Romania is undergoing the. Oh, Moldova's pro-Russia guy lost. Sorry. And again, a lot of people are shocked because half of them have zero clue about this guy. He apparently rose up in like the last month. This makes the hard right guy Romanians were scared of look like a lib. My family and I were watching the elections. Romanians are typically very patriotic. My parents grew up in the Eastern Bloc era and saw the revolutions take down Kolsko. My dad was like, the Romanian people have woken up and finally chosen an independent. And then I had to talk to him about how this guy advocated for the legionary Romanian officials as martyrs fighting for the country. He had like a very nationalistic idea of some of those people he was condoning, and he wasn't fully aware of the genocide. Romanians have a lot of historical heroes that were conservative, and Ceausescu. The nationalism is similar to the U.S. My dad thought that an independent rising up would be good and didn't understand that this guy idolized the genocidal legionnaires from the 1930s. They have a very rose-colored glasses perspective on anyone who contributed to the creation of Romania, even dating back to erasing the brutal Roman conquest of the Dacians. A lot of old literature is also very nationalistic and populist. Yeah, he advocated for the guy who was directly responsible for the wiping of the Jewish population, even before the Nazis collaborated with them. He wrote part of, in one of the RFK Jr. books. Yeah, it seems like he's also like a fucking anti-vaxxer, holistic guy. It seems like that probably played a role as well. His wife is a naturopath. Oh my God. What is happening, dude? Yo, the country, every country is cooked. A lot of younger people wanted the center-right Lasconi to win, at least in my area where I was born. Oh my God, I remember this. I think I remember this. Presidential candidate Calin Georgescu went to a frozen lake in the Carpathian Mountains during the COVID pandemic to tell people to go out and strengthen their immune system instead of taking the vaccines.
Am încredere în sistemul meu imunitar, pentru că am încredere și credință deplină în Creatorul lui, în Dumnezeu. Imunitatea mea.
No, Putin is not a vaccine skeptic at all. Are you kidding me? Putin is like a zero COVID guy. Putin is literally the guy that goes to the DSA meetings and is like, if everyone doesn't wear a mask in here, this is literally a Holocaust happening. Are you kidding me? Do you not remember during COVID what he was doing? He was scared shitless of COVID. He's a massive hypochondriac. He's not like, he doesn't fuck around with that shit at all.
Ține de suveranitatea ființei mele. Imunitatea se întreține și se antrenează doar în natură. Aici este realitatea, aici este informația, nu în laborator. De aceea nu mi-este frig. Nu simt frigul, simt puterea, simt că trăiesc, sunt liber.
Yeah, dude. This motherfucker is the only person who's abiding by like social distancing rules, okay? Are you kidding me? Are those nuke buttons? I don't think so. Why isn't he making the rest of them distance? Because he don't give a fuck if they die. Anyway, not good. Just so you get an idea how topsy-turvy Romanian politics are, the center-right candidate is the most progressive one we had. Yeah. Oh, the true scale of modern nuclear weapons? I don't want to watch that.
Călin Georgescu, the far-right nationalist leader and political outlier, has just ridden roughshod over Romania's political establishment.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
Mobilizing support on TikTok, with videos like this going viral, he has won the first round of the Romanian presidential election. The result has sent shockwaves across Romania and Europe. Mr. Georgescu ran a Romania First campaign. He has openly praised Russian President Vladimir Putin, is a critic of NATO, and has called for an end to aid to Ukraine.
Care înțelegeți că soluțiile vin din atitudine.
He left the country's far-right party after they criticised his pro-Russian anti-NATO stance and has been called out for describing a Romanian World War II pro-Nazi leader as a national hero. With the country facing economic hardship, the vote is seen as a rejection of the status quo, a disquiet Georgescu has capitalised on.
The economic insecurity imposed on the Romanian people for 35 years turned into insecurity for the political parties. The Romanian people cried peace, and they cried out loud.
With no candidate securing 50% of the vote, he will now face the Liberal leader Elena Lasconi in a runoff in 2 weeks' time. Well, we can talk now to Sir Tony Brenton, who's a former ambassador to Russia. If you're sitting in Ukraine, are you looking at the ground around you and thinking it's not as firm as you thought?
Well, yes, certainly. I mean, the war doesn't seem to be going very well for them. The election of Trump has been presented as a disaster. It's not entirely clear, but it may be.
Hello,
and you've just pointed to this election in Romania, which actually succeeds the rise of the far right in a fair number of EU countries. And the far right in general is much more sympathetic to Russia than to Ukraine.
So any idea that were America to carry through with any sort of threat to scale down its support for Ukraine would result in Europe stepping into the breach is looking a lot less certain, isn't it?
That's a very good question. And I think European leaders are discussing it rather intensely at the moment. And the question is, do they have the adequate force to fill a US-sized gap in support for Ukraine? And even if they have, can they coordinate adequately to do it? I don't know the answer to that question. I detect a lot of anxiety on the part of everybody. The talks between France and the UK yesterday were an illustration of determination to at least test out the possibility.
Can you sort of interpret the British position for us for a moment? I mean, is it as straightforward as it seems?
Does your stance on Russia make you far right? What's my stance on Russia that would make me far right? I don't think my stance on Russia is similar to any number of these different ghouls and goblins. The problem is a lot of people that are pro-Russia are not going to openly state that they're pro-Russia because, then a lot of people are going to be like, what the fuck are you saying? But that's politicians in general. They're not going to fucking openly admit their desires. No politician is going to be like, we want to kill the poor. They're going to say, no, we want to democratize or liberalize our economy. We need to cut the red tape and deregulate.
That Britain will support Ukraine to the end and believes that Ukraine should fight its way to victory.
Yes, I think it is. We were in the lead when the war started. We've been in the lead in getting the EU and the wider West to supply Ukraine with weapons and all the rest of it. I think British ministers and the British establishment rather pride themselves on the role that we've played. The downside is that we are now very high on Russia's list of #1 enemies. And for example, this unfortunate man, James Anderson, who's just fallen into Russian hands, we have rather limited means to get him out. And there must be a certain amount of pessimism. Frankly, as I watch the atmosphere, which I do quite closely here, I watched a number of distinguished commentators like Lord Dannett move away from the flat position. We must back Ukraine.
Is the UK an exception to the far right swing? Fuck no. The UK is exactly the same method. The UK has a completely captive right-wing Labour leadership now that is creating the perfect conditions for the Reform Party, just like out and about fascists, to take over next time elections are held. You'll see. Like every single one of these countries are basically trying to extend the reign of center-right neoliberalism to the best of their ability. And if they do not change trajectory, and it seemingly is not changing trajectory at all, they are going to allow fascism to manifest. Yeah, I saw reports that Nigel Farage is now more popular than Kid Starver.
In all terms, to a much more nuanced position. Yes, we need to get talks going. Yes, Ukraine needs to talk. And yes, Ukraine needs to think about making territorial compromises to bring the war to an end.
So what do you make of these rumours coming out of France, that there have been discussions between Britain and France about sending troops to Ukraine, possibly in some sort of training role, or who knows what else?
Yeah, now, we need an awful lot of troops in Ukraine in order to make a serious difference to the situation on the ground. Things feel to me to be moving slightly too rapidly against Ukraine for...
It's so funny because every EU chatter a couple years back used to always joke and be like, oh, we're watching America fall apart, haha. And I kept telling them, like, motherfucker, this shit's about to destroy. This shit is about to, in a couple years, absolutely destroy the European Union. I kept saying it over and over again. I was like, bro, what's happening here in America? Like last election cycle, a shit ton of EU chatters would like always be like, man, your country is surely a clown show. And I was like, bro, I'm telling you, it's going to happen to you too. At that point, the nascent AfD and Le Pen's like popularity was only beginning. Look at them now. And it's not just like Le Pen herself. It's the movement that she represents.
A serious training role to make a huge amount of difference now. And my instinct is that we are on the route towards negotiations. It's pretty clear the sort of landing area that those...
But even if Le Pen goes to prison, it still doesn't change much.
Negotiations are going to be pointing towards, which include Ukrainian territorial concessions. And if Trump plays his cards right, he will achieve a major diplomatic triumph in getting us there, ending the war, which Biden has solidly backed for the last 2.5 years, and will feel pretty good about himself. Now, the trick, however, is to do that without completely abandoning Ukraine. The way things are going, Ukraine will come out of this, yes, perhaps having agreed to agreed to a ceasefire, which leaves a lot of land in Russian hands, even though they don't formally concede it, and leaves Ukraine, feeling rather bruised by it all, but also leaves Ukraine as a Western-oriented state linked to the West, prospects not immediately, but in the longer term, of NATO membership, of EU membership. So essentially, actually having won the war. But we're not there yet. And a lot of this is going to depend upon, how can I put this, Trump's diplomatic sophistication as the negotiations get going. And it has to be said, the diplomatic sophistication is not something that Trump is famous for.
So Tony Brenton, thank you very much indeed.
Fucking cooked. Also, here's some breaking news. Donald Trump is going to impose tariffs on Canada and Mexico.
Transition is going on. And meantime, the president-elect is weighing in on what's going to happen on January 20th. Just moments ago on a Truth Social, the president-elect wrote this. As everyone is aware, thousands of people are pouring through Mexico and Canada, bringing crime and drugs at levels never seen before. Right now, a caravan is coming from Mexico, composed of thousands of people, seems to be unstoppable in its quest to come through our current open border. On January 20th, as one of my many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada a 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders. This tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and all the illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country. Both Mexico and Canada have the absolute right and power.
Wait, these goddamn Canadians, dude. These goddamn Canadians, they're invading our borders, our beautiful borders. Where my country gone? Here's the longer piece. He just said Canadians are pouring through. Oh my God, he did it. The mad lad. Oh my God, another meme. Another meme has become reality. Oh my God. Hey, yo. Oh my God. This is amazing. Build the northern wall. Let's go. Let's fucking go, dude. About damn time. Right now, a caravan coming from Mexico composed of 1,000 people seems to be unstoppable in its quest to come through our currently open border. He just invented a caravan too. As one of my many first executive orders, I will sign all necessary documents to charge Mexico and Canada 25% tariff on all products coming into the United States and its ridiculous open borders. This tariff will remain in effect until such time as drugs, in particular fentanyl, and all illegal aliens stop this invasion of our country. Both Mexico and Canada have the absolute right and power to easily solve this long simmering problem. We hereby demand that they use this power, and until such time that they do, it's time for them to pay a very big price. I've had many talks with China about the massive amounts of drugs, in particular fentanyl, being sent to the United States, but to no avail. Representatives of China told me that they would institute their maximum penalty, that of death, for any drug dealers caught doing this. But, unfortunately, they never followed through, and drugs are pouring into our country, mostly through Mexico, at levels never seen before. Until such time as they stop, we will be charging China an additional 10% tariff, above any additional tariffs, on all of their many products coming into the United States of America. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Boys, just want to say good luck to the future of this country. I feel like if implemented, these tariffs are going to laser prices in the opposite direction. Like, I can't understand it. It feels like he's just purposefully trying to destroy the economy. I'm telling you now, the fucking walls are not to keep Mexicans out. It's to keep your ass in, okay? Very quickly, you will find that it turns out the walls were not there to keep the Guatemalans out. Oh no, they were to keep you in here, okay? Holy shit. What a spectacular future. Oh my God. Incredible.
To easily solve this long simmering problem, we hereby demand that they use this power. Until such time they do, it is time for them to pay a very big price. He went on to add that he is also adding 10% to all products from China if they don't stop.
Also, weak sauce that he's given 10% to China, but 25% to Canada and Mexico, two of America's most valuable trade partners. Oh my God. I think it's supposed to be 25 plus 10. Oh, he's adding. Oh, he's doing. Oh my God. Wait. So China gets 35%. How much of that is trade for America? It's got to be near 50%. Like, if you compile Canada, Mexico, and China, like it's probably almost half of all American trade at that point. List of largest trading partners in the United States. Oh, they said they were going to do that to the European Union too. Donald Trump is a J.D. Pons style permanent first world genocidist, it seems. He said, no more treats. No more treats for you, fatty. It's almost half. Oh my God. Oh no. Dude. Oh my God. Oh no. It's 45%. I was right. Oh, this is so stupid. Like, this is, people will say, Hassan, how are you like laughing about this? But it's like, it's so completely out of my hands. Will that also apply to the electric power that the USA gets? Will that also apply to the electric power that the USA gets from Canada? I don't know. 45% is not 50%. I said almost 50%. Okay, calm down. In 2021, the U.S. increased imports of oils, minerals, lime, and cement from Canada from $60.3 billion in 2020 to $105.3 billion, an increase of 74%. In 2021, the imports of oils, minerals, lime, and cement from Canada constituted almost half of the total U.S. imports of these commodities. We've already described how tariffs work, right? Like, I think everybody here, at least now at this point, understands how it works. Like, it's a fee that companies that are importing stuff are going to have to pay to the government, and therefore they're going to make the cost of goods that much higher for the average American. They're going to carry over the cost. They're not going to like eat away at their profits, eat away at their profit margins. It's going to make every single thing more expensive. So it's basically a sales tax. No, dude, China doesn't pay the tariffs. What are you talking about? Shut up. What? That's not real. No, why would they pay for the tariff?
You want to allow them to Canada? We're going to tariff you. Tweet. You want to allow drugs to come through our southern border? We're going to tariff you. You want to allow them to come through Canada? We're going to tariff you. China, if you're going to allow this stuff to get sold in our country, largely produced in China, we're going to add another 10% to your share. We are going to cost your countries, your economies. We're going to cost your businesses billions, hundreds of billions of dollars. If you think you're going to poison Americans, it's not going to happen. You're not going to destroy our youth. You're not going to destroy our society. You're not going to destroy our families. You're not going to do it. It's going to cost you. I'm going to put an end to it. Laura, when my father sent that 20 minutes ago, I literally cheered out loud. Their tweet. You want?
This is crazy. I run a manufacturing shop in New Jersey. We build circuit breakers, switchgear for generators. The breakers we buy are built in Mexico. Our main enclosure manufacturers in Canada, and China is the third largest copper producer in the world. I'm Brian Kilme. I don't understand. Like, do they legitimately think that China is going to pay for it or something? Like, I don't. Like, how would China have the capacity to pay for it? Do you think that they're just going to fucking give money to the people that are importing it, or do you think they're going to cut costs to make up for the tariffs? Is that what it is? Even though they haven't done that? Like, how are they thinking that this process works? Hassan, don't you remember the hater video we watched? Most people don't think at all. It's true, but it's so funny being Canadian right now, being in the Canadian government, being like, what? Drugs are coming over our border? What are you saying? Like, what? There's a mass influx of migrants fleeing Canada into America? What? Like, why do tariffs raise prices but corporate taxes don't? First of all, when have we increased the corporate tax rate? You mean to say, why don't prices decrease when corporate tax rates decrease? If that's your question, then yes, that would be a good question to ask economists. It seemingly never goes in that direction. But as far as like a corporate tax versus tariffs, it makes sense. You can move certain things around. But a complete tariff on all of the raw materials necessary will, of course, increase the cost. Like, taxes on the corporate side are coming in after the fact. It's coming off of your profits. It's coming off of your the revenue generated. Tariffs are not. Tariffs are just raw goods, materials necessary for production. It's just making the production more costly. It's that simple. What the fuck? Also, holy fuck, dude. Look at this. 73% of overall cable news audiences prime time is watching Fox News. MSNBC is getting 16%. CNN's getting 11%. Holy shit. Yeah, I've said this before as well. I think they want to cut income tax as a substitute. I like that the dumbasses over at Fox News basically kept crying about mainstream media, and then they cried themselves into being the only mainstream media outlet. And it's still funny because, like, right-wingers still complain. They still talk about the overrepresentation of libtards in mainstream news and shit. About 25% of the lumber used in the U.S. is Canadian. It'll kill home builders. If 45% of U.S. imports were increased by 35%, it would raise the cost of goods in total approximately by $71.34 billion. That's $71.34 billion that the rich don't need to be taxed. That's so crazy. What is this? Single warfare against more than half the world usually turns out fine. Well, at a certain point, the quantitative shift engenders a qualitative shift. And if you're imposing the siege on yourself, but the extraordinary nature of U.S. hegemony means we are not quite there, I don't imagine the people with any idea about how any of this will actually let Trump impose the moron China tariffs he loves to talk about. But if perchance he somehow gets that done, we might find out about all this sooner. What is this? Alarm about sanctions' rise has reached the highest levels of the U.S. government. Some senior administration officials have told President Biden directly that the overuse of sanctions risks making the tool less valuable. If you remember, we were ringing the alarm bells about the sanctions already early on. But of course, Jeff over at WAPO did a fantastic piece on America's sanctions regimes skyrocketing and basically creating an entire universe of countries that are completely outside of the sphere of influence of America because they had to basically create a secondary market for themselves. Turns out if you fucking sanction half the planet, then you basically have created half of the fucking planet's new market. You force them into a secondary market. Holy shit. Yeah, here is
this is democracy.
I mean, we've covered this before. The Washington Post investigation was called Money War, and Jeff Stein is the person who conducted this investigation. It seems like this is Financial Times though. Anyway, and yet, despite recognition that the volume of sanctions may be excessive, U.S. officials tend to see each individual action as justified, making it hard to stop the trend. The United States is imposing sanctions at a record-setting pace again this year, with more than 60% of all low-income countries now under some form of financial penalty, according to a Washington Post analysis. What? Senator Marco Rubio, China, Russia, and Iran are evading U.S. sanctions by using alternative financial systems. Introduced a bill which would ensure these regimes are held accountable as they attempt to bypass our laws. They don't know it's illegal to have bilateral deals without my permission. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me, sir. I don't think you understand what you're doing. What you're doing is illegal. What you're supposed to do is die. What you're supposed to do is just fucking keel over and die. Oh, that article is from WAPO. Sorry. Okay. That's illegal. Yeah, it's the I consent to. Isn't there someone you forgot to ask meme playing itself out? All of this spells trouble for America's hegemonic superpower status in the world, by the way. But yeah, when you sanction the world, when you sanction the entire world, at the end of the day, that means you are left alone. And the reality of the matter is, while the United States of America is the largest consumption engine on the planet and still plays a pretty big role in the global marketplace, still plays a ginormous role in the global marketplace, I think this kind of sanctions regime coming, not even sanctions, but this kind of tariffs regime coming from the United States of America is also literally, it's JD Pawn shit, dude. I'm telling you, Donald Trump is doing permanent first world genocide. Maybe the MAGA communists were right. He's an accelerationist. JD Pawn Don. He's just saying, fuck it, YOLO. It's time. It's time for a new empire to come in and fix the situation. Yeah, the MAGA communists were right, okay? The MAGA communists were secretly in Trump's ear. He is JD Pawn. Trump is saying, America must suffer. America must suffer for the endless bloodshed that it has caused in the third world, okay? The revolutionary of the third world must be harnessed. The time is now. Amerifats must die. No more treats. Billions will lose out on their treats. It's crazy.
Sending fentanyl and products, drug products through Mexico. That is in addition to the tariffs already.
Tariffs are not supposed to be used as a punitive measure, right? The ideal situation is to use them while also beefing up manufacturing. They encourage a return to American products, but we're not getting that part, are we? Yes. And you can also do that for like raw materials. Like there's just shit that's not here. You know what I mean? Like, what are you supposed to do? Not only do we not have manufacturing, but like it also doesn't make sense if you just don't have certain raw materials and you're just slapping a tariff onto it because you're mad. Like, what are you supposed to do? What the fuck? Yeah, bananas, coffee, avocado, lithium. What do you? Well, I mean, I guess lithium. There's places. It's just gonna be devastating for the American environment too. That's the other aspect of this. Like, we have trees. It's not like we don't have fucking trees. let's say we beef up the lumber industry to make up for the additional demand that we're not getting, or to make up for the additional supply that we're not getting from Canada. Okay, now you're just like wiping out entire fucking forests in America. You know what I mean? Like everything is bad. I don't know how else to describe it. I do not see a good way out of this, is what I mean. Okay. Yeah. Good stuff. All right, let's see the YouTube content wasteland.
Last month, I started a video series in response to a video called Why I Hate Bread Tubers from the YouTuber Rob's Media. I didn't end up finishing it because towards the end of the series, I had a change of heart in the direction that I want to take this channel. There are things happening in the world right now that I think are important and not getting enough coverage on YouTube, namely the genocide in Gaza. While I had previously covered it on my channel, that coverage was interspersed between internet drama videos and making fun of weird guys. And that's all fine, right? But after spending a month making videos exclusively about Gaza, I discovered that I really do not want to talk about anything else. Not right now, at least. There's too much suffering, too many lies justifying that suffering, and not enough people talking about it on YouTube. For this reason, I have no desire to return to online drama content. I've been working every day, 12 hours a day for the last 3 weeks on a big video that's related to media coverage of the Gaza genocide, and I have a few others in the chamber. I'm excited for you all to see them. With that said, though, there are some loose ends in the drama sphere that I want to tie up first, starting with Rob's Media. Rob responded to my videos, so that's what we're going to look at today. Hopefully it'll be a nice break from the really heavy stuff as well, if that's been too much for you to watch. So that's the plan. But first, real quick, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, Lelo. Lelo makes some really high quality bedroom equipment for going bonkers on yourself and others.
Massive
sexual
L
style.
haircut? Oh, shut up. He looks good. Noah's always been a babe, okay? He's always been a fucking hottie.
Lelo was kind enough to send me the Tor 3 and the F1S V3, and these things are amazing. The Tor 3...
Wait, what the fuck? Hey, yo, okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? I can't show this. I don't know if I can show this. Okay. I didn't even realize what the fuck he was selling. No, I think that is a cock ring. Anyway, Noah Lelo 10 for 10% off. Okay. God damn. This man, dude, it's a self-suck toy and a cock ring.
Okay. Back to the video. So Rob's Media responded with a video called Responding to Noah Samsen, which makes sense as a name for the video. Love the thumbnail, looking good. It's another pretty long video, so I will need to break this up into parts again. Sorry. Again, I got other stuff to put out in the meantime, but don't worry, Rob. I won't forget you. Never forget. Rob.
So I've been wanting to respond to Noah Samsen's coverage of my Why I Hate BreadTubers video, which he decided to split into multiple parts for some reason. Unlike him, I don't like wasting my audience's time, so I'll only be going over the main egregious points Noah made. I'll link all of his videos below. Don't harass the guy, obviously. I'm linking them for full transparency.
I like that, linking the videos. I think it's good practice. More YouTubers should do that. Academic. As for the comment about me wasting people's time, you know, whether it's one big video or chapters, I'd be wasting their time regardless. The content itself is a waste of time. I am sorry though if you feel like your time was wasted. Some of my viewers felt the same way and just sat the series out or unsubscribed, which is totally cool. I get it. I just let the market decide, and the market told me to stop making them.
What really caught my attention of Noah's responses is the downright slanderous stuff he said about YouTuber, streamer, and fat British guy Chud Logic. In my original video, I brought up this infamous Noah tweet where he calls Chud a pedo and insists he should be brutally killed. I'll address this tweet more later, but let's focus on the important part. Noah is outright trying to paint Chud as a pedo, something no other YouTuber agrees with.
Okay, so the first point that Rob brings up is the Chud Logic allegations. So,
yo, what's the Chinese sexy game, by the way? While we're watching this video, let me let that cook real quick. What's it called? The dating sim? What's the Chinese dating sim? Stop saying Genshin Impact. Shut the fuck up. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, Mao Zedong. Okay, good one, dude. What is it? Love is all around? Is that what it is? It's like the 5 hearts in under one roof. Love in 4 hearts? Is it Love is all around for real? Is it Love is all around? Actually, that's the one. 4 hearts is Korean. I already did that. Hi, chat. If you like the Chinese dating games, here are some English subtitles. Also, I know Jason already played 3 of them. Love is all around. Try and love. Knowledge or no lady. My Destiny girl. Shadow's been asking to play this game for weeks now. Love in the room. Love is all around DLC. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, look at all these games that I must avoid. Look at all these games that I will be avoiding. I will not be, wait, what? What do you, I will certainly not be. Chat might be saying that I'm, you know, I see a lot of movement in the chat like, oh, dude, you're downloading it. It's like, I'm not. I'm not downloading it, and I'm certainly not installing it. Love is all around. I mean, I would never do that. Right here, Mom. Oh, hi. Okay. Steam tags are FMV and dating simulator to find games like Five Hearts. I would never do that. I would never do that in a million years. Okay. It's clear to me that it's clear that I would never. Everybody knows I mistakenly clicked on the previous dating sim, and we just kind of looked at it to see what's not good.
So
All right,
in my
let's continue.
video, I retracted the accusation that Chud Logic was a pedophile, but I did it in sort of a backhanded way. I'll play that now.
So yes, technically you guys got me. He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile. He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile, and a weirdo and a groomer.
So yeah, I do want to unequivocally retract that he's a pedophile, that I called him a...
Wait, that's what everyone was mad about? Like people were bullying Noah Samson into doing actually it's a phebophile shit. Yeah, we'll look at all endings of this game in a second. What the fuck?
A pedophile. I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry to Chud Logic for doing that. I got some feedback from CSA survivors about how we shouldn't throw that word around without evidence because it cheapens the word's meaning, and I think that makes perfect sense. I've always loved internet humor like this, you know, extreme hyperbolic insults, like quote tweeting a Zionist that's mocking Palestinians being killed and saying, hey chat, someone should probably beat this guy to death with hammers. Or in Chud's case, you know, he was putting scantily clad photos on the thumbnails of videos that were scrutinizing sexual assault allegations. Hey guys, we should melt this pedo guy in a cast iron cauldron. It's ridiculous. It's a product of Twitter culture, and it's always been hilarious to me. What I've learned over time, though, is that doing this is not worth it. It's not worth the trade-off in punishment. I got banned from Twitter for this and other similar statements. My cope for almost 2 years now has been that I was leaving anyways, and that Elon broke the site and made it Nazi site, and that's true.
Why didn't he just like demand that he be unbanned by doing the trick, which is woke liberals canceled me? Because if you say woke liberals cancel me, like, it's a 100% unban rate.
True, in part. I've been on Blue Sky lately, and it's 10 billion times better. You should follow me on there if you want. However, having access to my audience on other platforms is genuinely pretty helpful, especially when it comes to the more serious political side of things, like the stuff I've been covering lately. And it would be nice to be able to talk about it with, you know, my audience and the people I know. But thanks to stuff like this, I don't have that anymore, which sucks. So to anyone that wants to do content online, as funny as it may feel to post stuff like this or make hyperbolic death threats, as fun as the word pedophile...
What is this? Wait, what? What was that? It said downloaded? I don't know what that was. Damn it. Must have been a virus again. I think the hackers hacked into my computer and downloaded something for me.
File is to throw around at people you don't like. If you don't have any real evidence to go off of, then just keep that offline. Anyways, let's continue.
In early 2021, a Twitter user made a thread detailing her experience of Chud the year prior. She said she was a fan of his, and he'd messaged her first with this glorious image. Ayo, is that Mutahar?
I think Rob is trying to make a joke here and say that this guy looks like Mutahar from Some Ordinary Gamers, but these guys look nothing alike. I think Rob just identified their one common feature, brown, and did a bit off of that, but come on, like, it's not even remotely close.
Wait, so there's like actual YouTubers out there that are just like making long, convoluted YouTube videos, like defending people who are actually ephebophiles and like groomers and shit. Like, actually, is everybody okay? Like, what is going on? Is everybody all right? What's happening? I'm so happy to just be completely oblivious to that side of the world. This is why I don't look at any of the fucking drama slop usually.
That's crazy.
They'd send messages back and forth for months, usually being flirty or inappropriate. Sure, they're weird and creepy, but you can say that for any leaked sexual exchanges.
I don't know about that one. I think you can definitely sext without being weird or creepy. I think suggesting otherwise is kind of a self-report. Maybe what he means here is that it's, you know, cringe seeing people horny texting outside of the...
What is Destiny doing? He's just like reviewing the... Like, is he doing like peta review? Like, what the fuck is this? It's just like a streamlined... What's up, guys? Today we're going to be doing pedophilia review. It turns out, you know, it's actually ephebophilia. Is that what it is?
Being flirty or inappropriate.
He judges their groomer is? Okay, that's nice.
people horny texting outside of the context in which they were horny, which I generally agree with, but weird and creepy every time? Nah, man.
At one point, Chud says that he doesn't want to flirt with someone who's a young adult, with his limit being someone half his age plus 7. Chud was 34 at the time, meaning the youngest he'd flirt with is 24.
Like she said herself, I said that I was 18 and never really made a big deal out of this idea that I was some sort of pedophile, but that became the narrative. That became the narrative that grew up off the back of it.
This point is odd from Rob. Chud was under the impression that this girl was 18, but if his age limit was supposed to be 24, then he broke his own rule, right? Like, he knew it was wrong, but he did it anyways. That was my original point. Rob doesn't argue against that, though. He actually just follows it up by immediately accusing the girl of trying to ruin Chud's career.
So yeah, this Haley person lied about their age, and is now playing victim while trying to ruin Chud's career.
I think because he and others disagree that Chud was being predatory at all, then that must mean that she was acting maliciously by making these accusations. This is unfair, in my opinion, because when we read through what Haley actually said, it seems pretty clear from the tone and from what she said that that's not what was happening. She starts
like, what's his career? Posting on Twitter career? Like, what the fuck? What is? I can't believe you came after the career of a epic poster on Twitter. Like, what?
Starts by giving her reasoning that she feels morally obligated to say something for the safety of other young people in her community. Before making any accusations, the first thing she does is admit to fault about lying about her age and posting not suitable for work content in the Discord. She calls these mistakes and apologizes for them. She also communicates that she feels ashamed for even having to share this exchange. She admits with embarrassment to feeling special and attached, but still feeling uncomfortable because of his messages. And she also admits to knowing from the start that Chud was in his mid-30s. She ends by apologizing to Chud for going back on her word to not leak the messages, but reiterates what she said at the start, that she is doing this with the goal of protecting other young people. So what about this thread communicates ill intent?
Okay, open and shut case. Who is defending this? There are people who are making YouTube videos defending this? Like, what the fuck? They're actually, they're blaming a minor. They're actively blaming a minor. They're blaming a minor. They're actively blaming a minor for like being groomed by a fucking 34-year-old man. Like, what? Who's doing this?
I feel like you can disagree with these.
Why are people making YouTube videos? Like, why are they not embarrassed to say these things?
Charges without demonizing this person by assuming that she was acting maliciously, by assuming that she was just trying to.
Yeah, because she lied about her age is really dumb. DiddyTube.
Ruin this guy's life for no reason. Watching back some of the responses at the time further illustrates this point, I think. Take Destiny, for example. Before even reading all of the messages, he starts out by framing this accuser in relation to other accusers that only make accusations out of regret.
Somebody flirting with you and like typing sexual messages at you is not grooming. What the fuck do you guys think grooming is? What is grooming to you? It sounds to me like every single attempt at flirting is grooming to you people. That's
What is going on, bro? Is it only grooming if it's a content creator that is not in your orbit? I guess that's the standard, right? It's like if it's like a Minecrafter or like someone you don't like, then it's grooming. If it's a 34-year-old man talking to a 17-year-old girl in his Discord who's a fan and is like getting them to send revealing, compromising pictures and stuff like that, that's not grooming technically because you like that content creator. Is that how it works? It's only grooming against his enemies.
fucking disgusting. You guys are dumb as fucking. Like, every single attempt at flirting is grooming to you people. That's fucking disgusting. You guys are dumb as fuck. If you think you don't know what grooming means, just don't use it as a word. Jesus Christ. Grooming equals guy hit on me, and later on I decided that I wasn't really into it.
When he actually goes through the thread, he reads them mockingly, setting it up so that whatever comes next will seem trivial.
First, if you are related to me, I beg you, don't read this. I don't want this. I don't want to carry the shame of what I let happen to me be in your minds. Jesus, fuck, this person must have been fucked. Wow, we're about to read some crazy shit. We're about to read some crazy shit in this thread.
He ends by concluding.
You do the same shit when he needs to waste money on something stupid with the hands in the head for like 4 days after? What? I do the same shit when he needs to waste money on something stupid? There's been a moment where I've like defended, oh, you do the same shit as my dad when he needs to waste money on something stupid with the hands in the head for like 4 days after. Okay.
concluding that Chud did nothing wrong.
You didn't invite this by lying that you were a year older or anything else. He knew better. This is on him. No. First of all, no one's making you lie about your fucking age. Fuck you. There is no pressure. There is no fucking like, man, I was just so pressured to introduce myself to a Discord server and lie that I was like, fuck you.
Whether you agree with his conclusion or not, his presentation of the accusations assumed malice from the start. Noteworthy here is Destiny's hypothetical about what he actually considers to be a real example of wrongdoing.
Does it matter? A 30-year-old shouldn't be talking to an 8-year-old? I mean, like, who cares? Who are you even to judge this? Who the fuck cares that much? Like, if this guy was like trying to like abduct her from like a fucking high school or some shit, sure.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that Destiny is anti-abduction. Got it. Okay, that's a separate. He has a separate standard. You know, leading up to that point is fine. It's just actually when you cross that threshold. Yeah. Someone in the chat said it's only grooming if it's from the grooming region of France. You don't understand. You're only a Nazi if you are in the year 1938, okay, and a card-carrying member of the National Socialist Party. And even then, you also have to, on top of that, say Heil Hitler. Otherwise, you're not a Nazi at all. And a 30-year-old talking to an 18-year-old is how his last marriage started, so it makes sense. Yeah, that's not wrong, I guess.
Sure, maybe, but I mean, if you're all in a Discord room, like,
I guess technically he's consistent. His moral systems are intact.
As long as they're 18 plus, like, are we?
He did this with the exact kind of shit that 3 other women, including a former close friend of mine. Additional trauma he created was inhumane. What is this? 34-year-old man who cheats on his wife with 19-year-olds on Discord because his wife won't play out his sick fantasies. How do you feel about age play stuff? What the fuck? Oh, this is him taking credit for the Fox News thing. Proof of age, the person he sent this to. I really don't think she would call you her soulmate and not want you to be with her. Damn, we probably won't talk anymore if you do get into a relationship with her, lol. I mean, we can talk. It just wouldn't be sexual. You're super young, but you've been a fun person to chat with. Honestly, generally prefer if anyone 20 messages me, we don't end up talking for more than a day or two. I'm glad that makes me happy since I've been so stressed. Agitated today. I haven't come at all. Maybe tomorrow I can send you a final big cum shot vid, lol. If I'm not too stressed about the coming day, I don't know. Wait, what? Oh, if anyone under 20 messages me, we don't end up talking for more than a day or two. You haven't seen these yet? No. What is age play? Like with a 19-year-old? What is a age play if the person is under the age of 20 at that point? Shit got released a few days ago. How did people have access to these messages? The 19-year-old leaked it? What the fuck? Someone said he wants the role play as her being 75 years old. That'd be kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, this doesn't seem that. But I'm imagining a Discord groomer, kick streamer being like, guys, my kink is age play, and I really need you to call yourself Bertha. Talk about how your knees ain't what it used to be. I'm Gertrude. Come on, Grandma, you gotta take your Alzheimer's medication. Oh yeah, take your dentures out before you give me the good suck. Okay, let's get back to this video. I'm learning way too much that I did not know about and should have never known.
What does it matter?
This rationale from Destiny makes sense, though, given his history of statements about his own sexual exchanges.
What is this? People keep sending me. Okay, this is warning, CSAM. Destiny, I shouldn't tell this because I'm going to get arrested for CPS. We would troll this 8-year-old kid. This kid took off his pants and wiggled his dick on stream. That is...
I shouldn't tell this because I'm gonna get fucking arrested. Or Child Protective Services. I used to be part of this horrible thing called the Bro Squad, okay? Fucking me, if you remember that fucking Cheeks bitch, and fucking a couple other people that have never been on my stream before, were part of the Bro Squad. And what we would do is we would go around Justin TV streams, trolling the shit out of these people. And we went around from fucking channel to channel, like fucking around. Like it was just horrible shit. We went to this channel with this fucking this kid was like 8 years old. And he was fucking broing out with everybody in this chat for whatever fucking reason. This kid decides to fucking take his pants off and fucking wiggle his 8-year-old dick on stream. I can't even believe it.
Why is so much of the fucking narrative around being edgy and trolling just like doing straightforward illegal shit?
Oh my fucking god. It was like, I didn't even know, like, we were on Skype, we were like, holy shit. Like, we had to do like a double take because we didn't even fucking know, like, what the fuck was on. Like, we were looking at like an 8-year-old dick, like, on the fucking screen. And his fucking brother, we called him Captain Push-Ups, would like come in the room. And this guy was like fucking 14 years old. He had his shirt off and he was like this, like watching this stream the entire time and shit. Oh my god. Yeah, that stream got shut down. And I don't know if the whole Bro Squad disbanded after that, but I know that I left the Bro Squad after that because the shit that I saw was just too real.
Why is he saying this out loud? This gotta be like at least 10 years old, this clip. He elaborates on what he means by age play here. What? Okay, sorry, finally awake, lol. I've had huge fantasies lately related to babysitters, either MMF or FFM. It'd go like, older babysitter starts messing around with younger person, then they teach them / get them really good at sex and start bringing over their friends to mess around with them. So say it's a younger guy, girl finds out he's got a nice dick and starts teaching him how to eat out and everything, then starts bringing over her girlfriends to fuck them one by one. Ugh. What the fuck? This is okay. I'm gonna say judge me by my enemies again on this. Dude, I apologize. He explaining his type of women? Wait, what?
Talk about the fact that you are the cringiest, gayest fucking retard.
First of all, we don't say gay here.
Okay, I've never seen a man's DMs that have made me more uncomfortable in my life than when watching.
Jesus Christ.
When you try to message e-girls.
Okay, listen. They like the cat faces, okay?
Can we talk about that for real, though?
Tyler, the creator?
No, I don't know. Let's go back to it. How old are you?
Enough to get results.
But you're old enough to not text women like you're an 18-year-old horny virgin.
It works.
That's what I'm saying is that maybe you should target other women. Because the type of women you're targeting where that shit works on is fucking
It's people that
gross.
watch streamers.
Exactly.
What do you think?
Stop fucking these type of women. Fuck
Yeah, what, should I walk into the professional world and be like, hey, I'm looking for
Yes.
I'd rather fuck the people that like the cat faces than the people that want the fucking $200,000 watches.
Age playing. Your
girl.
DMs look like a 17-year-old fucking a 16-year-old.
They work.
I don't know. It's gross.
At least the girls that like the cat faces don't have like fake
That I
lips
was
and
not a
fake
worthy
tits and
party.
fake boobs and fake
Only
fucking
a
asses
pure
and
people.
fucking. This is not my type of person.
Why?
Because I like the nerdy college like attitude vibe like anime fucking people. That's just
Stop
like my
saying words
world.
that make them younger and younger.
That's not, I don't know how you want me to describe it. Like
it's not like you have to specialize in these type of women. You can flat bitches from anywhere.
But why would I? I just don't want to.
Post a Rolex
I don't
on your
vibe
Instagram
with
see what
yeah,
happens.
okay, I'll do that.
Post a Richard Bill on your Instagram, see what happens.
What do you think? What happens?
I think you get scouted by a different breed of woman.
What type of woman?
The type of women that aren't cosplaying as 14-year-olds, putting on braces.
Don't look yet. Jesus Christ.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Who are all these girls?
Stop.
You know, there's a lot of DMs. Oh, Jesus.
No, stop, shut up.
They just send you boobs?
Why is the DNC not inviting this guy? He's a firm and committed defender of the Democratic Party, dude. Like, what the fuck? I just don't get it. I don't understand why the DNC is not inviting this guy. All right, let's continue.
With minors.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to 15-year-olds then? What is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was
Like, let's get back into the video. The video is even worse.
as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait,
I said
how old was she?
She said she was 15. Because I shared a picture of a chick that I said, look at this hot jailbait. That
Bro, there is no way you just said, at least he gets pussy unlike you. Come on, dude. That's crazy.
makes me a pedophile? There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot. Like I can't help that. Like some people mature fucking older. When you're a professional gamer, there's a lot of fucking girls that are hitting on you. It's insane. And the scariest part is the underage chicks that hit on you. If you're in your fucking early 20s or some shit and you've got these late fucking teeny poppers that are sending you, you know, these crazy pictures and whatnot, like not necessarily nude pictures either. I don't, to my knowledge, I haven't received nude pictures of an underage person. Although I guess it's theoretically possible. I don't know. I've never knowingly traded pictures with an underage person.
Consulting some of these logs, Destiny writes, you want to see the sickest shit in the world? So many fangirls. I had one that was 15. Dude, she's 15. What the fuck? But she sent me pictures. Someone else writes, what the fuck? She's huge. Destiny writes back, That made it so hard to say no. He shares an image in the chat and then writes, "I'm gonna get arrested one of these MLGs, man." I don't know what MLGs means, but you know, I'm getting the vibe that that would be bad. A friend of his, minutes later, admits to hooking up with a 17-year-old. I don't know how old this person was, but based on the context of the conversation, I feel like they probably weren't 17. In another log, Destiny writes, "I would fuck the shit out of that 15-year-old girl, what the fuck." He was 26 at this time. So yeah, regardless of how you feel about ChudLogic's messages, the environment in which these allegations were discussed, given some of the people involved, was not so great. These kinds of responses, along with statements like Rob's, only further discourages people from speaking out when stuff like this happens. I guess that's a nice transition to the next point, which is the topic of ephebophilia.
Noah that makes fun of debate bro logic by using the term ephebiophile.
Well, it's just inappropriate for me to be flirting with someone who is underage or even young, like 18. It's supposed to be half your age plus 7. So yes, technically you guys got me. He's not a pedophile, he's an ephebophile. This is a meme. It's the debate lord meme that you are differentiating.
That definition is straight up dumb. It conflates that being attracted to 15-year-olds is the same as being attracted to 19-year-olds.
Okay, so once again, I want to retract this accusation. I shouldn't have called this guy an ephebophile either. There's a running joke about how debate lords will make that distinction and how it's weird, and I guess now we have some insight as to why they might need to do that.
There are some 15, 16-year-old chicks that like look pretty fucking hot.
But in an effort to make fun of that, I ended up just unironically doing it myself. I made this distinction when no one involved with the situation ever used it as a defense. What I didn't know about ephebophilia, because to be honest, I didn't read much beyond the Google search I showed, is that the attraction to this age group must be primary. Like, he only goes after people in this age range. And beyond this one example, I have no evidence to support that this is the case. Again, I still think the messages were weird and creepy, and that the age gap combined with the fact that she was a fan of his does seem a bit predatory, but I should be able to say that without calling him these more loaded words. Another issue I do have here, though, is the implication from Rob that adults can't be groomed.
Chud was flirting with someone he believed was an adult, so nothing he did was morally wrong. You can call him creepy, but in no way is Chud a groomer.
Of course adults can be groomed. Categorically denying that this could be a case of grooming because he thought she was an adult is wild. Don't do that.
Noah also tries calling out hypocrisy for me joking about his appearance.
Wait a minute. The thumbnail of this video says that stranger danger with my face. He is just kind of doing that, isn't he? Ooh. I get called a pedophile every other day on my YouTube channel, and it's usually because of my mustache and my haircut. You know, pedo stash. It's sort of a classic insult.
Noah, you falsely calling Chud a pedo is in no way comparable to me making a goofy thumbnail. The issue here is that Noah lacks the ability to be charitable.
Rob does this thing where he just says something and doesn't give any reasons for why he thinks that. Love that. I also love his characterization of the thumbnail as just being goofy, and not that the text above my head says stranger danger, and that the person directly to my right or your left is a known sexual harasser and drawn child porn consumer. The obvious implication here is that we are somehow predatory. That's why I compared the two. It seems kind of like a reasonable comparison. I don't know.
The issue here is that Noah lacks the ability to be charitable. If one of his friends was in ChudLogic's shoes, he'd defend them to the very end. But here he just has to go the extreme length to label someone he doesn't like a groomer. This just proves the dehumanization point I made in my original video. He's gotta label him the worst thing ever. No other YouTuber agrees with this take from Noah, not even ChudLogic's sworn enemies, Xander Hall and Keffels.
Bandwagon.
What is this argument, dude? What the fuck? An endless well of depravity. Just, nobody actually agrees with your argument, including these other fucking YouTubers who don't agree with your argument. Those are his sworn enemies. Also, Xylithol is a real person, which is amazing. Xylithol is the placeholder for like random YouTuber name that I had no idea existed until this very moment, until they made like a fucking hate video on me, and it turns out that's a real YouTuber. That's a real guy. Okay, that's fantastic. If you ever catch yourself saying these names, think about yourself. Yeah, no, that's it. Xylithol is a real man, okay, and he's got opinions, and you need to hear those opinions.
Bandwagon fallacy. But nah, man, like I said, even though this stuff was really weird, I shouldn't have called this dude a pedophile or an ephebophile, and I'm sorry to ChudLogic for doing that. I do want to be more responsible and intentional with my words online, and this exchange has helped me to recognize that. Anyways, that's it for today. We will...
Jesus Christ, dude. That is so fucking nutty. What is this?
And their celebrities.
Well, and even you're loading all of a sudden. When you say he's texting her and he wants to give her dating advice, what if she's the one that brought it up first?
Should he say something like, "I'm sorry, but it's inappropriate for me to talk to you about high school boys," or what? Like, what?
Yeah. You do it all the time. When some young person comes up to you and starts saying some weird stuff, you just sit there with this 13-year-old, and then you start having conversations extended about them about dating.
Yeah, I have before. What do you mean? No, would I tell if a young person came up to me and they were asking me questions about some like boy problems or some shit? Yeah, I'd probably say, yeah, of course. What do you mean, I'm a 35-year-old man? Of course, I'm gonna have better advice for them than some fucking random high school person. Yeah, of course.
Wait. Oh, okay, well then maybe that's just weird behavior even for me. I think that's weird.
I think it's more. Hold on. Who are they supposed to ask if not adults? What do you mean? If a 15-year-old girl came up to me and she's like, "There's some weird shit going on with a boy in my high school," I say, "Oh no, don't talk to me, honey. Go ask another 15-year-old boy, or ask your retarded fucking mom and dad who are going to tell you to never talk to any boys ever." No, what the fuck? Why would I not talk to a person? Wait, what?
And Destiny, if that stuff came out that you were talking to 13-year-olds about dating, and that they came up to you and you were like, "Yeah, you know this and this about sex or whatever."
Why is he getting so mad? He's like, "No, I will." The streamer Axis of Evil. Imagine ever calling someone anonymous like, "Sure, I may be a pedophile, but at least I'm not British. I sexually harassed a girl 2 years ago. There's a video about it on my channel." What? I think these guys are all attempting to make jokes. Well, except for Vosh. Vosh was being for real that he did do that, and he made a YouTube video about it. For instance, I would not have sex with Hassan Piker even if he was a child because he is Turkish. Oh yeah, I remember Kevel saying that. That was weird. Listen, I don't know what it is. And I also don't want to see this. This is gross. But I will say this. I don't know what the fuck vibes I bring to the table, but damn near the entirety of my fucking haters that find themselves in the marketplace of fuck Hassan content almost always are either defending groomers, are groomers themselves, are outed as pedophiles, you know what I mean? Defend pedophiles. It's kind of crazy. Like, I don't know what it is. But once again, as I've always said, judge me by my enemies, okay? If you've seen a YouTube video that has been out there and is making you feel some type of way, you know, where it's just like a sequence of shit that is clipped out of context, it's most likely coming from this group of individuals. Speaking of pedogate, I'm telling you, if you did only less than 1% of all the weird and disgusting bad things D did during his online career, you would have been already canceled years ago. Yeah, I know. I saw clips of you playing some horny-ass game. Yes, it is true. Yeah, every year this meme has to be updated because of more and more Hassan Piker enemies are outed as predators or their collaborators. Anytime D brings up bro tubes, we should bring up his bro squad. Yeah. My worst shit is like a satirical... an attempt at satire I did 11 years ago that is nowhere near as remotely bad as it's something that I've like owned up to and has informed like my perspective on the world. That's so funny. All right, let's anyway, how was working out been going? It's been great. Speaking of Diddygate, Diddy G, pedophiles, people who collaborate with pedophiles and the like, Drake, who you saw in that previous video, was being defended by Diddy G's very own Diddler Destiny, Diddy-stiny. He's initiated legal action against Universal Music Group and Spotify over allegations that the two companies conspired to artificially inflate the popularity of Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us. In a filing Monday, in Manhattan court, Drake's Frozen Moments LLC accused UMG of launching an illegal scheme involving bots, payola, and other methods to pump up Lamar's song, a track that savagely attacked Drake amid an ongoing feud between the two stars. Drake's attorneys accused UMG of violating the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, the federal RICO statute, often used in criminal cases against organized crime. They also alleged deceptive business practices and false advertising under New York state law. The court filings are a remarkable twist in the high-profile beef between the two stars, which saw Drake and Kendrick exchange stinging diss tracks over a period of months earlier this year. That such a dispute would spill into business litigation seemed almost unthinkable in the world of hip-hop. UMG, which distributes Drake's music, has responded. They said, in a response several hours later, by the way, yeah, UMG also distributes Drake's music. They responded and said, the suggestion that UMG would do anything to undermine any of its artists is offensive and untrue. We employ the highest ethical practices in our marketing and promotional campaigns. They don't actually imply that UMG would do anything to undermine any of its artists is offensive and untrue. We employ the highest ethical practices in our marketing and promotional campaigns. They don't actually employ the highest ethical practices elsewhere, just on their marketing and promotional campaigns. Anyway, No amount of contrived and absurd legal arguments in this pre-action submission can mask the fact that fans chose the music they want to hear. That is crazy. He's going to sue because he's mad that the song got big. Does this man not understand that Kendrick is beloved on levels we'll never reach? Well, it's also because, like, he himself is a massive artist. Wait, what? He's coming after what? NFR? While historically, payola has been thought in terms of paying radio stations to play songs. In February 2020, the Federal Trade Commission released guidance stating that by paying an influencer to pretend that their endorsement or review is untainted by a financial relationship, this is illegal payola. On information and belief, UMG employed a similar scheme by paying social media influencers to promote the song and endorse the song and video. For example, petitioner understands that UMG paid the popular NFR podcast, which has nearly 300,000 subscribers on YouTube and over 330,000 followers on X, to promote Not Like Us and its video without disclosing payment. As part of its deal, UMG, the NFR podcast, published podcast episodes, tweets, and other content publicly about the song. And in a sea change for UMG's internal policy, UMG removed the song's copyright restrictions on YouTube and Twitch, thereby whitelisting the song for the first time in UMG history, which further incentivized influencers to spread the song. Wait, he's mad that Kendrick was like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. Let's not even make money off this. Let's not make extra money, extra revenue off this. Why didn't he also do that? Drake's like, it's illegal to listen to this song. UMG's scheme to ensure Not Like Us broke through on Spotify and elsewhere worked. Not Like Us broke Spotify records, as Interscope posted on its X account. Wait, check the sources on page 4. It's going to be DJ Academics, isn't it? Jambisco Dawn? Kendrick Lamar exposed by DJ Academics? Of course, dude. Of course. Because why not? Give it up, man. Give it up. This shit is like hella embarrassing. This is way worse. Drake labels in newer news, Drake's team is now getting exposed for doing the same thing and allegedly paying influencers to spread false narratives around Kendrick Lamar. Wait, what? Bet Kendrick Lamar supports R. Kelly and wouldn't let his music get removed off Spotify, etc. Stuff like that. Send me an example. Just sways public opinion. Wait, come on, dude. Come on, please. Just talk about the R. Kelly stuff. If DJ Academics is my strongest soldier, I'm surrendering on day one. Yo, I'm serious. The bald spot coming in. I'm scared the Super Bowl is going to make Drake, Brian kill me. Yeah. Bro's insecurity must be studied. Oh yeah, this is. So we were going to have some choice moments from the XQC Drake collabo that they did for a online crypto casino that is not regulated. It's called Stake. They own the website Kick, for those of you who don't know. That's also not really regulated. Filled to the brim with people who serially create CSAM in their Discord servers and are always, rizzing up minors. That's right. It's fun stuff. And also pedophile hunters on the other side that seemingly never hunt the pedophiles that are on the platform, and neo-Nazis. So Drake went on the website because he is a Stake. He's a person who is paid by Stake to promote crypto gambling to his fan base. Anyway, here is Drake and XQC hanging out. XQC made the mistake of playing Weekend while he was around Drake, and this was his reaction.
You have to switch this on though.
It's on a play, you know. So like...
Wait, he just slammed that phone, dude. Wait, what?
You have to switch this on though.
Not to be too parasocial, but it feels like even he's annoyed. What the fuck?
It's on a play, you know. So like...
You have to switch this one. We're real Sixers. We're real Sixers. They're real six hat. We don't listen to that.
You know what it is before?
Nah. What? Yeah. Of course. What do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Play some Blink-182. I want to hear that real shit.
This has to be on Turbo 100%. Even on Turbo is.
I also think that this is probably a fucking shot at Aiden Ross as well, who obviously has always been the number one Drake rider for extended periods of time. It is not surprising to me that this collaboration with XQC came right after Aiden Ross left the platform Kick. Surprised he was not on Aiden's stream. No, I think there's a reason for why. Oh, Drake called Steve Lacy his fragile op after XQC played his music on stream. He also got mad at this as well. I don't know why he had smoke for Steve Lacy.
Yeah. This guy's like a fragile op, but it's a good song though. You know?
It's a fragile op. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, he's like a fragile op, but
why is he a op? Why is he a fragile op?
It's a good song though.
Okay, so What does that mean?
Oh, because he's from Compton and he was at Kendrick's concert.
No.
Chat knows what I'm talking about. Fragility.
Interesting, actually.
Okay, we need.
On the
Drake trying to start beef with Lacey, call him a fragile op, already backfired. Steve Lacey posted Drake Get Lonely on his Instagram and then posted what? Lamau, what in the... Oh no, with the SZA like, who trying to be my fragile op? These are the guys from the NFR podcast. Drake mentioned the lawsuit, by the way. Drake put these guys in a RICO. Yeah, Steve was on stage during the pop out that Kendrick did. And among all the affiliated members from LA, Drake decided to go after Steve instead of anyone else on that stage. I wonder why he chose to go after Steve, who is, you know, a relatively new artist on the scene anyway. Like, Steve Lacey got like, I mean, he popped off on TikTok originally, right? What's fucked is that they're both huge Drake fans too. No, he isn't. He's not new. He's been around. Okay, well, I didn't know. I don't listen to music. I just like the drama. Oh, he was on Odd Future? Oh, I didn't know that. He was popular before TikTok? He's been around, but he did pop off big on TikTok. Yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that he was on Odd Future. But anyway, regardless, I think Drake calling anybody a fragile op is pretty funny, especially considering that he's so fragile that the mere mention of Steve Lacey's music is enough for him to be triggered. Also, Drake is so disrespectful to DJ Academics and Los Pollos. Like, there's hella people who have been Drake writers from the jump, and like, he did not entertain a single one of their fucking broadcasts, and he went straight to XQC. Kind of wild. Oh, also, he's going bald. I saw that. No, my goat going bald. What the fuck, delete? But the likes going up. Yeah. He sat next to XQC for hours just spinning slots. It was really sad. That's amazing. Not an Off Future, but a close reference. Taco's sister was in a band with Steve Lacey. They all basically grew up together. Yeah. What is it? The braids was a real ass line because it really was the braids making his ass bald. Yeah, it probably was super tight and it was like fucking pulling out his hair. I mean, it's a common thing that happens. XQC been a bigger streamer than Kai for a decade now is also a crazy fucking line because like XQC, yes, used to be the biggest streamer, but like Kai Cenat is currently doing a fucking subathon and he has like probably 200,000 fucking people watching him, you know, perhaps because he did not go. Oh, and then this was the main line. This was the one that really popped off, which friend of the show, our boy Sean the Black, also got a hit tweet off of. Bro said this on an XQC stream. You're cooked, bro.
I'm Drake. This is XQC, real streaming legend. Me, I do music, in case you didn't know. I'm here, as you can see, fully intact. Mind, body, and soul, in case you were wondering. Right?
Mind, body, and soul.
Mind, body, and soul.
Oh!
Mind, body, and soul. You need facts to take me out. Fairy tales won't do it. Cheers to everybody.
Words live by.
Words to live by. Real
I just don't know why has like such cornball energy. Like, I just don't get it. I legitimately don't understand why he can't just be like, cool. Bro, you are literally one of the wealthiest dudes on the planet. You have a decent enough looking penis. Maybe it's a little too skinny, but it's all good, you know? You got your own fucking PJ that's like a 747. And it's so odd that he's always like, it's like he always feels like it's just not enough. You know what I mean?
talk. Cheers to everybody. Love.
Like this entire sequence, this 22-second sequence, the very fact that like he went on XQC stream to just sit next to him, dead-eyed, as XQC was like fucking doing slots over and over again because he's a fucking stakeholder. All this shit is like, you're one of the richest musicians on the planet. Like, the fuck is wrong with you? It doesn't make any fucking sense. And I saw his fans like also coping, being like, oh, well, Kendrick dropped a song or an album and the entire world is talking about Drake right now because he's a PR genius. Is like, yeah, dumbass, the entire world is making fun of him. They're not talking about him in a positive way, brother. They're talking about him in a negative way. I have not seen a single person that watched the XQC stream that was like, yo, Drake is so sick on this stream. Like, they're you know, it's not good PR. It's objectively bad press.
In case you were wondering.
Which is a thing that exists, okay? There's no like, oh, all press is good press. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. I think part of it is he sees how cool Kai's artist collabs are and he thought he could do the same. Okay, first of all, I think Kai would probably have Drake on if Drake wanted to go on Kai Cenat's stream. It might be difficult logistically because it's in Los Angeles, but like, I'm certain that Kai would have him on. What are you talking about? Bro, Kai had Chris Brown on. The fuck? He doesn't give a shit. What do you mean? He was coping hard at the chat shitting on him.
Shout out to X's chat, man. You guys are ruthless, man, but I love you. I got a lot of love for you guys, man.
Yeah, pretty ruthless, but
we love all the shit talkers, all the crip walkers, man. We love you guys, man. It is what it is, man. You know. We love the chirps. We love the chirps. Trust me.
I think at the end of the day, nobody like means like actual like harm and whatever, you know.
No.
Is that a carrot? Is he eating? What is he eating? Is this cool? I don't understand. Maybe this like tracks is fucking cool. Oh, it's a hookah. It's a hookah pipe. Damn, bro. I'm fucking Turkish and this motherfucker knows this over. It's over. My culture. I'm so assimilated, bro. I didn't even notice that it was a fucking nargile pipe. Oh my lord.
It is what it is. It comes with the territory.
Okay, to be fair though, it doesn't even have a tip.
You're gonna sit in front of the camera, you gotta take it, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
That sounded crazy, by the way. That's like a good OnlyFans slogan or something.
Wait, what?
Whatever, you know?
No, it is what it is. It comes with the territory. If you're gonna sit in front of the camera, you gotta take it, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure.
That sounded crazy, by the way.
Wasn't too bad.
That's like a good OnlyFans slogan or something.
Yeah, Kai wears knocked at Drake's Nike line off and they're cool. Yeah, also, look, I call balls and strikes. Okay, hadi bay bay. Yeah. I call balls and strikes. I'm an honest broker of the truth, okay? So now that I've actually made fun of Drake like a lot, here are 3 things that I think are actually kind of cool about Drake that I will always fucking respect him for. 1, I think the Nocta shit is not trash. I think Nocta, some of the pieces from Nocta are kind of cool. Okay? Sorry. That's what I think. Number 2, he has an NBA indoor basketball court in his house. That is literally the best thing you can do with your money. Okay? That's just true. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. You fucking put a full-size NBA regulation basketball court, indoor court in your house, that's fire. Okay? If Drake actually invited me to go play basketball at the indoor basketball court, I might actually drop all my convictions. Okay? I'll just say it. I have said no to, remember chat, $1 million on the election night, on the election day broadcast coverage from Polymarket, the company that got raided by the FBI. Their starting point was $1 million. They were like, oh, we're coming into the conversation. We'll give you $1 million fucking dollars for one day. And I said no to that. Having said that, I will drop my convictions if I get to play in an indoor NBA basketball regulation court. I feel like that's super sick. And last but not least, he has been one of the more vocal, one of the largest artists that has been vocal and pro-Palestine from the jump. Partially because he's from Toronto and he's surrounded by a lot of like Arab North African dudes, a lot of Muslim dudes in his crew. So, balls and strikes. Those are 3, I think, fair things to say about Drake. Okay? Especially the last one. That one is a big one, I think. Weeknd still clears him on that front. But, listen, Weeknd has done a shit ton more than Drake. But overall, he was early on. He literally did nothing but sign that letter 1 year ago. Do you have other proof? Okay, but that's still a big fucking deal when you're Drake, dog. What are you talking about? And it was super early, too. Like, he was probably one of the first fucking major artists that came out of the gate swinging. Like, that was a fucking year ago, dude. Are you kidding me? That was like early. It was like November or something. Yeah, October 30th, 2023. That's insane. And I will always respect that. He signed the Artist for Ceasefire letter on October 30th. October 30th, 2024. He called for a fucking ceasefire in Palestine before Bernie Sanders did. Okay? Yes, Abel has donated millions. He's been infinitely more vocal about his support for Palestinian emancipation. 2023, sorry, not 2024. I apologize. 2023, around October 20th, 2023. Okay? So, goddamn, Hasanabi really wants to play on that court? Wait, first of all, no, the court thing is a meme for the most part. But like, no, I'm gonna be honest. Like, why the fuck would I lie? I see no reason to lie. My job here isn't to just like fucking pump the anti-Drake shit. There's plenty that he has done that I think is like lame and you know, worthy of criticism. Do you sometimes have reason to lie? Yes. When I tell you I haven't fucked your mom last night, that's a lie. Anyway, I can't believe he did this. He is such a fucking cornball, dude. Like, trying to take legal action against his own distributor, dude. What an insane thing to do. Anyway, Ossoff thinks he can thread this needle because he's nominally Jewish. What does nominally Jewish mean? Zionist, former AIPAC, recovering Yerushalmi, dissident Reform rabbi, but not a Reform Jew, probably a Mossad agent, influential genocide advocate. Jonathan Greenberg says, nominally Jewish. Jewish in name only? I like that. I like that the ultra nationalist, like rabid Israel defenders, have found a new way to just say bad Jew. You know, Hasanabi is anti-Semitic. Yeah, definitely. Like, I guess maybe it's not a new method. Maybe I was just oblivious to it. I didn't realize that was like that. No true Scotsman in your own religion is wild. Yeah. Drake really the first person to try to win a beef in the courts? Yeah, the real courts you should be trying to win a beef in is the basketball court. You know what I mean? He probably cooked Kendrick. He's got the height on him at least. But instead, what is he doing? This shit. All right, let's see what the fucking... Wait, what? Bro, this is from 13 days ago. Y'all sent me a video from 13 days ago? I thought there was a new Jon Stewart or some shit. Why the fuck would I watch a Jon Stewart video from 13 fucking days ago? We probably watched it. What else was I going to do? Oh, here.
The philosophical conundrum that we're going to see is...
These motherfuckers did a Hassanov and didn't even invite me, which is kind of bullshit, dude.
The philosophical conundrum that we're going to see is, can things go from bad to worse?
Are we seeing a trend of young men being influenced by the Joe Rogans and the Theo Vaughns?
You want the real truth, just ask your Uber driver.
You've sat down with Barack Obama. I watched a very fun conversation you had with Obama. And yet here you are saying he's a war criminal.
Yes.
Could you ever be in politics?
No, I could not. Even though people say, they're like, you look like it. And I'm like, that's a huge insult. Kids ask us tougher questions than Mehdi Hasan.
100%.
They ask like true paradoxes about like the very meaning of life. How do I justify the iTunes user agreement that I signed up for? I clicked accept. In exchange for that, I got a BMW 3 Series. Yep. But my tax dollars fund the destruction of people who look very similar to me.
I feel like if you weren't a comedian after today, you would have a very good alternate career as a
basketball coach,
therapist.
No, bro, no. The philosophical conundrum that we're going to see is, can things go from bad to worse?
Are we seeing a trend of young men being influenced by the Joe Rogans and the Theo Vaughns?
You want the real truth, just ask your Uber driver.
You've sat down with Barack Obama. I watched a very fun conversation you had with Obama. And yet here you are saying he's a war criminal.
Yes.
Could you ever be in politics?
No, I cannot. Even though people say, they're like, you look like it. And I'm like, that's a huge insult. Kids ask us tougher questions than Mehdi Hasan.
100%.
They ask like true paradoxes about like the very meaning of life. How do I justify the iTunes user agreement that I signed up for? I clicked accept. In exchange for that, I got a BMW 3 Series. Yep. But my tax dollars fund the destruction of people who look very similar to me.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe it. He's doing a tour called Anita Max Win in Australia, announced on Kick, probably funded by Steak, Australian founders. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's going to do a tour in Australia while the Super Bowl is happening, which is, they're both Indian, you're Turkish, that's why. Yeah, it's fucked up. All right. Why Americans hate each other now.
Okay, guys, confession time. Well, I think of myself as a pretty moral person. You know, I've studied ethics for a lot of my life. I once did something that was truly horrible. I ghosted someone. Now, things with this person have been going great. You know, we had a lot in common. They were really nice. And most importantly, she said it was cute that I was going bald on our first date.
I see you.
This ain't nothing. Oh, I see you. But then after seeing her a few times, something really horrible happened. I was watching college basketball, and then she turned off my TV and then turned on some form of pop punk music on her iPhone and said, let's just listen to music instead. And at that moment, it was over for me. I had lost that loving feeling. And I imagine in the recent weeks, some of us might have been tempted to do some ghosting of our own. Because in the wake of a really contentious election, a lot of people seem unable to deal with the fact that folks who they liked, that they thought were good, then voted for someone whose overall vibe rhymes with snatchist. And it's not just happening with personal relationships, as folks have been blaming entire populations for their complicity in Trump's election. Posts like this are going viral, implying that people in Flint, Michigan deserve lead in their water, because their county turned up red on an electoral map. Which leads me to ask, like, what is going on here? You know, how can people disown their family members and wish ecological harm on entire cities? You know, ghost environmental lawyers who like bald guys. These situations all treat reality like a simple matrix of good or bad, moral or immoral, future wife or eternal enemy. And ideally, we would see that reality is more complex or nuanced than these black and white reactions.
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
And that we can't separate voting patterns from underlying economic and social conditions, or, you know, realize that liking hot topic music doesn't make you unworthy of love. Okay, so today we're going to try to understand all of this via the psychoanalytic concept of the paranoid schizoid position. And I think if we understand the psychoanalytic concept, not only will we better understand our own minds, but it can help us understand what's going on societally when we're all falling into this sort of black and white thinking, and even help us understand how we can avoid it. But before we get into it, I want to give a shout out to this video sponsor, Private Internet Access. Now, Private Internet Access is a VPN. In case you don't know what that is, I'll tell you. So whenever you're browsing online, your device is transmitting a ton of information which can be viewed by hackers or anyone looking to make money off of your personal data. Now, a VPN, a virtual private network, helps you keep your data secure while you're browsing. Think about it this way, right? You wouldn't go to the beach without
Yes, it's sped up.
putting on sunscreen because you know you'd get burned. And in this case, having a VPN is like a bunch of SPF that protects your data and internet activity. And I'm a huge fan of VPNs, not just for safety, but for fun stuff too. Like, did you know that Netflix has different things in different countries? Sometimes shows
I'm doing ethical reacts, Chad. Shut up.
that we don't get here. But with private internet access, I can just
Also subscribe to the broadcast. I retain the right to serve ads in the future if I feel like it. And you can avoid those future ads and be able to send me links and use emotes and support the broadcast.
go on a global journey and tell the internet I'm in a bunch of different places and see what sort of cool shows and movies pop up. And even
Thank
better,
you,
private
Selva
internet
King
access
Bad,
is not
bro.
just for your computer.
For the
It's
vodka
available
to
on a
sub.
ton of different devices and on all platforms, including Windows, Mac OS, Linux, Android, and iOS. And there's right? You wouldn't go to the beach without putting on sunscreen, as double internet is protect them for $80 a month. Stay safe when you're on the internet and check out private internet access today. But for now, let's get back to the show. Okay, so let's start with an example to understand this, right? Imagine you just had a fight with your best friend because they said something like, you know, the Grateful Dead is noodly crap music for hippies who smell like dumpsters outside of a dispensary. At first, you might be incensed at their sheer stupidity, but after you have a second to chill out, you realize that, you know, you don't really like their preferred music either. Techno that sounds like how bad drugs feel. And honestly, who cares? Because they're a fiercely loyal,
There ain't no way he's talking shit about Fred again.
and
That's
deeply
crazy.
empathetic friend.
Go back, Sam! I'm going to Mordor alone. Of course you are. And I'm coming with you!
So, you know, if they don't want to listen to old Dead shows with you on road trips, who cares? They're still your friend. Congratulations. By going on that journey, you've just traveled through the paranoid schizoid vortex and reached the depressive position. Who among us hasn't been in the depressive position recently? For me, it's sort of curled up like that, but still holding a bottle of beer. Now, these terms aren't really about schizophrenia or depression. They're how psychoanalyst Melanie Klein describes a process in human psychology, where we move from black and white ways of thinking to more integrated ways of thinking, one where two things can be true at once. Now, in the former, your initial anger and disgust towards your friend's ignorance about, you know, jam bands could lead to dramatic conclusions.
Be gone, vile man! Be gone from me!
Like you deciding your friend is unworthy of your company. But in the depressive position, you're able to consider both yourself and your friend as separate, whole people who have mixes of both lovable and hateable qualities. One hateable quality I have is I hate sharing dishes at restaurants when you go out to dinner and someone's like, ooh, do you want to get this and I'll get that and we'll just share it? I'm like, no. Okay, so once you go through this, your focus turns to repairing the rupture and then deepening your
Eat the
love and
Ritz.
understanding
Woke
for
Sky, thank you
your
for the
friend
5
and potentially
gifted.
yourself. You know, it's a process that helps us
Christian,
better
821,
access
thank you
the
for the
depths
10
of our own
gifted.
humanity. And incidentally, a process that's seeming increasingly rare, at least over here in the good old United States of America.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured, okay? I hate to tell you.
Now, we all experience the transition from paranoid schizoid to depressive position, some more than others. But it's not like after you reach that depressive position, you're set for life. You know, it's a cycle that repeats. We often return to the paranoid schizoid position in response to threats or moments of stress. But if we stay there too long, it leads us to major black and white thinking, which doesn't really do much to honor anyone's complexity or the complexity of the world around us. So, how did Klein develop this theory in the first place? Well, in the early 20th century, she was working with young children, and she observed that to cope with the trauma of being born, as well as early confusing and painful experiences of existing in the world, children defend themselves via something called splitting. Shout out for anyone else who heard the phrase, the trauma of being born, and just stopped and was like, oh shit, man, that's some real stuff right there. Now, in this process, parts of themselves and others become perceived as either all good or all bad, because babies struggle to comprehend how someone could, I don't know, have horrible taste in music and still be a good person. And this leads them to separate loving feelings from aggressive feelings.
Aggression is just part of human nature. Basically,
human beings have loving feelings and aggressive feelings.
And this schizoid instinct encourages us to put a lot of effort into separating good from bad and love from hated. For example, babies experience hunger, but they don't really understand what hunger is or where that's coming from. All they know is that they're in pain and this sucks. But then you give them some milk and they feel better. So they associate the breast or the bottle with goodness. And now the world is fundamentally okay. But of course, babies also have really bad experiences, because the breast is not a vending machine and it might not instantly produce the milk necessary to cure their hunger. When this happens, it can terrify a baby, leading them to see the breast as cruel, terrible, and all bad for withholding. So like basically when you think about it, babies are all kind of incels at a certain point. This rage might lead the baby to bite the breast, attacking it because they feel punished, or maybe it might make them just deny the milk as a way of rejecting their dependence on it.
So there's kind of a psychological sleight of hand in which people manage to see aggression in other people, but not in themselves. That gets to what we call the paranoid schizoid position.
Now, as the baby grows, they ideally experience enough positivity and goodness to start to build a central core on which to begin to integrate the contrasting aspects of the self. And in psychoanalytic terms, this is called forming a good internal object. But if there haven't been enough good or loving experiences, then they'll continue to see everyone through the lens of extremes, potential sources of their persecution like the breast. They'll struggle to integrate their experiences into a whole. They'll experience everyone and everything is out to get them unless they get them first.
I'll try it.
Now, there you have the paranoid piece. And when you put this all together, you get the paranoid schizoid. Along this developmental trajectory, if the person builds that good internal object, they are likely to reach the depressive position. And I know that reaching a depressive position probably doesn't sound like a good thing, but this is actually the state where complexity and individuation prevail, where goodness and badness exist in everyone and everything, the self included. For example, as the baby gets older, they may realize that the caregiver behind the breast or bottle has a lot of other things to do. Sure, they're supposed to feed and nourish you, and hopefully you can count on them to do so, but they won't always come at the exact moment that you desire food. And you start to see them as a mix between good and bad. You start to reconcile your hate with your love. You feel guilty for the times you bit them or refused them, and you seek to repair. You ponder your dependence. You face your annihilation anxiety and start to grow up and figure out ways to feed yourself and others. You learn to feel real love. Now, Klein is often cited as saying, love is not just admiration for strength, it is also tolerance for weakness.
Babies are schizophrenic, conservatives have baby brain, equals conservatives are schizophrenic, paranoid schizophrenics, in the way that they analyze and contend with their love-hate relationship with others. That's my takeaway.
Both in others and in the self. But again, it's not like anyone ever overcomes the paranoid schizoid phase and graduates into a permanent depressive state. Rather, Klein saw these positions as transient states of mind. The paranoid schizoid, for instance, defends against the depressive, and especially in times of stress, can even be useful. If someone's trying to break into your house with a big knife, do you want to be in the depressive state and be like, well, technically, the person breaking into my house with a knife, they may have gone through some stuff in their childhood that led them to this position, and boom, you're stabbed. If you were in another position, you would just be like, holy shit, knife guy all bad, me all good, going to live by. However, it can also signify a moment of regression or stunted state of development. In other words, when life gets really stressful and scary, we all start thinking like babies. Even though we're talking about a psychological phenomenon, the paranoid schizoid process has direct social effects, and many have applied Klein's framework to better understand American history and culture. Okay, so let's go back to the beginning, when the land that we now call the Americas was discovered by colonists, and at the time it was also already very much occupied by human beings. But the colonizers, right, they constructed a narrative about this new world, this new, amazing, all good place good Europeans could go to start a fresh and glorious life. And any threat to their idealized narrative, such as the presence of native people, threatened their story, and therefore had to be all bad. It of course helped that they had God on their side to convince them that they were the good ones. To uphold this tenuous narrative, they employed a paranoid schizoid position to rationalize their domination and annihilation of native people in their land. Now, human beings have a conscience, and thus we have the capacity to feel guilty for harming others in the environment. But the paranoid schizoid position is super good at staving off that guilt. And it's good at finding reasons and systems to rationalize unconscionable behavior. And that's how we get things like white supremacy and homophobia, the free market, you name it. We see paranoid schizoid metaphors in contemporary politics when it comes to stuff like the border wall and immigration. Now here the focus is on maintaining a narrative of natural Americans as being all good and migrants as being so entirely bad they're not even human.
Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall.
Any nuance disappears. Like, say, considering that actually the U.S. government has aided and abetted dictatorships, genocides, and the massive extraction of natural resources in many of those migrants' countries of origins, thus making life there increasingly untenable. No, we don't have time for that.
Bro, who are you? Check logs. Hey, Sammy, I'm the one the server's made for. What server? Check DMs on Insta and Patreon. What are you saying, dude? What is going on today?
Sort of thinking.
But let me be clear. Contrary to allegations against Israel made by the International Court of Justice, what's happening is not genocide.
And this all exemplifies the paranoid schizoid split between good guys and bad guys. And our media, history, and social systems are just filled with this way of thinking. That there are simply...
Bro, I literally get like 10 million DMs a day. How the fuck would I be able to find a DM that you sent me at 11 a.m.? It's crazy.
Good and bad people. Like, it's an inherent quality. I'll be honest, I struggled with this so much.
You
when I
get
was
one
younger.
guy
I've been
easily,
politically
that's true, I
idealistic for
do.
most of my life, and when I started to get idealistic, I struggled with thinking like everyone who believes the good stuff is good and anyone else is bad, and it's just not a really productive way to live. Now, while anyone is capable of doing something good or bad, that doesn't mean they're bad or good at a fundamental level. Like a murderer could hold a door open for you, and doesn't make them fundamentally good. Okay, so consider the carceral system. Imagine that someone gets charged with a crime, right? They steal a TV and they get sent to jail. A paranoid schizoid stance would immediately punish this person and color them as all bad, deserving of punishment. It doesn't consider outside influences, and in doing so, it defends against a depressive position, which would interrogate what conditions might have led someone to do a bad thing.
So you were always like this?
Now, a depressive position would look at the context that led the accused to this point, such as poverty. And this is how we start to justify extremes like the death penalty. By prioritizing punishment over empathy, self-reflection, and rehabilitation, people in power use paranoid schizoid thinking to justify the status quo.
But there's no evidence. A video came out of a migrant 30 miles away eating a cat.
Now, many historians have actually traced the death penalty back to lynchings and the enslavement of black people. And it's not a coincidence that the group brought here and enslaved against their will is most likely to be identified as all bad and deserving of annihilation. It's easier to think that you're a good Christian slave owner when you come up with a narrative in which the enslaved person isn't really a person. Dehumanizing your perceived enemy is a highly effective way of staving off guilt for your wrongdoing or that of your ancestors. So psychoanalysts have actually linked racism to the paranoid schizoid position. A 2021 article by psychoanalyst Ebony Dennis applies the paranoid schizoid position to white supremacy and draws a parallel between the baby's annihilation anxiety and dependence on the mother and the colonial white self's annihilation anxiety and dependence on the black slave other. She postulates that whiteness was created in order to distance white people from the racialized other, thereby holding whiteness as all good and then sort of staving off guilt for oppressing the all bad object.
No, I'm not saying white people aren't evil either, because I know we're evil. I got that evil in me.
And to be clear, the object here is just a person, just a human being. But of course, while white people exploited and enslaved black people, they were also dependent on them for providing free labor. They needed them to work rather than, escape or rebel. And so enslaving people then staved off their fears of not being able to survive in an unfamiliar land. So even in a story of dominator and enslaved, in which we don't see a lot of interdependence, there was still an incredible amount of dependency. One dominated the other to stave off fears of being dominated, either by the other or by environmental conditions. And Dennis argues that these dynamics persist today through intergenerational transmission, such that if the oppressed doesn't fulfill the needs of the oppressor, be they physical or psychological, the oppressor continues to oppress in order to restore psychological equilibrium and maintain the status quo. If you guys want to know more about this, I recommend the work of Frantz Fanon. We've talked about him in a few recent videos. He's a philosopher and psychiatrist that really, really gets at the psychology of colonization and how it affects both the colonizer and the colonized subject. His book, Black Skin, White Mask, is really good on this, so do check out Fanon if you have not already. Now, Dennis argues that paradoxically, this process also oppresses the oppressor. Quote, the intoxicating influence of whiteness creates a vapid space in which thinking is impeded, defended against. Such defense structures obscure the ability to accurately perceive reality, and up until recently have stifled curiosity about the psychological impact of slavery on whites. And this split between good and bad also produces a split in the self, where weak and needy parts are unintegrated, and strength is hollowly celebrated, coalescing in a vulnerable egoism. I mean, to think about this in more contemporary dudish terms, it's sort of like being strong and is good and having emotions is bad, Being an alpha is good and being a little beta bitch boy is bad. That sort of stuff. And these stories of superiority not only continue to oppress the racialized other, but also unfairly pressure white men and people in general to attempt to fulfill this perceived legacy of dominance and superiority in all areas, and can lead to feelings of inferiority if they do not. I feel like this explains a lot of the weird stuff in the manosphere and areas of this website, where men have some pretty weird ideas. I don't know what the opposite of a shout out is, but opposite shout out Andrew Tate. Big opposite ups to Andrew Tate. And this split hurts everyone in different ways because it is not truly reflective of the human condition, which again, as Klein would say, is a mix of weakness and strength, love and hate, goodness and badness. Sounds just like me. If the paranoid schizoid position can be used to understand how some very bad stuff like racism, colonialism, and political divisions are upheld, well, then, maybe we can use it to understand our own lives, and maybe that'll help us to solve some of our biggest societal problems. And we've said this before, but let me just emphasize again, it's not that we're trying to avoid this, right? The paranoid schizoid position at the level of our individual development is unavoidable. We don't have to be ashamed of it. It emerges to help us grapple with scary and unfamiliar things. But it's not our final destination. It's a process that we work through. And we can even see the paranoid schizoid position as an invitation to arrive at the more integrated depressive position. And because this is all happening internally, we're not necessarily cursed to repeat these psychological patterns at the social and political level. So in that sense, what I'm saying is the position isn't all bad, right? It is a natural thing at one level, but it can become a very bad thing when projected outwards onto others. And again, we need it to avoid complete overwhelm.
You know, in the face of like mortality and you're gonna lose people and financial struggles and all of these things that are so unknown, to have some security, you know, I think probably is very seductive.
In moments of stress and anger, we look for security and certainty. You know, sometimes we do need a concrete yes or no, and we can worry about moving on to the depressive position later.
We all subscribe to some kind of narrative of what makes sense in the world. Maybe there is no sense in the world. We all have to either create it or be nihilistic.
So this thinking can offer security so long as we can eventually interrogate it and think about where it's coming from. Here's what my buddy Frank Yeoman has to say.
It's extremely comforting to think we're the good ones, the others are the bad. I think the challenge to society is one of education. How can we educate people to not shy away from complexity? How can we educate people to embrace it and appreciate it rather than be threatened by it?
And this, of course, all plays back into the political tensions that folks are feeling right here in post-election America, where various demographics are just being thrown under the bus for being the bad guys who ruined it for the good guys. And here, I think one final comment from Yeoman will be helpful.
The trick is to have that fervent energy and not totally vilify the other, to be able to maintain some empathy with the other, to understand the other's position, because once it's all vilification, the dialogue breaks down.
So guys, not to be too corny, but it really does feel like we're in a time where empathy and curiosity and dialogue are going to be a lot more useful than whatever else it is we've been trying. And if we can access those feelings by just embracing a weird part of our own psychology, then hey, to me, that seems like a good thing. Now, in the meantime, don't stay in the depressive state for too long, and please let me know what you think in the comments, especially if you have stories about times that you ghosted or were ghosted. A special shout out to all of our patrons. Your support means a lot. There's a link in the description to check that out. Please subscribe and like and ring the bell if you have not already. It helps us out a ton. And in the meantime, remember that cursing an entire county of people to drink water that's poisoned with lead just because you don't like who a majority of them voted for makes you bad. All the way bad. Sorry, that's one exception to the rule.
I agree. Let me tell you what I also agree on, though. It's time to move on to greener pastures. It's time to move away from K dating to G dating. Love is all around us, ladies and gentlemen. Love is all around. What the fuck? How do you do full screen? Oh, never mind, it did it. In the process of this new video game sequence, we will of course be exploring Confucianism. Now that we have explored Neo-Confucianism, it's time to explore Confucianism as well. This game is called Love is All Around. It is basically the Chinese version of the Korean game that we were playing. Chapter 1. Last night, did we? Are we ready for this? Let's do it. This plot actually has depth, unlike the last one. Oh, I bet it has depth. What happened last night? Let's look at the trash can. Why are there so many paint jars? What's that about? Do I have amnesia? What the fuck's going on? I'm in a girl's house. Okay. Alright. We've searched everything. Whoa! Wait, what is all this stuff on screen? Wait, what is going on? Okay, first of all, ayo. Number one, ayo. Number two, what the fuck going on? Is this gonna be like is it mostly Mandarin? Because if that's the case, I'm cooked. Like, I'm not that much of a gooner, you know what I'm saying? Like, as big as a gooner as I am, I'm probably not gonna fucking learn Mandarin. You know what I mean? Like, that's on Chinese live streams and shows, they got text on top like that. On Chinese live streams and shows, they got text on top like that. Is Chinese netizens writing comments about the game? Holy crap, it's coming back to me now. Wait, hold on. Learning Mandarin from a goon game is the first step to going to China. Wait, hold on. Maybe we can like fix the settings a little bit. I don't know. Oh my god, they have a Steam Deck up here that you can figure out how to play on the Steam Deck. Speech language Chinese. After downloading DLC, fuck? I have to download the Gooner DLC, bro? That's crazy. What does this do? Please enter the content. That fit is crazy. Turn off. Wait, what the fuck? Are they being creepers? Turn off screen text on the bottom left. Is this it? Bro, hey, chill. Why are you looking? Fix the problem for Gid. Give her a quiet heads up.
你好，那个你裙子
哦，这样就好啦。
We're in.
到点下班，这个点了还有人来啊！欢迎光临，感谢莅临鉴赏，感谢感谢。
辉呀，日结工资我过段时间再给你。
我做小时工是现结工资啊。
那这样，我先以个人名义先给你50，回头200再给你，你先打车回去，算仁义吧。
现在晚高峰打不着车呀。
那行吧，听你的。钱肯定会给你的。我先走了，我还有事儿。哎，
喂。 我知道现在晚高峰打车很难的，前面200多个人排队。行吧，行吧，你们先吃吧。
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is Xi Jinping teaching Americans about the immortal science of Marxist Leninism Maoism. Okay? Let me explain something to you. This is basically, this game is actually brainwashing the American youth into learning that communism is the friends we made along the way, including but not limited to sharing cab rides with women. Women hold up half the sky. That's right.
你下班没？
下班了。
我一个人很饿，我不想一个人去吃饭。要不我们去附近的酒吧吃点喝点？
Damn. Yeah, you do. You just got $50, bitch.
你别磨叽，我请你。走吧。
Dude, China is so advanced, dude. There's no PUA. There's no fucking manosphere telling you like, you know, you always got to pay for women, except you should never pay for women. You should just be, you shouldn't even be around women.
我刚看了一家还堵着呢，我们再喝一杯。
In China, women proposition you and also buy you drinks. In China, they tell you that they're hungry, but then what they mean is they're hungry for alcohol. Actually, yes, there is a girl in my seminar is doing her thesis on the Chinese manosphere. Oh, god damn it. Why you gotta ruin it with some nerd shit? Tim Waltz speedrun?
我们换个地方吧。
好。
Risen up a CPC baddie, dude. Her father is actually high ranking in the CPC. That's why she has this nice apartment in a tier 1 city. Oh my god, we're doing the Tim Waltz run.
送你了。
啊？没有没有。
昨晚咱俩是不是？
昨晚。
Yes, it happened. No, we definitely didn't. Change the subject. Okay, I have no idea how to fucking. I don't know. Like, where's Yubi when you need her? Do a Sigma Male run? I've been here. Yeah, but you ain't giving us fucking the right options. Yes, it happened.
应该是的，放心啊，我会负责的。
这就完了？
那，你还想怎么样
？Boo！
一会儿我老公就过来了。
What？
你猜会怎么着？
你老公？那一切都是误会，那我先走了。哎呦，
瞧把你给吓的，我逗你呢。咱俩昨晚什么事都没有。
有事没事我也得走了啊，再见。
这不你家吗？
啊
？Wait, what？
你们俩睡醒了？怪不得我看着这么不顺眼，原来是师姐家呀。
你俩？
是，她是我小师妹，但我爸是她老师，我是他爸最满意的学生。都多小时候的事了，师姐，你到现在都记着呢。你打住啊，懒得跟你说。
This is confusing. Why would she not know? We can't see it all. Okay, well, I don't know where to put myself, chat. Like maybe up here and smaller, but like I don't want to get in the way of Goon, but no cam. I don't want to see your face. Based on her reaction to your first interaction, she likes a man that is straightforward. To ace dating sims, you have to figure out what type of flirting they like. Put the cam bottom right, then it's gonna interfere with the subtitles, and then you're truly cooked. You know what I'm saying? This is the Goon OBS setup. Got to be upper half. It'll block choices. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I put it here. I think this is the best possible place to put it, like that.
难道咱们三个昨晚？
你想得美。
Damn, that's crazy that you just assumed that we had a threesome.
你以后不要再喝这么多酒了。你不会不认识我了吧？你看我干嘛？ 我怎么知道你们怎么认识的？
顾烨，你不会真的不记得我们怎么认识的吧？
I gave you that painting. I don't
当
know.
然记得，咱俩第一次见面，我送你的那幅画。
什么？你送给我的？男人真是没一个靠谱的。
男人的嘴骗人的鬼，故意。你要蒙也蒙一个别的呀，非得往枪口上撞。
你呀，画展。
Wait, how do we go back? We met at an exhibition.
当然记得了，咱们俩在画展上认识的。
算你有戏。
啊，我怎么不记得了？
Bro, I'm fucking shameless, dog. Yeah, of course I'm gonna fucking... Of course I'm going to fucking instantly save scum. Like, what are you talking about? Think of it like I have a superpower, okay? I'm a time traveler. All right? I'm a time traveler. I'm able to literally go back and fix my mistakes. That chat overlay is useless? Okay, well, you can kind of see.
我不记得我见过你啊。
我去了，特邀嘉宾 VIP 展厅，你见不到我正常。哦，对了，顾烨，以后他们要再是难为你，你要告诉我啊。你忘了，昨天你被人嘲笑了。
被人嘲笑了？哦，想起来了，想起来了。
I'm lying. It doesn't come back to me at all. The fuck?
行了，别看了，赶紧干活吧。看得懂你，也是挺服你的。
Wow. It's clear to me that even in Xi Jinping's China, after the Deng's turn, okay, the Chinese characteristics have actually instilled a whole bunch of class resentment amongst the professional managerial class and those who are direct laborers. And the manager in this circumstance does not recognize his class position, as he is a mere servant of the capital owners in this circumstance. This is what happens when revisionism, this is what happens when you don't abide by the original principles, okay? It's obvious. It's obvious to me that the manager does not understand, and he is basically telling his own fellow laborer that he is actually less than him. And in order to better understand this, we have to go back to 7000 AD. We have to go back to a time when Confucianism was very prominent in China. 7000 AD. We have to go back to 7000 BC. We have to go back to 700 BC.
出来打零工了，还在这追梦呢。
谁说的？
I'm so
我认为他的
dumb.
品味非常好，整个展厅里，这个是最好的。
李老师，您怎么来了？怎么，这是您朋友？
是啊。
顾意，赶紧把手里活停下，陪李老师逛逛。还愣着干嘛呀？钱照给，快去快去，快去。
Wow. I cooked.
你觉得这幅怎么样？
Looks like something my uncle would paint. The color and composition have a distinct style.
这跟我二姨夫画的一样。
你二姨夫也是画家？
没有，我二姨夫他是卖炭的，他就喜欢拿炭在地上抹。这个画跟我二姨夫作画手法相似。
你真能扯。
She liked it. Y'all haters and
今天
doubters.
谢谢你陪我，跟你一起看展。
Y'all haters and doubters got nothing on me.
那有机会咱们一起吧。
We're going in. We're going in, baby.
那我们常联系，我先走了。
Damn, she was overcome by the Riz, dude. She's like, damn, I've never been touched like that.
我也有个疑问，昨晚我和顾意喝酒，怎么会在你家醒来？
说起这事儿我就生气。昨晚故意给我打电话。
啊？手机呢？
故意说自己喝多了找不到家，让我去接他。本来我都睡了，转念一想，万一他再出点什么事儿，我就出门了。我到了之后看见你俩呀，这醉成烂泥，没办法，我就把你俩接回来了。
Have you noticed any difference between K dating and C dating so far? Yes. I feel like C dating is more modest, less Americanized, and like the girls actually have a position of authority and are not, so far at least, not very, like, not the servile, submissive, breedable archetype that the Korean dating game was like. And this one, like, Gran was obviously the professional person, but like even then she was still like very like she was very submissive to you. Now, I will say one thing. ultimately, I do prefer, so far, I do prefer the K dating for obviously 2, maybe 4 compelling reasons, maybe 6. Okay. Arrest me. Okay. Arrest me. But we've seen very little Grannons so far. That's all I'm saying. Take me, officer, but I am an intellectual. And as an intellectual, the cartoonishly large breast disease, you don't know what you got till it's gone, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Like when you first see it, when you get hit in the face with them, you're like, damn, that's crazy. But then when it's gone, you're like, okay, I missed them. I actually did not appreciate the finer things in life until they were taken from me. I have seen 0 lanyards stuck between 2 memories thus far in this entire game.
顾夜，宿醉的事儿盘得差不多了，我带我上去换衣服。顾意，我们一会儿出去吃早餐。
早餐我已经买好了，你们俩可以留下来吃完再走。
可是我想出去吃呢。
那你也不问问顾意想不想留下来吃？
Oh, easy. Not even a choice.
我想出去吃。
顾意，你最好了，你等我一下。
等等。
Why would I stay, bro? I already picked. You could have had both. Wait, what? This game lets you have both?
宿醉的事儿盘得差不多了，我带我上去换衣服。顾意，我们一会儿出去吃早餐。
早餐我已经买好了。
Wait, stop. You can have both? You can pump both? Don't listen. I don't understand. I don't fucking understand. To play dumb is minus 1 above. I'm picking and choosing, dude. Sorry. I've already made up my mind. It's Zhang Xiang.
我想出去吃。
顾意，你最好了，你等我一下。
等等，手机丢了。
是不是在昨天的酒吧里？
可能吧，我去找找啊。
Yeah, see, this channel is right, dude. The downfall of the rookie dating sim player is not sticking to one route. Classic. Okay, classic. Yeah, some of you are just like too horned up and you think like, oh, jack of all trades, master of none type shit, you know? Nah.
你好，有没有看到我的手机啊？啊？你怎么会有我的手机啊？
昨晚那么混蛋的事都干得出来？
No! I was being disrespectful. I was being disrespectful to the workers. This right here, once again, is actually very important to understand. This is kind of like Parasite, which is, of course, a Korean movie. But remember how Parasite showed that a lot of people in the same class position end up infighting for no particular reason? And this is precisely what's going on here. This is a worker-on-worker violence. Okay?
我们是在画展上认识的。
画个屁展！
哎，怎么跟客人说话的？怎么回事？解释一下。
对不起，昨晚您喝大了，让我帮忙找手机，我没帮您，给您道歉。
是，先生，实在不好意思，我呀已经教育过他了，并且已经扣他工资了。小杜，再给客人道个歉。
再也不想看到你了。
先生，实在不好意思，他呀就是来我这实习的大学生，做兼职的，并且啊。 很不专业。您
You must never apologize. I am the one who must apologize, for I also am a wage laborer in a similar vein.
你把他电话给我吧，我给他道个歉。
哦，好，明白。
That's weird, and creepy, and gross that the boss just gave her number to me. Wait, which girl is this? The blonde? Guess who I am? No, that's creepy. No, I fucked up. Save scum. There's no good text here. Hey, you there? Nice knowing you. Guess who I am? The fuck? No, I'm not doing that, dude. Fuck that. Had a drink with some girls. Focus on work first. If you don't meet the right girl, just screw it up. Don't screw it up and cut back on the drinking. Yeah, got it. Do I have to text every person in this list? Oh, forget it. I'm not comfortable with people. Wait, what? You suck. Get your butt online. I'm working right now. Let's play later. You suck, man. I heard about what happened, bro. Where are you going? I'll go with you. Enough with the crap. Let me decide when you decide. Damn, chick on your left is really fine. Should I go get her number? What should I say? You know, as a pickup line. Just be direct. Ah, forget it. I'm not comfortable with people. What do you want to eat? Playing games. What's up? Wait, what are these? What? I understand your situation. You can pay me back in monthly installments. All right, thanks. Okay, I gotta text all the ladies, don't I? Like, no matter what. Bro, you are broke too. This is devastating. I'm gonna go with nice knowing you. Wanna grab some drinks with me? It worked! When and where? Any hot dudes coming with us? Hey, yo, what do you mean hot dudes? You mean a hot dude like me? That's what I'm gonna say. What? What? Did I get scammed? What the fuck was that? Are you still mad? Ain't worth it. I'm so sorry. I'll pay for it. May I ask who this is? You helped me to find the phone. Your message has been rejected. Oh, fuck. Dude, I'm fucking up. I'm fucking up across the board. What's happening? Nice knowing you. I know you're gooey. I was just talking about you to my friend. What did you say about me? Nothing much. When would be a good time for you to see exhibitions with me? Bro, these people also text like Chinese netizens, dude. It has to be like a translation error, right? Because like anytime we read shit off of Chinese netizens, like the way they talk is so fucking formal. And it makes me feel like it's gotta be like a language translation difference. Good luck, Rizla's himbo. Gotta head to bed. How about now, whenever you're free? I'm looking forward to it. My friend is roasting her boyfriend right now. Let's talk later. What the fuck is this as an answer? What does this mean? I'm gonna go with this. I don't even know what that is. I'm having a hard time with this game, unlike the Korean one. It's an emoji? What is it? What kind of emoji?
你怎么在这儿？
你可算回来了。
找我有事儿啊？
我找你有正事儿。
You picked the wrong girl? Actually, this isn't just a normal dating sim. There's tons of paths to go on. You can discover the mysteries of the Han River and delve into the concept of Neo-Confucianism. Okay, dude. My man is still talking about the old one. It's not just the honking bazookas, but they're very questions of mankind itself. Those looking in may think we are merely gooners. But to us, we do not hear them. A gooner god does not concern themselves with the thoughts of ants.
咱上去说去，走走走。
怎么穿成这样？
你六哥，我现在在整合房地产资源，啊，俗称中介。想家吧？那回去吧。
不回。
我知道你是欠债，不想连累家人，但是你一声不响的就跑了，不是事儿啊。不是我，啊，我是担心你一个人来这陌生的城市，我才陪你的。 怎么了？现在跟我来这套？哎，我说了，哎，我就不信了这个劲儿的。看着我，跟你说个正事儿，你现在也没什么钱了，你这整租不了了，两条路，要么合租，要么跟我住，你选吧。
I don't know. Should I live with him? How am I gonna find a roommate? Can I find a cutie as a roommate? Like a honey? Extra scene if you choose to live with him? In your experience, has that ever worked? I mean, yeah, in the last game, I got like fucking at least 4 cuties. 4 cutie pies to live with me.
正好有几个客户找合租，要有合适的你们就去看房啊！我给你叫一下。哎，您好，先生，来，请进。
Oh God, he's so wet. Wait a dang minute. She said no.
看了这么多个，没合适的呀，你挑啥呢呀？要不你睡大街吧？哎，你好，哎，是吗？好，哎，好嘞。要不说你命好呢，又来一个，走，我带你去看。
Damn, I almost maxed out Zhen Xian. She hates you. Shut up.
除了我，你是不是就没有别的朋友了？
还真有一个，几年前绘画论坛上认识个网友，聊得还挺好。
然后呢？
联系方式没了呗，失联了。
那不等于没有吗？走啊！
做这个
？Ain't no fucking way, dude.
你不比从前了，别挑三拣四的，赶紧的，还得给你租房呢。
就算我再穷，我也不坐你这破车的。
你快点！
哎，
这个可是优质客户，我跟你说，你这个你要是相不中的话，那真就没了。
这小电动还挺刺激。
到了啊，来进来。
The most amount of action I've gotten is gay, dude.
你呀，现在这点钱只够合租的，这个房子是我找到目前最好的了。来，你进来，来，
你看看怎么样？我先去给客户回个电话，你先看着啊。哎，你先看着，你先看着啊，我一会儿回来。
I thought that was illegal there. What, in China, being gay? No, dude.
哎呦，对不起，对不起。
Damn, he just pulled that shit down.
哎呦，好香啊！我去，这水龙头是坏的，得让房东修一修。
This was a subtle nod to what Mao did to the landlords. For those of you who didn't pick up on it, you know. What the fuck? Is this a child? What the hell is
还
this?
挺可爱。嗯，头绳2.5块，系得这么细啊！
Gays exist, but they have the weirdest censorship laws ever.
哇，好少女啊！
Beauty begins the moment you decide to be yourself. Coco Chanel. What is happening with this?
这沙发好硬啊，硌得慌。小火煮2分钟，这盘子洗得还真干净。
What?
打完了。
What does that happen?
怎么样看呢？不错吧？
还行吧，不过这合租吧。
你先来看看你房间，来。
是你？
真？
No。
你俩认识啊？那正好了，以后合租方便了。
啊？可是我租房的时候说过不跟异性合租的。
是吗？
嗯。
我先看看合同啊，没事。
That's weird. That's weird that we're like forcing ourselves upon a fucking female tenant like this.
这个，你看，这上也没写你说你不跟异性合租啊。
但当时租房公司答应我了。
哎，那个口头协议一般都不作数的，是吧？这合同上没。
老六，咱们再找找其他。
Persuade has no chance. Yeah.
我跟你说啊，过了这村里没这店了，环境也好，价格也合适。 咱不亏利，咱凭啥不租啊？
哎，别叨叨了。
You just said the N word? Yes, bro. The N word is something very different in Mandarin. It's a filler word, like Yeah, it's not like a word. I don't know if you guys know that, but or it means that, right? I thought it meant like is a filler word in English, to be fair, or that rather. But it's also like used as a filler too, no? So it's cool for them, but not for me when it's. When it's in all my favorite music, I'm going to say it at work tomorrow. Shut the fuck up, chat. There's 2 words that sound similar. One is that, and one is one of and yeah. Some people say it a lot.
那女孩不想跟异性合租啊，能理解。
顾毅啊，当绅士不是这个时候当的啊，你得看看你的处境。
哎，别说了，咱们走吧。
哎，等等，合同上没写清楚，确实是我的问题。
哎，你看。 人家这女孩多通情达理啊！啊，以后你们在一块合租，那肯定很愉快的。
那谢谢啊。
哎，签合同吧，行不行？
啊？
有蟑螂！有蟑螂！
哪呢？我给它灭了。
这里。
哪儿呢？啊？也没看到啊。
我最怕蟑螂了，我可怎么睡啊？
这样吧，那你在沙发上睡，我给你守着。
那好吧。
But the couch is shitty. She's not gonna be able to sleep on it. So I guess the only alternative is.
那你不睡吗？
啊，我天天熬夜。
Give her your bed, asshole.
谢谢啊。
我怕你着凉。
我给老刘打电话。喂，老六啊，这房子有蟑螂啊！你联系房东，赶紧把蟑螂赶走。我跟蟑螂啊，只能留一个啊。
Dang, this relationship progressed too quick. Yeah, bro. Best girl I fear. You think that she's best girl? Fuck no. The blonde one is best girl, I think. The blonde girl's got a like a baddie vibe. Dead last? You have to go for the proletarian cutie? Come on. Nah.
哎，没事儿，我早就说不让你们来了，来这一趟也没什么意义。
The blonde girl also Autobot replied me, my ass, and that's why it's like I'm hooked. You know what I mean? I'm hooked.
好了，你们来了，我
Hassan only goes for goth girls and baddies? True. Damn, Hassan toxic as fuck. Pretending to be her pursuer in the ceremony, pretending to be her family in the ceremony. Pretend to be her family. Okay.
小鲁，毕业典礼，家里人怎么能都不出现呢？
顾一哥。
Wait, why does she not have family by her side?
哎，别傻站着了啊！来，我给你拍照。来，站到这边。下一个啊，再笑得开心一点啊。 不错。
Damn, this shit looks. What? What the fuck am I doing, bro? This is some stalker shit.
今天谢谢你了，顾一哥。
嗨，举手之劳。
哎，照片 P 得真好看。
主要啊是人好看。
Bro, is this like a thing? You just like retouch girls' photos and they love it? Like, that's a thing? Like, you just edit pics? What's happening? Is that like a cultural thing? Because I feel like if you did this in America, your girl would be like, that's insane. Like, I just photoshopped your photo. What the fuck do you mean you photoshopped my photo? What are you trying to say? People take group pics, send it in a GC so people can edit themselves and they send it back. I learned about dating, all about dating from this game, and I have a 100% success rate. I had sex with every woman.
顾一哥，你怎么天天吃这个啊？
啊，这个省钱，而且味道也不错。
可是省钱也不是这么省的，身体最重要。对了，顾一哥，你怎么天天都过这么节俭啊？
做生意失败了，欠了不少钱。我现在富二代，负债的负。
顾一哥，你负债还表现得这么轻松，真厉害。
Damn, broke
其
as
实
fuck.
我毕业最大的愿望就是希望在这个城市有自己的家。我也在努力攒钱呢。
真好，那我们都努力挣钱。
那我们比赛攒钱吧，看谁攒多。
好啊，明天我就有一个工作面试，工资可不低哦。
顾一哥，加油！
加油！
I'm cranking it. Jesus Christ, Chad.
您好，
来了。
你好。
谢谢啊，这是我简历。
故意。
对。啊？
哦，
他呀。
Pog, let's go.
人到齐了，开始吧。其实没必要浪费时间，你没资格坐这儿，你走吧。
She doesn't like that. Time to get angry.
是你在浪费我的时间，我没资格坐在这里，你叫我来干嘛？你什么你？把我来这路费报了啊，我不多要你的3块钱公交费。
Angrily demanding you pay me 3 yuan for the bus fare is not a good move, dude.
老马，付款。
人事都找的什么人？
That's crazy that worked.
顾意，刚刚那面试官挺讨厌的。
这个世界倒是什么人都有啊。
你这么大度啊？
为了生存呗。
你看起来不像是个缺钱的人呢，怎么公司破产了？我就随口说说，真的给我说对了。
对，做生意破产，负债不少。我来这个城市就是想办法还债，不想拖。
He's saying that like the lifestyle of a petty bourgeois is one that is volatile and unstable. That's why I went back to a real wage laborer gig. You know what I'm saying? It's like this is actually making inference to when Xi Jinping was Xi Jinping's father demonstrated counter-revolutionary sentiment and was sent to the countryside. And Xi Jinping actually himself, as a young upstart in the CPC, also grew from the early stages within the party in the rural countryside. That's where he developed his political sentiment, his political attitudes. Yeah, basically that's what he's doing. But instead, he's doing the modernized version of that. Instead of going to the countryside, he's actually, going back to a wage laborer position to truly understand the proletarian struggle.
所以你是偷偷来这儿的，你身边的朋友都不知道。挺爷们儿的嘛。
改天再聊，我还得参加个面试呢。
哦，拜拜。
你说他这画的是什么呀？
你们懂什么呀？
你这是在干什么呢？这种画也能卖钱？你这画就是浪费颜料，扣钱。
老板，你听我说。
What？
这是名画红黄蓝的什么呀？
你这是在干什么呢？这种画也能卖钱？你这画就是浪费颜料，扣钱。
老板，你听我说。
What？
这是名画红黄蓝的构成，我给改造了一下。
你少给我解释，再解释，走人。
我。
老板。这幅画我要了。
云丝
I don't even like her like that, but she's constantly coming in the clutch.
其实你这幅画
It's kind of crazy.
真挺好的，特别有想法。你要不要考虑换工作？
我找了10几份工作才找到这个，应该不好换。云丝，谢谢你啊，帮我找到这么好的工作。
其实你也不用谢我， 还是因为你自己有这个能力？
喂，
哎，你是不是在一个美术馆呀？
你怎么知道？
我刚出差回路过的时候，我先过去找你啊。
哎，别，怎么给挂了？肖路，
顾一哥，你的新工作看起来真不错哎。我今天过来就是想告诉你，
你怎么也在这儿？
云思介绍来的，带培训班。
Come on, dude. Y'all don't understand, dude.
学生多的话，钱还不少呢。
那你现在是不是缺学生？
对啊。
没有学生就没有奖金。
是啊，招生才跟奖金呢。
我可以做你的学生，不过我得先考考你，先给我画一幅画像。
顾一哥，你答应他吧，有奖金呢。
我觉得这个考验也挺合理的，你就画吧。
那我给你们3个人都画。
还是这样的好，有实力嘛，我就喜欢这样写实的。
I'm good as
什么
fuck,
抽象的、卡通的，我都不喜欢，这样才见真美。
小楼 did not like it.
一会儿你们都有什么计划？
今晚我朋友在家有轰趴，你要不要一起来？
She's a party
我可以把他
girl.
们发展成一个学生。
哦，我这边想把一个房间改成画室，其实我挺想让你给我点建议的。
顾一哥，我们公司要画一个墙绘，我可以跟老板申请，让你试试。可以的话，一晚上能挣500呢。
Fuck. I mean, yeah, come on, chat. Come on, chat.
怎么样？大家有没有兴趣跟我们顾毅老师学画画？
只要顾老师今天不喝多，我就跟他学画画。
我跟一票，不过跟喝酒多没意思啊，咱们玩个游戏。
What kind of fucking party is this? We're just like.
接下来可是绝杀局啊！如果紫妍投中，顾毅不光要喝光杯里的酒，还要额外再喝一杯。
郭老师，明天上不上你的课，可要看你今晚能不能清醒喽。
She has the vibes of a person who's going to fuck your life up, okay?
啊，输了我喝。
你刚才属于失误，你可以重新投球啊。
顾老师，这是怜香惜玉啊！顾老师是觉得紫妍放水，故意输给你？
顾毅，你别瞎说，我没放水，输了就是输了。
好，那我赢了。
She said we must be steadfast in our defeat and come to the recognition. Sun Tzu, art of war.
他们走了，你休息会儿。
Bro, she has alcoholism, I think. She has
你为
problems,
什么
dude.
知道我是故意让着你的？
你刚才那个眼神，还有你投球偏差的也太夸张了。
那你为什么没拆穿我？
因为我想了一下，你就是喝的有点多。
算你还有点聪明，没有自作多情的坚持说我故意让着你。
可咱俩一个没枕头，一个没酒量，都有点菜。
Damn. Is it we closed that one?
哎，这个好好看。
这有什么好看的
？Why are these 3 random girls always hanging out with one another now? Like, what the fuck? None of this makes like structural sense. At least 2 of them were fucking friends when they were in high school or some shit, but like, why? Why are they besties now?
我宣布个事啊，今天呢是我第一次发工资的日子，在今天这个特别的日子里呢，我最要感谢的人就是你，还有你。
话就不能一口气说完啊？
今天呢，我请你们吃大餐。
Eat it yourself. Fuck it.
顾一哥，大餐是什么啊？
你们等着啊，我这就去给你们做大餐。
Big boys gotta eat.
谁呀？
我去开门。
顾毅，今天晚上大餐都有什么？
要什么有什么。
要什么有什么，房租有吗
？What？
房东啊，您怎么来了
？Holy fuck. That is a scary ass landlord, bro. That's crazy. Once again, showcasing that landlords are villains, even in artistic depictions, you know?
交房租啊！
你让我缓2天行吗？
不行，要么交钱，要么搬出去。
Landlord, the real class enemy.
没钱呀！
没钱吃大餐，要不我给你收拾行李？
别，那我住哪儿啊？
去我那儿吧。
哦，
我们家，
我那每天都有聚会，人也多你一个也不多，去我那儿吧。
我们家现在空了一间卧室，主要离你上班的地方还近。我那儿还有个画室，你可以画画。
She's laying it on too thick. Beg the landlord.
赶紧的吧。郑子妍家看起来最不添麻的。
那走啊，别磨叽，我先帮你收拾东西。
姑爷，我还有点事儿，那我就先走了。
Damn, she's heartbroken. She's a good actress, bro.
快进来吧。喂，啊，大家都到了呀？好吧，好吧，我马上来。古意，我得去一趟聚会，反正你就把这当自己家。
What？
然后你随便怎么玩，你要闲得无聊的话，你也可以帮我收拾收拾。但是我现在得走啦。
Bro, she will ruin my life, dude. She's for the streets. All right, that'll be all for today, okay? We'll continue this we'll continue this later. We'll continue this tomorrow. I'm tired. Fucking 8 p.m. Listen, what did we learn today? We must date the landlord. That's what we learned today. And the baddies that love going out to party will always break your heart. They'll make you clean the apartment while they're gone. I'm a fucking dating sim Andy now. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Also on Wednesday. On Thursday we got Thanksgiving. On Thanksgiving. On Wednesday I have Ta-Nehisi Coates on. And nothing I can think of tomorrow. But see you tomorrow, alright? Peace.
There is again a sudden streaming, a sudden streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. There is again a sun is streaming, a sun is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me